Perhaps the interval between number 14's thoughts was quite long, so she decided to wait a little longer. After a day, there was still no sound inside number 14's thoughts cave. It was just like an ordinary cave. There were no wind blades or lightning at all. Damn it. She was extremely unlucky. She reckoned that number 14's thoughts cave was a defective product. That's right, this number was unlucky. She had requested to go to number 13 meditation cave at that time. Now, what should she do? This fellow rolled her eyes. If she told the truth, the higher-ups would definitely send people down to check it out. Who knows, they might even check out the other meditation caves. In that case, wouldn't she be exposed? Therefore, it was better to stay still. Therefore, this guy let the three in his dantian spit out lightning spiritual power. She would use it to cultivate. Although the three were unwilling, they still agreed. Soon, half a month passed. Yun Chujiu felt that haste makes waste. She should stop for a while, so this guy decided to refine pills. In the outside world, she was afraid that the heaven-grade pills refined by the heaven and earth furnace would cause trouble, so she never refined them again. Guai Kao was especially edible, so there were not many heaven-grade pills left in her hands. The meditation cave was just right to isolate the smell, and it should not be able to attract heavenly lightning. Of course, if it could attract heavenly lightning, it would be a pleasant surprise. Therefore, this guy took out the heaven and earth furnace and began to refine pills. Yun Chuju's spiritual sense transmitted the sound of a baby babbling. It was the heaven and earth furnace's Qi Ling expressing its joy. Using the heaven and earth furnace to refine pills was simply too easy. As long as the medicinal herbs were thrown inside, the Qi Ling would naturally help refine them. Moreover, the pills that came out were all heaven-grade pills. Yun Chujiu thought to herself, no wonder the gigolo had instructed her not to let anyone discover the heaven and earth furnace. If this was found out by others, they would definitely kill them and steal their treasures. This fellow refined pills one furnace after another, completely unaware that the entire primordial chaos sect had already exploded. The people of the primordial chaos sect had originally been living and cultivating according to schedule. However, they suddenly discovered that the spiritual qi of the entire primordial chaos sect had begun to weaken. How was this possible? Everyone from Master Bailey to the handyman in the kitchen were terrified. One had to know that the spiritual energy was the foundation of establishing a sect. If the primordial chaos sect lost its spiritual energy, then it would be on the verge of extermination. Thus, everyone hurriedly searched for the reason. Very quickly, everyone discovered something strange. On the back mountain of Dubei Peak, there was a visible cluster of spiritual energy circling above, and the spiritual energy of the primordial chaos sect was still continuously gathering there, at Novelbanat. Master Bailey and the 6 peak masters tried to approach the cluster of spiritual energy. However, the power of the cluster of spiritual energy was extremely strong, and the edges were like wind blades. There was no way to approach it. Something was definitely wrong. There must be something below that was attracting the spiritual energy. If they didn't figure it out, the future of the primordial chaos sect would be bleak. Master Bailey had no choice but to invite the 4 supreme elders of the primordial chaos sect. These 4 supreme elders could be said to be the anchor of the primordial chaos sect. Unless the primordial chaos sect had an extremely important matter, they would never appear. When the 4 supreme elders arrived at the back of the mountain, they immediately frowned. They had lived for so many years, but they had never seen such a strange situation. Could it be that there were heavenly treasures or immortal beasts and divine beasts underground? Or perhaps, there was some evil way to absorb spiritual power. Or demonic plants. When everyone saw that the 4 supreme elders had no idea what to do, they immediately sank into a gloomy cloud. Chapter 2695 online. All page, novel bin. How would Alchemy 9 know that she could make such a big fuss just by refining a simple pill? Therefore, this fellow kept stuffing medicinal herbs into the heaven and earth universal furnace. In any case, there would be ready-made pills coming out soon. It was simply too convenient, wasn't it? This fellow did not idle around either. He took advantage of this time to start drawing talismans. The more the better. Who knows when it might come in handy. This fellow was acting like a demon below. The upper echelons of the primordial chaos sect were so worried that their hair was almost turning white. However, good news did not go out, but bad news spread far and wide. When the primordial chaos sect's archenemy, the Killing Origin sect, heard about this, it was simply a celebration for the entire sect. It was almost as if they were beating drums and gongs to send their Master Shu over to see the joke of the primordial chaos sect. Master Shu of the Killing Origin sect came to visit in a high-profile manner. Although Master Bailey was in a terrible state right now, he could only pretend to be indifferent and nothing happened to him to deal with him. TSK, Master Bailey, the spiritual chi of your primordial chaos sect used to be quite dense. Why has it become so dull now? Could it be that something has happened? Master Shu asked despite knowing the answer. Master Bailey knew that the primordial killing sect had spies in the primordial chaos sect, so he did not hide it. He said with a faint smile, "Indeed, something has happened. However, before the matter is clear, it can't be said to be a bad thing. Maybe it's a good thing. At Novelban at." Master Shu thought to himself, what a stubborn duck. With a fake smile, he said, "Master Bailey, at this time, don't hang in there. I am here to help you. I see that your primordial chaos sect's spiritual essence will be exhausted sooner or later, and our two sects have a good relationship. Why don't we merge?" Master Bailey took a sip of tea. "Merge? How do you want to merge?" "Of course, your primordial chaos sect will be merged into our Shi Yuan sect. That way, you won't have to be homeless. Don't worry. When the time comes, I'll let you be the deputy sect master of our Shi Yuan sect," Master Shu said proudly. Master Bailey couldn't wait to slap the teacup in his hand on Master Shu's face. Master Shu snorted coldly and said, "To take a step back, even if the spiritual chi of the primordial chaos sect can't be recovered, our primordial chaos sect will find another place. Master Shu, you don't have to worry about it." Master Shu curled his lips. "You really are a stubborn duckling, looking for another place. Other than the territory of our Killing Origin sect, how could the Immortal Essence continent be comparable to this place? Let me give you a piece of advice. Aren't we cultivating for the great Tao of longevity? Why bother with some minor details? Joining our Killing Origin sect will only bring benefits and no harm." Master Bailey was already very troubled these few days. Now that Master Shu was making sarcastic remarks, one could imagine the degree of depression in his heart. Master Bailey barely suppressed the urge to beat Master Shu up. "Master Shu, our primordial chaos sect appreciates your kindness. When something similar happens to your murderous origin sect, our primordial chaos sect will follow suit. I still have things to do, so I won't stay any longer. Please." "Humph. This kind of thing won't happen to our murderous origin sect. If you ask me, your primordial chaos sect must have done something that angered the heavens. Otherwise, why would you be punished by the heavens? You, Shu Lin, don't go too far. I have already tolerated you for a long time on account that you came from afar as a guest. Someone, send the guest out." Master Bailey could no longer maintain his cordial appearance. This Shu Lin was a piece of trash that deserved a beating. Chapter 2696 online. All page, novel bin. Master Shu sneered, "By Li Yin, aren't you used to putting on airs? Why aren't you putting on airs this time? Humph. Catching up isn't a business. There will come a day when you beg me. After Master Shu finished speaking, he arrogantly took his men and left. Master Bailey was so angry that he smashed his teacup into pieces. However, he knew that being angry wouldn't solve the problem. After calming himself down, he invited 4 Supreme Elders and 6 Peak Masters to discuss countermeasures. For now, it is best to find out what is underneath the spirit energy ball. Only then can we find the right medicine, said a Supreme Elder. However, that spirit energy ball is extremely overbearing. How can we find out what is underneath it? Master Bailey asked with a frown. This. Everyone immediately fell silent. Yes, it was very difficult to get close to it. How could they find out what was underneath it? Just as everyone was frowning, they felt that the room had suddenly turned dark. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly left the meeting hall. They saw that the sky was filled with dark clouds, and there was also an endless stream of dark clouds gathering towards the Hunyuan sect. Wu Yun and Master Bailey were in the middle of the meeting hall. To be precise, they were gathering towards the place where the spirit energy ball was. Master Bailey inexplicably thought of Master Shu's words. Could it really be heaven's punishment? But the primordial chaos sect had been peaceful recently. How could it be a heavenly punishment? At at. Although Master Bailey's heart was in turmoil, he still quickly gave the order for all the disciples to quickly gather at the primordial chaos square. This was because the primordial chaos square had an ancient array formation. Even if heavenly lightning fell, it could temporarily keep everyone safe. Therefore, everyone in the primordial chaos sect dropped what they were doing and ran to the primordial chaos square. Even the people guarding the teleportation array at the Sigyu cave also ran to the primordial chaos square. That little leader suddenly slapped his thigh. Oh no, there was still the goddess of wealth in the reflection cave. However, when he looked at the thick Wu Yun in the sky and felt the increasingly heavy pressure, he still could not move his legs. Sorry, goddess of wealth, you can count on yourself. However, the reflection cave was protected by the array, so it should not be affected. Coincidentally, Jinshi and Yi Bingyu were about to break through these few days, so they had been in closed-door cultivation. If they had not received the news of the identity jade token, the 2 of them would have been in closed-door cultivation for a few more days. The 2 of them rushed to the mixed origin square while sending a voice transmission talisman to Yun Chujiu. The 2 of them were not too worried. After all, little Ju liked to be struck by lightning. Perhaps she was so happy that she had to come out. When the 2 of them rushed to the mixed origin square, Yun Chujiu's voice transmission talisman had also arrived. Jinji used her spiritual sense to probe inside. Yun Chujiu's excited voice came from inside. What? Heavenly lightning is coming. Quick, get someone to let me out. I want to be struck by lightning to my heart's content. Only then did Jinji come to her senses. Perhaps the reflection cave was isolated from heavenly lightning, so she had to get little Ju out. Jinji immediately saw the small leader guarding the teleportation array. She hurriedly ran over and said, "Senior brother, little Ju is still inside the cave of reflection. Hurry up and let her out. Otherwise, something will happen." The small leader said guiltily, "Junior sister, this is not up to me to decide. To let her go, you need a document from the law enforcement office. Go and look for the law enforcement office first." Jinji had no choice but to look for Elder Chu from the law enforcement office. Fortunately, everyone had almost arrived at the mixed origin square, so they didn't have to expend too much effort to find it. After Jinji explained the matter, Elder Chu didn't decline and directly went to see Master Bailey. Master Bailey was just about to speak when countless purple heavenly lightning struck toward the back of the Tianshu Peak. Chapter 2697 Online. All page, Novel Bin. Master Bailey was shocked and quickly ordered someone to activate the ancient formation at Adnovelbanat. There is an ancient formation inside the cave of reflection. Yun Chujiu will be fine. Moreover, the teleportation formation leading to the cave of reflection must pass through the area where lightning strikes. For the time being, it is impossible to pass through. So tell her to stay in the cave of reflection in peace. Master Bailey said after pondering. Jin Ji was depressed. If it was an ordinary person, it would naturally be the best choice to stay in the cave. Unfortunately, Hei Xinjiu loved being struck by lightning the most. If she couldn't get out, she would definitely be so depressed that she wanted to bang her head against the wall. Sure enough, when Jinji told Yun Chujiu the result, she received a scolding from Yun Chujiu. Damn that little leader, he's just an ingrate. To think that I gave him so many spirit stones, and he actually ran away without caring about me. Wait for me to get out, see how I'll deal with him. And that old man Bai Li, he doesn't know how to care about his disciple at all, and actually allowed me to stay in the reflection cave and not care about him. The corner of Jin Ji's eyes twitched. This isn't all thanks to Master Bailey, he's been in a terrible state recently. I've only just heard that a lot of our primordial chaos sect spirit chi has disappeared for some unknown reason. I heard that a huge ball of spiritual energy has formed at the back of the Tianshu Peak. It seems that the heavenly lightning is heading towards that ball of spiritual energy. Since you can't come out, just stay inside. I reckon that the heavenly lightning will end very soon. At that time, I will beg Master Bailey to let you out. Yun Chuju's muffled voice came from the voice transmission talisman. All right, you guys be careful too. Yun Chujiu put down the voice transmission talisman and rubbed her chin, pondering. A huge ball of spiritual power. Could it be that a treasure was about to appear? No way. Whether it was for the treasure or for the heavenly lightning, she had to go out. Since she couldn't teleport out, then she would dig out. Perhaps this place was very close to the outside and she would be able to get out in an instant. This guy did it without hesitation. Moreover, he had learned from the previous lesson. This time, the angle was slightly higher so that he could dig out faster. This guy had just dug a short distance away. It was unknown if it was a coincidence or if the heavenly lightning was to strike her, but the tunnel collapsed by the heavenly lightning. This made Hei Xinjiu extremely happy. She climbed out against the heavenly lightning to take a look. There was indeed a huge ball of spiritual energy not far away, but the ball of spiritual energy was rapidly shrinking. This guy's face stiffened. Hey, why did this ball of spirit energy seem to be at the position of the cave of reflection on the 14th? Could it be that the treasure in her heart was not herself? This fellow slapped her thigh as she thought about it. Damn it. It must be because she had been refining pills with the heaven and earth furnace for the past few days that there was a large amount of spirit energy gathering. This heavenly lightning must have been attracted by the pill refining. This fellow was dancing with joy. She felt that she had discovered something extraordinary. Using the heaven and earth furnace to concoct pills could actually attract heavenly lightning. Ha ha ha. Then, would she still have to worry about not being struck by heavenly lightning in the future? After figuring out the sequence of events, what she needed to do now was naturally to enjoy the baptism of the heavenly lightning. This fellow lay sprawled on the ground, feeling really blissful. This heavenly lightning strike was still more comfortable. It was countless times stronger than the heavenly lightning in the Si Guo cave. This fellow also brought out the Sio Hainiao and Sio Mogu, and the three perverts began to happily suffer the lightning strike. Wu Yun in the sky had a face full of confusion. Originally, it had used the heavenly lightning to punish someone because someone had refined a large number of heaven-grade medicinal pills. At the beginning, it had not been able to find the culprit, so it was a little flustered. It had finally hacked the culprit out of the ground with great difficulty, and originally thought that it would be able to complete the mission very quickly. But now, who could tell it what the three perverts on the ground were? Why couldn't it be hacked to death? Chapter 2698 online. All page, novel bin. Hey, Yoon Chujiu, can you be more professional? Chop it quickly. We are waiting, Yoon Chujiu said unhappily when she saw that the lightning had become a little sparse. Woo Yoon heard Yoon Chujiu's provocation and could not be bothered to be puzzled anymore. He continued to chop her again. He only had one goal, and that was to chop this annoying little girl to death. It feels good. It feels really good. I haven't felt this good in a long time. Come, again. A certain Jew let out a satisfied sigh. Woo Yoon was so angry that he was trembling. No wonder No Yoon was willing to come when he accepted the mission today. They must have known that there was a pervert here. He was too naive. He actually thought that this was a very easy mission. Woo woo, this was actually a pit. It was a 10,000-year-old pit. The dark clouds struck for more than 6 hours, but they were still unable to kill a certain Jew. A certain Jew could only give up and retreat dejectedly. At Novelban. A certain Jew saw that the dark clouds had retreated, and only then did she remember an important question. How was she going to end this? A huge deep pit had already been struck on the ground, and the bottom of the deep pit was directly connected to number 14's reflection hole. As long as someone went down to the bottom of the deep pit, they would discover number 14's reflection hole. A certain Jew blinked her eyes. This was not necessarily a bad thing. She could just push the blame of number 14's reflection cave to heavenly thunder. Moreover, if she found out about number 15's reflection cave in the future, she could also shift the blame to heavenly thunder. Haha, heavenly thunder was really cute. It could help her level up and also help her take the blame. It was great. Yoon Chujiu thought for a while and then returned to number 14's reflection cave. She lay on the ground and pretended to be dead. This guy was thinking well. Just as he was pretending to be dead, he heard a loud bang, followed by a cracking sound. This guy didn't care about pretending to be dead anymore. He quickly got up and was surprised to find that the wall, which she had cut a hole in, was strangely restored to its original state. This guy was stunned for a while. This wall had a self-recovery function. However, this wasn't a bad thing. It was better to avoid trouble. If no one found out, it would save trouble in the future. Therefore, this guy took out a voice transmission talisman and wanted to tell Jin Ji that he was safe. Unexpectedly, the storage ring couldn't be opened. Her heart sank, and then she found that her spiritual power was restrained. Her spiritual power was restrained, which meant that she couldn't take out the big kitchen knife. Without the big kitchen knife, how could she go out? She had a bad premonition in her heart. It was likely that the teleportation array wouldn't be able to teleport her out. Could it be that she was going to die in the number 14 reflection cave? On the other side, the people in the mixed origin square realized that the spiritual power was slowly recovering. They couldn't help but be overjoyed. Moreover, the Wu Yun had all retreated. The sun shone down directly, as if everything had returned to normal. Everyone cheered, as if they had survived a disaster. After Master Bailey and the others closed the ancient array, they rushed directly to the back mountain of Dubei Peak. Their purpose was naturally to check the spiritual chi ball. When they arrived, only a small part of the spiritual chi ball was left, and it was still dissipating rapidly. It was believed that it would soon disappear. Not far away from the spiritual chi ball, there was a huge pit. Obviously, it had been struck by lightning. Everyone jumped down to take a look. They only saw that it was dark inside and did not find anything unusual. Master Bailey sent people to dig the deep pit and the place where the spirit energy ball gathered. They did not find anything unusual. At this time, Jinshi and Yi Bingyu came to see Master Bailey with red eyes. Chapter 2699 online. All page, novel bin. Master, the sound transmission talisman we sent to little Jew has failed. She must be in danger. Let her out quickly, Jin Ji cried. Master Bailey did not take it to heart. He thought that this must be a trick that Yun Chujiu, that little girl, wanted to be released in advance. However, he still asked the people from the law enforcement office to let Yun Chujiu out. The little leader who was guarding the teleportation array was a little guilty. He knew that according to Yun Chujiu's temper, she would definitely teach him a lesson when she came out. Therefore, he began to form seals while trembling in fear. He did not expect that nothing was sent out. The little leader comforted Jin Ji, maybe the wind blade is blowing right now. After an hour, I will try again. After an hour, the little leader formed seals again, but nothing was sent out. 2 hours passed, but it still did not succeed. This time, not only Jin Ji was panicking, but the little leader was also panicking. If this Yun Chujiu really died, it would be hard for him to escape responsibility. However, even if she was dead, there should at least be a corpse. Why was there nothing at Novelbanatat? Jin Ji anxiously went to find Master Bailey. Originally, he was just a small handyman, so how could Master Bailey take him to heart? However, Yun Chujiu frequently went to his place to brush her face, and because of the Divine Devil Hall, Master Bailey was still quite attentive. Immediately, they really went to the teleportation array of the reflection cave to check. The little leader told them about the matter, and Jin Ji took the initiative to ask to go in to check. The little leader smiled bitterly and said, if there are people in the reflection cave, the others can't be teleported in. In order to make Jin Ji believe him, the little leader called over a disciple on duty. Sure enough, there was no way to teleport in. Jin Ji and Yi Bingyu's faces were pale. What should they do? Could they only wait? Master Bailey was also frowning. The recent events in the Primordial Chaos sect were all strange and bizarre. Why was this reflection cave abnormal? He had no choice but to invite the 4 Supreme Elders out again to ask for the method to save Yun Chujiu. The 4 Supreme Elders shook their heads repeatedly. Since the sect was founded, the Cave of Reflection has existed. Even the teleportation array was left behind from ancient times. Therefore, there's nothing we can do. When Jin Ji heard this, she immediately felt her head buzzing. Fortunately, Yun Chujiu often had such incidents, so she had some mental resilience. And Feng had no choice but to tell the news to Dai Baiming. When the people of the Primordial Chaos sect heard that Yun Chujiu was most likely dead, more than half of them were gloating. They couldn't blame others. Yun Chujiu had been too high profile and attracted too many hatred points. The ones who were the most upset were Mountain Master Duo, Elder Jiang, and the others of Tianji Peak. The little girl had died, and their plan to breed snow jade silkworms had been aborted. Therefore, the little leader who was guarding the Cave of Reflection was blamed. He was charged with leaving his post without permission, and he became a servant instead of an inner disciple. The little leader was so depressed that he almost committed suicide. However, after thinking about it, he realized that he had brought this upon himself. If he had mustered up the courage to let Yun Chujiu out, there wouldn't have been anything else. Then, what was Hei Xinjiu doing? Ever since Hei Xinjiu realized that her spiritual power could not be used, she could only place her hopes on the teleportation formation. Unfortunately, after a day and a night, there was still no movement. She knew that she could not count on the teleportation formation and could only save herself. Without spiritual power, the storage ring could not be used, and the items in the Great Void Mystic Realm could not be taken out. The biggest problem was, how could she survive without food and drink? Chapter 2 Online. All page, novel bin. Yun Chujiu was so hungry that her heart was stuck to her back. Fortunately, she had a flash of inspiration and remembered that she still had Guai Kao. This fellow said with a never-before-seen good attitude, "Go Weiber, only you can save me now. Hurry up and get me something that can quench my hunger and thirst." Go Weiba wagged its leaves proudly. Usually, it always despised it for being able to eat, but now, didn't it still have to count on it? Yun Chuju's forefinger was oozing with liquid, and Yun Chuju quickly put it into her mouth. It had to be said that Go Weiba was still reliable. After this drop of liquid entered her stomach, Yun Chuju instantly felt refreshed. Now, it was time to think about how to get out of this predicament. At Novelban at. Yun Chuju took out the small dagger from her boot and tried it, but it was useless. The guy sighed. Damn it, if he knew this would happen, he would have put the big kitchen knife on his waist. This way, he could use it even if he did not have spiritual power. The guy decided to make a knife case in the future and carry the big kitchen knife with him. He did not care whether it looked good or not, as long as it could save his life at the critical moment. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. Although the liquid from the Guai Kao saved his life, anyone trapped in a stone room would feel so depressed that they would want to hit the wall. Fortunately, Yun Chuju had taken out a luminous pearl to light up the room. Otherwise, it would have been even more difficult to endure. Yun Chuju tried to communicate with the Great Void Mirror, but she did not succeed. As for the black pearl, she did not expect it at all. It was just a free meal. Yun Chuju asked Guai Kao to help her communicate with the Great Void Mirror. She wanted to see if she could enter the Great Void Mirror and find a way out. The result was very disappointing. According to Guai Kao's feedback, it had no way to communicate with the Supreme Void Mirror. Obviously, other than the weird Guai Kao, everything else required spiritual power. Yun Chuju thought that the reason why Guai Kao was not affected was probably because Guai Kao shared a body with her, so it was not limited by spiritual power. How could she get out? Yun Chuju's head hurt from thinking, but she did not give up. She felt that there was always a way out. There must be a way out. Guai Kao had to admit that although its host was a little weak, its willpower was so strong that it was not human. If it was someone with weak willpower, they would have died hundreds of times. Yun Chuju paced back and forth in the stone room, counting the things she could use with her fingers. Dagger, useless. Drawer across. Storage ring, useless. Drawer across. Spirit beast pouch, useless. Drawer across. Grand illusionary mirror, useless. Drawer across. Black bead, free food. Drawer across. This fellow thought about it, but he could only find a breakthrough point from Guai Kao. Go Weiba, get me some corrosive liquid, like weak water. I'll see if I can corrode the stone wall. Guai Kao painfully took out a drop. Yun Chuju dripped it on the stone wall, but there was no reaction. Yun Chuju could not help but feel a little dejected. This could not work, that could not work either. Was she really going to be trapped here for the rest of her life? Yun Chuju forced herself to calm down and once again looked for a breakthrough point from Guai Kao's body. Got it. Go Weiba, you go ahead and tease me to your heart's content. Summon all the demonic beasts in the vicinity. When the time comes, the demonic beasts will definitely be able to pull this stone room out. Naturally, someone will think of a way to get me out. Upon hearing Yun Chuju's instructions, Guai Kao began to shake the leaves on his body with all his might. This fellow was extremely pleased with himself. Didn't he still have to rely on it at the crucial moment? How could he bear to take care of this black-hearted little girl in the future? With a human and a grass acting as demons here, the Chaos Origins sect was once again in trouble. Chapter 2701 Online. All page, Novel bin. Master Bailey looked at himself in the mirror. Sigh. He had forcefully added a lot of white hair these days. It was really worrying. At this moment, he felt as if the ground was trembling. What was going on? Was the Earth Dragon going to turn over a new leaf? His identity jade token suddenly trembled. After Master Bailey sent his divine sense in, he heard Mountain Master He shouting, "Master! The demon beasts have gone mad. The demon beasts have gone mad. At Novelban at." Master Bailey frowned. At his age, this Mountain Master He was speaking without any reason. What did he mean by the demon beasts going mad? Before he could ask further, the identity jade token and the voice transmission talisman started to explode. "Master, this is bad. The demon beasts in our spirit beast garden are all ramming into the array formation like crazy. The demon beasts at the back of the mountains are all rushing toward the back of Dubai Peak. Master, this is bad. The snow jade silkworms of Tianji Peak are jumping out of the mulberry garden like crazy. Master, all the demon beasts are rushing toward the back of the mountain, and even the red-feathered chickens in the kitchen are ramming the cages like crazy. Master, there are many demon birds and demon insects approaching the back of Dubai Peak. Also, there seems to be a large number of demon beasts on the way. Should we activate the sect protecting array formation?" Master Bailey couldn't care less about the white hair and black hair anymore. He rushed out of the courtyard, and from afar, he could see the demonic birds and demonic insects that blotted out the sky rushing towards the back mountain of Tianshu Peak. Moreover, the ground was trembling more and more violently. Clearly, there were many demonic beasts rushing over. They had committed a sin. What on earth was going on? Even if the demonic beasts were rebelling, they shouldn't just run towards their primordial chaos sect. Moreover, it seemed like they were heading towards the back mountain of Dubai Peak. Could it be that these demon beasts had really gone mad? The 4 grand elders hurriedly rushed over. The 4 old men wiped their sweat. It had been many years since they had been safe. Why had there been so many accidents recently? The 6 peak masters also rushed over hurriedly. The most important thing now was whether or not to activate the sect protecting array. If it was activated, even if the sect protecting array was very powerful, with so many demonic beasts attacking, it would consume a lot of energy every day. Moreover, if the sect protecting array was damaged, it would be disastrous if anything bad happened in the future. However, if the sect protecting array was not activated, the purpose of these demonic beasts would be unclear again. What if they attacked people? In the end, everyone decided to check the back of Dubai Peak and ordered all the disciples of the primordial chaos sect to gather at the primordial square. If the demonic beasts really went out of control, they could at least rely on the ancient array to hold on for a while. Master Bailey and the others didn't dare to get too close, so they only rode their swords and watched from above. They saw that the demonic beasts and demonic insects that arrived first, regardless of their level, didn't attack each other. Instead, they were all doing their best, digging the ground. Master Bailey and the others looked at each other in confusion. What were they doing? A supreme elder muttered, "Could it be that this has something to do with the spirit energy cluster that appeared earlier? Perhaps there are some heavenly treasures below that are attracting them." Everyone felt that what he said made a lot of sense. It was either a heavenly treasure or the egg of an immortal beast or a strange beast. That was why these demonic beasts were so crazy. As more and more demon beasts gathered, the demon beasts began to dig in batches. Especially when some demon beasts who were good at digging came, the speed of digging was much faster. Soon, a huge pit appeared, but the demon beasts continued to dig and dig. Chapter 2702 Online. All page, Novel Bin. More beasts were more powerful. In less than half a day, the hole they dug was already very, very deep. Master Bailey and the others saw that the beasts didn't pay much attention to them, so they got closer and closer. They stretched their necks and looked into the hole. There was nothing but mud. However, looking at the beasts, they seemed to be even more excited. This meant that the thing they were looking for was getting closer and closer. What exactly were they looking for? As time passed, only a few scattered demonic beasts were still rushing over. Master Bailey and the others let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that it wasn't a demonic beast riot, but only some nearby demonic beasts had come over. The demonic beasts dug for an entire night. When the sun had just risen the next day, Master Shu of the murderous origin sect came to join in the fun again. Master Bailey had originally planned to shut him out, but he didn't expect this person to be so eloquent. He said that the abnormal demonic beasts were a major matter related to the immortal origin continent, and it wasn't a matter of the entire primordial chaos sect. Moreover, he stated that, no matter what good things there were, he wouldn't take them. If not for Master Bailey's status, he would have spat at Master Bailey. You shameless old man, even if there were good things, they were in the territory of the primordial chaos sect. If Master Bailey dared to take them, he wouldn't be beaten to death. Since Master Shu had said so much, Master Bailey had no choice but to ask someone to invite him over. Master Shu looked at the situation in front of him, and his face was immediately filled with shock. In front of him was a deep pit that could not be seen at the bottom. If it was dug by manpower, it would take a long time. However, because there were many demon beasts that were good at digging holes, it only took one night to do it. Master Shu looked at the demon beasts again. Although there were many of them and they looked excited, there was no law of the jungle. Each and every one of them seemed to be only interested in the things in the deep pit. What on earth was down there? Another half a day passed, and the sound of digging was no longer heard. Instead, it was the sound of claws hitting hard objects. Everyone's expression brightened. However, the light in the pit was dim, and there were many demonic beasts in it, so they could not see clearly. Everyone was anxious. They wanted to drive the demonic beasts away, but there were too many of them. Once they were angered, there would be a fierce battle. At this moment, the emotions of the demonic beasts changed. They seemed to have turned from excitement to confusion, and the demonic beasts that were good at digging holes also stopped moving. Then, the demonic beasts seemed to have woken up from a dream, especially the low-level demonic beasts that started to run for their lives. The low-level demonic beasts rampaged, so the high-level demonic beasts naturally wouldn't just stand there in a daze. Thus, the scene instantly became extremely chaotic. Fortunately, Master Bailey and the others had high spiritual power, and there were quite a number of them. Those demonic beasts didn't go up and attack them insensibly. After a period of chaos, the back mountain of Dubay Peak finally regained its peace. Only then did everyone jump into the deep pit one after another. They saw that there was actually a stone slab under their feet, and it was a material that they had never seen before. Obviously, there should be a secret room or something under the stone slab. Everyone was excited. There must be a treasure inside, or else the demonic beasts wouldn't be so crazy. However, no matter how many methods they used, they still couldn't open the stone slab. At. They had no choice but to find more disciples to continue digging. Finally, they saw the entire stone chamber. The entire stone chamber was one, without a single crack. Everyone tried their best, but they still couldn't open it. At this moment, Master Shu said from the side, "I have a way to open this stone room. However, if you want my help, you must give half of the treasures inside to our Shi Yuan sect." Chapter 2703 Online. All page, novel bin. Everyone glared angrily at Master Shu. How shameless. Why should the primordial chaos sect give half of their things to the killing origin sect? Dream on. Master Shu saw that no one was paying attention to him, so he wasn't angry either. He said with a fake smile, I advise you to agree. Otherwise, wouldn't it be bad if you end up with nothing? All treasures have their own characteristics. Who knows, they might grow legs and run away after a long time. When that time comes, none of you will have anywhere to cry. Master Bailey said snappily, "What can you do? I don't know what material this stone slab is made of. It's perfectly sewn and extremely hard. Even if you use a talisman, it's useless. There's only one way to open this stone slab, and that's for you and me to join hands. Your primordial chaos sect has the sun-shooting bow, while our killing primordial sect has the sun-shooting bow. It seems that this stone slab can only be opened by combining the bow and arrow." Master Shu's tone became serious. He was obviously not joking. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. They did not expect Master Shu to come up with such a suggestion. Back then, Master Huntian was worried that the sun-shooting bow would be too powerful, so he specially passed the bow and arrows to the two disciples of Master Hongyuan and Master Yuantian to avoid bringing harm to the people. Ever since Master Hongyuan betrayed the Hunyuan sect, the sun-shooting bow and the sun-shooting arrow had never appeared together again. They did not expect Master Shu to come up with such a suggestion today. The reason why Master Shu would do this was, of course, because he had his own motives. He felt that there must be something good under this stone slab. Even if there was no way to split the treasure, it would still be good enough to extort a sum of money. At Novelbanat. Most importantly, Master Shu felt that it was not a waste of his life to be able to witness the power of the sun-shooting arrow in this lifetime. Master Bailey was a little tempted. Although Shu Lin had ulterior motives, this suggestion was still feasible. Otherwise, once the stone chamber disappeared again, they would really end up with nothing. Master Bailey and the four supreme elders discussed and agreed to Master Shu's proposal. Thus, Master Bailey took out the sun-shooting bow and Master Shu took out the sun-shooting arrow. Both of their hands slightly trembled. This sun-shooting arrow was different from ordinary bows and arrows. Its bow and arrow were independent divine weapons, however, they were not as powerful as when they were combined together. Master Bailey and Master Shu did not trust each other. They could only swear in their hearts that they would not be greedy for each other's things. Only then did Master Shu hand the sun-shooting arrow to Master Bailey. Everyone was afraid that the power of the sun-shooting arrow would be too great to be affected, so they all jumped to the top of the deep pit. Only then did Master Bailey pull the bowstring, and the sun-shooting arrow in his hand went straight for the stone slab. Boom! With a loud, earth-shattering sound, the huge stone slab instantly shattered into pieces, stirring up a cloud of dust. After the dust had dispersed, everyone looked down with eager eyes, especially Master Shu, whose old heart was thumping violently. There must be a great treasure hidden down there. What exactly was it? More than 10 pairs of eyes were focused on the gap in the stone chamber. Just as they were about to jump down, they heard a cough coming from inside. Cough cough, cough cough. Emma, I'm finally out. Which great benefactor saved me? Everyone was stunned to see a little girl sitting on a large chopping board flying up. Oh God, isn't that Yun Chujiu? Could it be that this stone room was actually the number 14 reflection cave? The others were better off, but Master Shu's heart was cold. Where was the treasure? Where was the treasure? Why was it this little girl? Chapter 2704 Online. All page, novel bin. Master Shu pinched himself hard. Upon closer inspection, it was still that lively little girl, and he immediately felt his heart turn cold. He originally thought that there was a treasure down there, and he could take the opportunity to split half of it, or to extort some spirit stones. But now, he actually helped save a little girl, and she was even wearing the clothes of a handyman. He really suffered a great loss. At Novelbanat. Master Shu and the others were unwilling to give up. They jumped down and flipped around again, but there was nothing. Moreover, just as they left the stone room sank into the ground again. Although Master Bailey and the others were a little disappointed, they were still able to save the disciples of their own sect. Especially Master Bailey. He knew about the relationship between Yun Chujiu and the Divine Devil Hall, so he was very happy. After Yun Chujiu flew up, she solemnly bowed to everyone and said a bunch of sweet words. It was nothing more than thanking everyone for saving her. Master Shu felt as if his teeth had fallen to the ground and he swallowed them. Master Bailey gritted his teeth and asked Master Bailey, although I didn't find any treasure, I have already helped your primordial chaos sect a lot. Don't tell me you haven't expressed anything at all. Master Bailey felt much better when he saw Master Shu's expression. He smiled and said, I wonder what Master Shu would like to express. Humph. Originally, we said that we would split the treasure if we found it. Now that we're a living person, we naturally can't split it. Then, we'll compensate our murderous origin sect with 100 million high-grade spirit stones. Master Shu said unhappily, 100 million was already a small amount. Initially, he thought that he could at least get a few 100 million high-grade spirit stones back. Master Bailey did not say anything. Instead, he looked at Yun Chujiu. Yun Chujiu cursed in her heart. This old fox, why is he looking at her? It was not a condition that she agreed to. Could it be that he wanted her to pay for it? What kind of joke was this? The 14th reflection cave belonged to the primordial chaos sect. If something went wrong, would he want her to pay for it? In your dreams. No way. Therefore, this fellow covered his head with his hand and kept screaming, I can't take it anymore. Maybe I've been locked up in there for too long. My head feels dizzy. The corner of Master Bailey's eyes twitched. This little girl was really stingy. For a moment, no one said anything. The atmosphere was very awkward. Master Shu was so angry that he couldn't take it anymore. The people of the primordial chaos sect were all more thick-skinned than the last one. They had agreed to it, but now they actually pretended to be stupid. This was really outrageous. Well, Sect Master, I still have some matters to attend to in my peak. I'll be leaving now. Mountain Master Duo thought of his precious snow jade silkworm. He had been sitting on pins and needles for a long time. Now that the matter had been settled, he naturally wouldn't waste his time here. Besides, what if the money was on his head? With Mountain Master Duo taking the lead, the others found all sorts of reasons and excuses to escape. Even the 4 Grand Elders left in a hurry, citing the fact that they were old and weak. Master Shu was so angry that he was twitching. Those 4 old things ran faster than rabbits. How could they be old and weak? Your primordial chaos sect shouldn't go too far. If you don't give us money today, we won't be finished. Master Shu roared loudly. His saliva was about to spray onto Master Bailey's face. Master Bailey laughed and said, I didn't say I wouldn't give it to you. Why are you so agitated? Yun Chujiu, Master Shu lent us the sun-shooting arrow to save you. Shouldn't you show some gratitude? Yun Chujiu's heart was like a mutt. She thought that Master Bailey, as the sect leader of a sect, wouldn't really open his mouth and ask her to pay. She didn't expect this old fox to be so shameless and actually say it out loud. Chapter 2705 Online. All page, Novel Bin. Yun Chujiu had 10,000 reasons to avoid it. However, when she thought about how good it was to enjoy the shade under a big tree, it was better not to offend Master Bailey. Thus, she decided to make a breakthrough with Master Shu. Master, you are right. This matter was caused by me. Naturally, I should take full responsibility. Master Shu, didn't you say that you would find half of the treasure? I am that treasure. Of course, it is immoral for a living person like me to be split in half. However, I can be a servant for your Shi Yuan sect. From now on, I will stay for 3 months and guarantee to serve the two sects fairly and justly. What do you think? My fire lighting skills are really good. I guarantee that you will get a good value for your money. Yun Chujiu said with a smile. Master Shu. Master Bailey. Oh my God, is there such a shameless person in this world? At Novelban at. Why would the murderous Yuan sect need a handyman to light a fire? Besides, with you causing trouble every few days, I'm afraid that you will have to pay for it. The murderous Yuan sect wouldn't want it either. Sure enough, Master Shu was so angry that he rolled his eyes. As the sect master of a sect, he had never been treated with such leisure. Today, he had learned what it meant to be shameless. Bai Li Yin was shameless, and this Yun Chujiu was even more shameless. The more Master Shu thought about it, the angrier he got. He glared at Yun Chujiu fiercely. Fine, since that's the case, you will come back to the murderous Yuan sect with me. From now on, the kitchen stove of the murderous Yuan sect will belong to you alone. Master Bailey was originally watching the show from the side, but he didn't expect Master Shu to really take Yun Chujiu away. How could he allow such a ridiculous thing to happen? He quickly said, Master Shu, calm down. I was just joking just now. It's only 100 million upper-grade spirit stones. There's no need for you to be so angry. I'll transfer it to you. Master Shu was also trying to fight for his reputation. He sneered and said, I don't want your spirit stones. I want this little girl who is lighting the fire. Master Bailey tried to persuade him for a while, but Master Shu was too stubborn. Moreover, he liked to go against Master Bailey. No matter what, he had to take Yun Chujiu away. Moreover, Master Shu said with conviction, Bai Li Yin, we have an agreement. If we dig out half of the things, then we will stay here for 3 months according to what she said. Goodbye. After 3 months, we will naturally send someone to send her back. Master Shu glared at Yun Chujiu. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and leave with me. Yun Chujiu blinked her eyes. It was good to go to the murderous Yuan sect for a walk. The people of the murderous Yuan sect were considered her juniors. She would just treat it as an inspection. Master Bailey saw Master Shu's intention and he was in the wrong. He could only say, Shu Lin, don't blame me for not reminding you. This little girl is not an easy person to deal with. If she gets into trouble, don't blame me. Besides, you know about her and the Divine Devil Hall. You have to protect her little life. Master Shu snorted, what can a little servant get into trouble for? As for her little life, that depends on her own ability. Master Bailey knew Master Shu quite well. He knew that even though he said so, he would still look at Yun Chujiu. Therefore, he felt that he should let Yun Chujiu cause some harm. No. It was not bad to experience the life of the Shi Yuan sect. This was because, for some reason, Master Bailey felt that the recent mess seemed to have something to do with this little girl. Chapter 2706 Online. All page, Novel Bin. Master Shu angrily left the Primordial Chaos sect with Yun Chujiu and boarded the Flying Spirit Tool. Yun Chujiu hurriedly sent a voice transmission talisman to Jin Ji and then to Dai Baiming, stating that she would go to the Primordial Murder sect to play for a few days so that they did not have to worry. Jin Ji replied very quickly. It was unknown whether Dai Baiming did not see it or was too busy to leave, so he did not reply immediately. After Yun Chujiu sent out the voice transmission talisman, she obediently hid in the corner. Eat, eat, eat. Although this guy had the juice of Guai Cow to save his life, he still felt hungry for a long time in his heart, so naturally, it was more important to fill his stomach first. Master Shu glanced at Yun Chujiu with disdain. No wonder he was a handyman in the big kitchen. So he was a good-for-nothing. He thought back to when he was in the Sky-bearing Alliance. He felt that he was quite smart. How did he become a good-for-nothing after staying in the Chaos Origin sect for half a year? The Murderous Origin sect was not too far from the Chaos Origin sect. In addition, Master Shu's flying spirit tool was quite powerful. Therefore, after 4 hours, the flying spirit tool arrived at the Murderous Origin sect. Although Master Shu was the sect master of the Murderous Origin sect, he still had to walk to the front of the mountain gate. Yun Chujiu looked at the mountain gate of the Origin Killing sect and almost burst out laughing. This was simply a copy of the mountain gate of the Origin Killing sect. It looked quite similar, but it didn't have the ancient and powerful aura of the mountain gate of the Origin Killing sect. Of course, it didn't look too bad. After all, it was a super sect that had been around for tens of thousands of years. It still had some foundation. It was possible that they didn't find the stone Pai Shu at the gate of the Murderous Yuan sect, so they had placed 2 jade-eyed stone lions there. It looked quite normal. Perhaps it was because Yun Chuju's disdain was too obvious, but the 2 jade-eyed lions actually spoke in human language. Humph. A little girl that the heavenly Tao doesn't allow actually dares to look down on us. That's right, little Chia Hao, you are not allowed to bring this smelly girl in. Master Shu was shocked and embarrassed. No matter who was at such an age, being called Little Shu by the 2 stone lions would be very awkward, all right. However, he really couldn't say anything. After all, these 2 stone lions were much older than him, at Novelban at. Since the guardian stone beasts don't like you, then you should return to the primordial chaos sect. I will send someone to send you back, Master Shu said with a stiff face. Yun Chujiu thought to herself, what a joke. They're already here, and they're going back just like that. Besides, if this news were to spread, how embarrassing would it be? Thus, this fellow said with a smile, Master Sect Leader, I reckon that these 2 stone lions have some misunderstandings about me. I will communicate with them at a close distance, and they will definitely change their views of me. As Yun Chujiu said this, she secretly held Patriarch Hongyuan's ring in her hand. She walked to the stone lion on the east side and said, what did you say just now? You don't want me to go in. Did you not wake up just now, so what you said was nonsense? Master Shu almost laughed out of anger. Did this Yun Chujiu think that this stone lion was easy to fool? If she angered them, she would not have a good ending. Unexpectedly, that stone lion trembled twice, then, it said flatteringly, yes, you're right. I wasn't awake just now and spouted nonsense. We warmly welcome you to our Shi Yuan sect. Welcome, warmly welcome. The other stone lion also said flatteringly, yes, I wasn't awake just now. Welcome, warmly welcome. Master Shu. In broad daylight, did he see a ghost? Chapter 2707 online. All page, novel bin. Yun Chujiu nodded her head in satisfaction. Master, our Shi Yuan sect stone lion is quite cute. Only then did Master Shu notice that Yun Chujiu had changed from calling him Master Shu to Master, and even our Shi Yuan sect. This little girl had changed so quickly. She was really a fence-sitter. Master Shu entered the Murderous Origin sect under the warm welcome of the 2 stone lions. He felt that it was extremely ridiculous. Even he, as the sect master, had never received such treatment before. He did not expect that this little girl who had repaid her debt would receive such treatment. Wasn't this too much of a joke? The 2 stone lions at the door were probably too old and muddle-headed. The moment Master Shu entered the Murderous Origin sect, he said to his successor disciple Leng Kui, bring Yun Chujiu to the General Affairs office and get someone to arrange for her to be a fireman in the big kitchen. Keep an eye on her. As long as her life is saved, It's fine. You don't have to care about other things. When Master Shu said this, he didn't carry Yun Chujiu behind his back. It was obvious that he was telling Yun Chujiu to stop. Yun Chujiu acted as if she didn't hear him and continued to look at Master Shu with a smile. Master Shu snorted and was about to leave with a flick of his sleeve. Unexpectedly, Yun Chujiu suddenly said with a smile, "Master, please wait a moment. Can you give me one of your voice transmission talismans? Master Bailey even gave me one. You can't be more stingy than him, right?" How could Master Shu's voice transmission talisman be given to just anyone? However, Yun Chujiu had pinpointed his weak spot, which was that he was always competing with Master Bailey. Therefore, she snorted coldly, threw a voice transmission talisman to Yun Chujiu, and then left, at Novelbanat. Yun Chujiu's eyes flashed. This was a life-saving talisman, so she had to keep it well. Leng Kui was as obedient as a grandson in front of Master Shu. However, once Master Shu left, he immediately sneered and said, "I didn't expect you to be so resourceful. You even got my master's voice transmission talisman. I'm warning you, our murderous Yuan sect is not the Hunyuan sect. If you dare to do anything, I, Leng Kui, will not forgive you. Senior brother Leng, don't worry. I will be obedient and keep the fire burning in the kitchen. I won't cause any trouble," Yun Chujiu said obediently. Leng Kui snorted coldly when he saw this. He brought Yun Chujiu and rode his sword to the General Affairs Office on the Golden Peak. The murderous Yuan sect was divided into 5 peaks: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The Golden Peak was the main peak. The General Affairs Office and the Law Enforcement Office were all located on the Golden Peak. Yun Chujiu could finally see that the murderous Yuan sect was a completely fake version of the Hunyuan sect. They were basically the same. After the two of them arrived at the General Affairs Office, the General Affairs Office was guarded by a steward surnamed Lu. When he saw Leng Kui, he was extremely flattering. Yun Chujiu cursed in her heart. It seemed that this Leng Kui was quite popular in the murderous Yuan sect. However, it was also true. As the successor disciple of the sect master, he might become the sect master in the future. Naturally, he would be very popular. Leng Kui said coldly, "This Yun Chujiu is from the Hunyuan sect. Because of some matters, she will take turns to stay in each sect for 3 months in the future. You can arrange for her to be a busboy in the big kitchen." After Leng Kui finished speaking, he did not bother with Manager Lu's questions and directly left. Manager Lu was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? This little girl will be taking turns to stay in the 2 sects in the future. She even brought this to play. Wasn't she afraid that she would leak some sect secrets? Chapter 2708 Online, All Page, Novel Bin. Yun Chujiu looked around and then whispered to Manager Lu, "Senior brother Lu, can we talk further?" Manager Lu rolled his eyes and brought Yun Chujiu to a room next door. "Senior brother Lu, there are some secrets that I shouldn't reveal, but you and I are like old friends at first sight, so I'll let you know a little more," Yun Chujiu said mysteriously. Manager Lu had always been curious about his good fortune. Now that he heard Yun Chujiu say this, he was naturally curious and asked anxiously, "Junior sister Yun, tell me quickly. What is it?" "To tell you the truth, I have been assigned an important task by the sect leader. Of course, it is not convenient for me to tell you what task it is. You can just arrange me to the big kitchen. I will handle the rest." Yun Chujiu showed a proud expression. Manager Lu was skeptical and felt that it was impossible. Why would Master Shu arrange a little girl to do an important task? Moreover, it was a small handyman who went to the big kitchen to start a fire. Yun Chujiu looked around. Then, she took out Master Shu's voice transmission talisman and shook it. "Do you see it? What is this? It is Master Shu's voice transmission talisman. Do you know why you gave me the voice transmission talisman? This is for me to report to him at any time. Although Manager Lu had never seen Master Shu's voice transmission talisman, he had heard that Master Shu's voice transmission talisman had a special mark in the lower right corner. When he looked carefully at the talisman in Yun Chuju's hand, it was really Master Shu's voice transmission talisman. Manager Lu immediately believed it 90%. His attitude towards Yun Chuju immediately became obsequious. Junior Sister Yun, I didn't expect that you would be valued so highly by the master at such a young age. Your future is boundless. Yun Chuju smiled and shook her head. Senior Brother Lu, you flatter me. I'm just helping the sect master with some matters. I'm new here. Senior Brother Lu, can you help me introduce some basic information about the murderous origin sect? Or is there anything that I need to pay special attention to? Manager Lu was looking forward to it, so he told Yun Chuju everything that he knew. Yun Chuju did not show any emotion on her face, but she was very surprised. She did not expect that although the murderous origin sect was very similar to the primordial chaos sect in many ways, the essence of this sect was completely different. The primordial chaos sect advocated unity and mutual assistance, and strictly forbade disciples from killing each other. The murderous origin sect, on the other hand, was the survival of the fittest. It did not prevent disciples from killing each other. It was just that they did not allow private fights to take place on the competition stage. Moreover, as long as one party raised a challenge, the other party did not have the right to refuse. They had to go on the competition stage, at at. According to Manager Lu, people would go to the competition stage every few days to seek revenge. It was also common for people to die. However, fortunately, the killing origin sect was well known. There were many people who came because of their reputation, so they did not take the deaths of the disciples to heart. Yun Chuju thought to herself, this killing origin sect is so brutal. However, her actual spiritual power had already reached the 5th level of the spiritual void tier. Moreover, she had absorbed the heavenly lightning before and was on the verge of breaking through again. It would not take long for her to break through again. Moreover, she still had a lot of talismans. Anyone who offended her would be courting death. Manager Lu briefly introduced some things to take note of. Then, he gave Yun Chuju a set of sect resources. Then, he sent his men to bring Yun Chuju to the kitchen to report. Yun Chuju strolled behind the disciple. The voice transmission talisman in her storage ring started to vibrate. Dai Baiming's voice came from inside. Little Ju, this venerable one will be able to reach the Shi Yuan sect tonight. Just wait for me in peace. Chapter 2709 Online. All page, novel bin. The corner of Yun Chuju's eyes twitched violently. Oh my god, she had just arrived at the origin killing sect. She had yet to figure out everything, and he was already coming. Yun Chuju thought for a moment and replied to Dai Baiming with a voice transmission talisman, Prince Charming, I just arrived at the origin killing sect today. Wait for me to settle down. You can come back tomorrow. At Novelban at. The voice transmission talisman soon began to vibrate. Dai Baiming's slightly displeased and irrefutable voice came from within. Little Ju, I think tonight will be very good. Let's call it a day. Yun Chuju almost gasped. What do you mean that's it? This little gigolo who wants to be beaten up is really going to be beaten up for 3 days. Just you wait. Yun Chuju put away the voice transmission talisman and decided to put Dai Baiming aside first and deal with the matter in front of her. The disciple in the General Affairs Department had seen Manager Lu's flattering attitude towards Yun Chuju, so his attitude towards Yun Chuju was very cordial. Junior Sister Yun, the big kitchen has always been a group of people. Either you have high spiritual power, a backing, or spiritual stones. Otherwise, you will definitely be bullied after you enter. You have to be mentally prepared. Yoon Choo-jiu nodded without batting an eyelid. Thank you very much, senior brother. I wonder if the accommodation is arranged by the big kitchen or the general affairs department. Seeing how calm Yoon Choo-jiu was, that disciple felt that this little girl was even more unfathomable. His attitude became even more fawning. Junior Sister Yoon, the accommodation is usually arranged by the big kitchen itself. However, if Junior Sister Yoon needs it, I can help Junior Sister Yoon choose a slightly better courtyard. Then I'll have to trouble you, senior brother. Help me choose a courtyard with a more remote location. It's best if there's no one living in the surrounding area. With this amount of spirit stones, buy a bag of tea and drink it. Yoon Choo-jiu said as she transferred 3,000 upper-grade spirit stones to that disciple. The reason why Yoon Choo-jiu passed 3,000 spirit stones to him was because she felt that she couldn't show off her wealth too much. Moreover, it couldn't be too little, so 3,000 was just right. Seeing that Yoon Choo-jiu was so tactful, that disciple's smile immediately became more sincere. No problem, no problem. When we arrive at the big kitchen in a while, I'll directly help you arrange a place to stay. The two of them chatted as they quickly arrived at the big kitchen at the foot of the Golden Peak Mountain. As it was noon, both the big kitchen and the dining hall in front of the big kitchen were bustling with people. It was very lively. The disciple brought Yoon Choo-jiu into the kitchen and shouted, "Steward Wang, I've brought you a handyman to light the fire." Soon, a big fat man came out from the kitchen and sized up Yoon Choo-jiu. "Oh, you're a handyman to light the fire. Are you sure?" That disciple hurriedly said, "Manager Wang, this junior sister Yoon was personally brought back by the sect master. She will return to the Chaos Origin sect after staying in our Killing Origin sect for 3 months. From now on, she will stay at one side for 3 months." Fatty Wang was stunned. What? Stay at one side for 3 months? Isn't our Killing Origin sect incompatible with the Chaos Origin sect? Why do we still have to do such a thing? This is the decision of the sect master. The reason is not clear. Oh right, Junior Sister Yoon likes peace and quiet, so I'll have to trouble Manager Wang to give Junior Sister Yoon the dormitory at the end, said the disciple with a smile. Although Fatty Wang was the manager of the big kitchen, many things had to be done in the miscellaneous department. Therefore, he had to please that disciple. Sure enough, Fatty Wang said with a smile, "What trouble is this?" "It's nothing. Thank you for your hard work, Junior Brother G." That disciple chatted with Fatty Wang for a while more, then turned around and left. Chapter 2710 Online. All page, Novel Bin. After the disciple left, Fatty Wang sized up Yoon Choo-jiu and said, "Do you know the rules?" Yoon Choo-jiu asked in confusion, "Rules? What rules? Are they the rules of the Shi Yuan sect?" Fatty Wang curled his lips. "I'm talking about the rules of our big kitchen. Any newbie who enters, there are 2 ways. The first way is to obediently give the newcomer fee, and the second way is to give the newcomer fee after being beaten up. Which one do you choose?" Yoon Choo-jiu's eyes flickered. Was she concealing her strength or acting recklessly? Yoon Choo-jiu thought of the days when she had to wake up early in the Chaos Origin sect's big kitchen and immediately crossed out the path of concealing her strength. Damn it, her strength was more than enough to take care of this group of handymen. Why did she have to pretend to be a grandson? Hence, the corners of Yoon Choo-jiu's mouth curled up. "Manager Wang, I'm really sorry. I don't want to choose either path." Fatty Wang thought that Yoon Choo-jiu, a little girl who had just arrived, would definitely obediently pay the money. Hence, he pursed his lips and planned to collect the money. He did not expect Yoon Choo-jiu to actually say such a thing. Fatty Wang was first stunned, then he said angrily out of embarrassment, "Little girl, Don't you know the rules of our Killing Origin sect? Our Killing Origin sect is not like the Chaos Origin sect. If you don't follow the rules, you can go up to the competition stage at any time and kill you. Yoon Choo-jiu sneered. Isn't it just going up to the competition stage? What's so great about it? Why do you want to go up to the competition stage with me? Fatty Wang felt that there was something wrong with his ears. A little girl at the 6th layer of the spiritual profound realm actually dared to provoke him. Was this little girl's brain damaged? Although the people in the big kitchen were busy with their own matters, they all pricked up their ears to pay attention to the situation here. Now that they saw Yoon Choo-jiu's unyielding attitude, they could not help but stop the work in their hands and look at Yoon Choo-jiu and Fatty Wang. Fatty Wang suddenly felt a little embarrassed. However, when he recalled the attitude of the disciple of the General Affairs Department towards Yoon Choo-jiu just now, he felt a little uncertain. Could it be that she had someone backing her? It was better to wait and see first. Anyway, there were many people who would find trouble with her. He just needed to watch coldly from the side. Thinking of this, Fatty Wang snorted coldly. Forget it. Since you're young, I won't argue with you. He Sheng, come here for a while. I'll leave this handyman to you. Take good care of her. At Novelbanat. A middle-aged man with a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks ran over. He naturally understood what Fatty Wang meant by taking care of her. He pursed his lips and said to Yoon Choo-jiu, I'll leave the 5 stoves in the south to you. If you delay the cooking, you'll suffer. Yoon Choo-jiu was not stupid. The south was under direct sunlight, and the temperature of the stoves was the worst. Moreover, there were only 10 stoves in the big kitchen, and she was asked to be in charge of 5 stoves. This was clearly bullying. Yoon Choo-jiu raised her eyebrows. I think that stove is not bad. I will be in charge of that from now on. If you have any objections, let's go up to the competition stage. He Sheng looked at the stove that Yoon Choo-jiu pointed at, and he was so angry that his nose almost went crooked. That stove was an abandoned stove. It had been a long time since anyone had used it. How could someone be in charge of such a stove? He Sheng said exasperatedly, what do you mean? Do you want to rebel? Either accept the mission or get lost. Get lost. But the sect leader asked me to come to the kitchen to light the fire. How dare you disobey the sect leader's orders? Besides, I'm warning you, I'm under the sect leader's protection. You all better be careful. Trying to extort my spirit stones. Trying to bully me. Dream on. I'll be in charge of that stove in the future. If anyone has any objections, I'll accept the challenge at any time. Isn't it just going to be a competition? Beating one to death will make one less. Steward Wang, give me the dormitory jade medallion. I'm too tired from traveling. I need to take a nap. Chapter 2711 Online. All page, novel bin. Fatty Wang and the people in the big kitchen were all dumbstruck. This was the first time they had seen such an arrogant newcomer. Was she really confident or was she just bluffing? Fatty Wang couldn't figure out Yoon Choo-jiu's background at the moment, so he decided not to offend her first. It wouldn't be too late to settle the score after he found out the truth. Therefore, Fatty Wang handed the dormitory jade token to Yoon Choo-jiu and said a few polite words. It was only because she was young and new to this place that he did not care about Yoon. Yoon Choo-jiu could not be bothered with him. Her eyes scanned the kitchen and finally walked to the dining table. She picked a few dishes that she liked and put them into her storage ring. Then, she swaggered out of the kitchen. Fatty Wang almost fainted from anger. Novelbanat. He took a deep breath and did not bother to eat any more. He rushed to the General Affairs Department. He had already thought it through. He would first go to the General Affairs Department's manager Lu to find out the truth. It would be fine if this wretched girl had a backer. If she did not, she would have a good ending. Fatty Wang went to the General Affairs Department. After seeing Manager Lu, he asked about Yun Chujiu. Manager Lu usually had a good relationship with Fatty Wang, therefore, he said ambiguously, "Anyway, your big kitchen is not short of people. If she doesn't work, then she doesn't work. Besides, she will return to the primordial chaos sect in 3 months. Why do you have to be so serious with her?" Fatty Wang was not stupid. Once he heard that there was something fishy going on, he decided in his heart to not provoke that little girl. She probably had a big background. Yun Chujiu did not know that the secret chess piece that she had set up had already worked. This fellow was cleaning the courtyard. After she left the big kitchen, she found a random person and asked around. She found her courtyard. Although the courtyard was a little small and a little broken, it was still okay to clean it up. The key was that this place was close to the back of the mountain. It was very quiet. If the gigolo was a demon, it could also be within the control range. It would not cause too much trouble. Yun Chujiu worked hard for a while and finally cleaned up the house. She also set up swings and stone tables in the courtyard. Instantly, the small courtyard became lively. Everything was ready. Now, they were just waiting for the gigolo to arrive. Yun Chujiu recalled the arrogant tone of Dai Biming in the voice transmission talisman. She immediately became angry. She had to think of a way to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, he would really fly into the sky. The sky gradually darkened. Yun Chujiu guessed that Dai Biming would be here soon. This guy made some chili noodles to make his eyes red. Then, he laid under the blanket and waited for the fish to take the bait. Unfortunately, the fish did not come after a long time. She covered her body with sweat and was so angry that she was twitching. Just when this guy was about to send a voice transmission talisman to Dai Biming, the door was pushed open. Under the moonlight, a certain person with a halo walked in. Yun Chujiu saw that a certain person was still dressed in white, and the corner of her mouth twitched speechlessly. Sneaking into the murderous Yuan sect in the middle of the night, he was actually dressed in eye-catching white clothes. "You're really awesome." Yun Chujiu hid her head under the blanket and ignored Dai Biming. Dai Biming originally thought that his little wife would greet him with a bright smile. Who would have thought that he would only see a cocoon wrapped in the blanket? How could a certain Jew who was arrogant and overbearing be able to stand this? She immediately snorted in displeasure. "Little Jew, what are you doing? Can't you see that I'm here? Why aren't you here to help me clean my face?" Quote. A certain Jew who was wrapped in the blanket cursed silently, "Clean your head." Fortunately, she had foresight. Otherwise, this gigolo might have tortured her. Chapter 2712 Online. All page, Novel Bin. Dai Biming saw that Yun Chujiu still did not say anything, and his expression became even more displeased. "Little Jew, didn't you hear what I said? If you don't come over now, I will be angry." Angry. It would be better if he was angered to the point of fainting. Arrogant. A certain Jew secretly ridiculed under the blanket. If she did not make the pretty boy obedient today, her name would not be Yun Chujiu. Dai Biming saw that Yun Chujiu still did not move. He walked to the bed with a cold face and used his hand to lift up Yun Chujiu's blanket. "Black thing, you are getting more and more daring." Dai Biming's words stopped abruptly because when he saw Yun Chujiu under the blanket, her eyes were as red as a rabbit's and her face was full of tears. He immediately panicked. "Little Jew, what happened to you? Who bullied you? Tell me, I'll help you kill him." Yun Chujiu did not speak. She only shed tears silently. Moreover, she was sobbing. Her appearance was so pitiful. Dai Biming's heart was about to break. "Little Jew, you really worried me to death. Say something. Who provoked you? Dai Biming hugged Yun Chujiu and was so anxious that he wanted to hit the wall. Yun Chujiu wiped her tears on Dai Biming's body and sobbed, "No one bullied me, I was the one who was sad. I'm really useless. Sob sob, I feel that there's no meaning in living anymore." Dai Biming's heart ached. He knew that Yun Chujiu's character was very tenacious. If she did not meet with some big trouble, she would not be like this. What exactly happened? Could it be that something happened to Guai Kao again? Or did something bad happen? Little Jew, you, don't cry first. What exactly happened? Don't worry. As long as you say it, I will definitely help you solve it. Even if it can't be solved, let's discuss it properly. There will definitely be a way. Didn't you say that people should move on? What's going on? Say something. Dai Biming was so anxious that his forehead was covered in sweat. However, Yun Chujiu just cried and did not speak. A certain Jew felt that even if she was slashed a few times, it would still feel much better than this. It was simply too torturous. A certain Jew saw through the gap between her fingers that a certain Jew was about to go berserk. Only then did she sob and say, "Prince Charming, you don't have to care about me. I know that my worries are unnecessary. You won't listen to me even if I speak. Just let me be sad. Anyway, my little heart is already riddled with holes. Sob sob, my heart hurts so much." A certain Jew was still clutching her chest as she spoke, looking heartbroken. Dai Biming did not have the time to analyze what Yun Chujiu was talking about. When he saw Yun Chujiu clutching her chest, he quickly removed Yun Chujiu's hand. He gently helped Yun Chujiu rub her chest as he asked, "Are you feeling better? Does it still hurt?" A certain Jew was still pretending to groan at the beginning, but her face quickly turned red. What the f***ck? Where was this shameless gigolo rubbing? A certain Jew also realized that the touch of her hand was not bad. Although it was only a small bump, it was completely different from the hardness and softness of a man's chest. She simply could not put it down. A certain Jew felt that there was a ball of fire burning in her lower abdomen. She wanted to tear the little thing in front of her apart and eat it immediately. A certain Jew's eyes became deeper and deeper. She bent down and prepared to kiss a certain Jew's lips. At Novelbanatat. A certain Jew dodged shyly. A certain Jew's lips kissed a certain Jew's cheek, and she couldn't help but lick a certain Jew's tears. A certain Jew was stunned. Shouldn't tears be salty? Why were Mao Xiao Jew's tears spicy? Chapter 2713 online. All page, novel bin. A certain Jew's memory flashed through his mind. She had a criminal record. Bai Lian Ju did not know that the truth had been exposed. She continued to grumble, "Don't worry about me. Just let me live and die on my own. Anyway, you don't listen to me. What's the point of me living?" Quote. Dai Biming gritted his teeth and stood up. He said coldly, "Chili noodles. Do you think I'm an idiot? I was worried about your safety. I put down what I was doing and traveled day and night to see you. You actually used chili noodles to fool me. Little Jew, you've really disappointed me." After Dai Biming finished speaking, he clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were slightly red. It was unknown whether he was angry or sad. At Novelbanatat. Yun Chujiu's head buzzed. Oh no, she was exposed. Before this guy could think of a way to fix it, Dai Biming flicked his sleeves and actually turned around to leave the house. When Yun Chujiu chased out of the house, she only saw an afterimage. This guy looked like he had nothing to live for. Was this the kind of situation where he made a fool of himself? If she had known earlier, she would not have used the props. She could still cry. This fellow pursed his lips and returned to the room. He took out a voice transmission talisman and said, "Prince Charming, I was wrong. Prince Charming, I did this for a reason. Don't you want to know the reason? Prince Charming, in order to express my apology, I'll sing you a song. Come back quickly and bring back my thoughts. Don't let my heart be empty like the sea. Unfortunately, the voice transmission talisman that was sent out was like mud sinking into the sea. Dai Biming completely ignored her. The feeling of guilt that this fellow originally had instantly turned into embarrassment and anger. This gigolo was becoming more and more stingy. Wasn't it just a harmless joke? Was there a need to be so angry? If he didn't come back, he would just poop. He just couldn't be bothered to look at his face that deserved a beating. Go to sleep. This guy randomly wiped his face and didn't take off his clothes. He lay on the bed and counted the sheep. As he counted, the sheep turned into a pretty boy. He could only count the pretty boy, one pretty boy, and two pretty boys. After an unknown amount of time, he finally fell asleep in a daze. What this guy didn't know was that a certain someone was squatting on a mountain with a voice transmission talisman in his hand, waiting for news. He had planned to come back when he heard Yun Chujiu singing. However, he felt a little embarrassed, so he made up his mind. As long as Yun Chujiu said something nice, he would go back. He didn't expect that there would be no end to it. A certain Jew was so angry. If it was someone else, who would dare to tease him like this? He would have been killed long ago. Unfortunately, he couldn't bear to make a move on a certain Jew. He could only stay on the mountain in the cold wind, feeling inexplicably sad. Finally, a certain Jew stood up and wanted to go back, but he felt a little embarrassed, so he hesitated and the sun rose. Hei Shinjiu did not sleep well the whole night. She opened her eyes early and used her spiritual sense to scan the sound transmission talisman in her storage ring. Seeing that Dai Biming still ignored her, she felt a ball of fire in her heart and wanted to find someone to beat her up. A certain Jew who woke up in a fit of anger and had a broken heart syndrome, washed her face and went to the kitchen with a listless head. This fellow did not intend to come to work, but when he thought of Dai Biming from time to time in the dormitory, he felt uncomfortable. Therefore, he might as well find something to do to distract his attention. Yun Chujiu had just entered the kitchen and immediately attracted the gazes of the people inside. Some were disdainful, some were jealous, and some were indignant. However, because Fatty Wang did not express his stance, no one dared to find fault with her. Chapter 2714 Online, All Page, Novel Bin. Fatty Wang had made up his mind after asking around yesterday. Naturally, he would not provoke Yun Chujiu to avoid getting into trouble, at Novelbin at. However, he would not stop others if they wanted to teach Yun Chujiu a lesson. That little girl was too arrogant, so he should get someone to teach her a lesson. Yun Chujiu ignored everyone's gazes and walked to the stove that she was in charge of. She took out a small stool and sat on it, supporting her cheeks as she watched everyone work. One could imagine how stifled everyone was. Are you here to work or to supervise? He Sheng, who was in charge of the stove, glanced at Fatty Wang. When he saw that Fatty Wang did not say anything, he knew that he would not interfere. Thus, he threw the fire stick in his hand to Yun Chujiu's feet. Yun Chujiu, the 5 stoves in the south are all under your responsibility. What are you doing sitting here? Hurry up and start the fire. Yun Chujiu had a bellyful of anger from waking up and the resentment from being heartbroken. She immediately found an outlet to vent her anger. This guy picked up the fire stick and whipped at He Sheng. Burn your head. I said yesterday that I am only in charge of this stove. Are you deaf, or have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Quote. He Sheng never thought that Yun Chujiu would attack him at the slightest disagreement. After being whipped a few times, he finally reacted and reached out to grab the fire stick in Yun Chujiu's hand. How could Yun Chujiu let him grab it? The fire stick in her hand continued to hit He Sheng like raindrops. He Sheng was afraid of the sect rules, so he did not dare to use his spiritual power. He could only hide in a sorry state. Fatty Wang and the others were dumbfounded. They felt that the people of the murderous Yuan sect were cruel enough, but they would not go so far as to beat him up at the slightest disagreement. Was this little girl extremely bold, or did she not know the rules of the murderous Yuan sect? He Sheng finally ran behind Fatty Wang. "Manager Wang, help, help." Fatty Wang curled his lips in disdain. He felt that He Sheng was really useless. He was actually forced into such a sorry state by a little girl at the 6th level of the Ling Xuan realm. Therefore, he stretched out his hand to grab the fire stick in Yun Chuju's hand. Firstly, he really wanted to stop Yun Chuju from committing murder. Secondly, he also wanted to show off his ability. Yun Chuju's eyes flickered. The fire stick in her hand was easily grabbed by Fatty Wang. Fatty Wang wanted to dodge the fire stick, but he pulled and did not move it. Fatty Wang gritted his teeth and pulled again, but he still did not move it. Fatty Wang's face turned red and he pulled again. Yes, he moved it. Then, he fell on all fours and even pressed He Sheng under his body. So, He Xinjiu had let go. Fatty Wang's fat body pressed on He Sheng's body, almost breaking He Sheng's ribs. He was screaming in pain. Fatty Wang climbed up in a sorry state and pointed at Yun Chujiu angrily. Are you rebelling?" Yun Chujiu curled her lips. "Didn't you want a fire stick? Is there anything wrong with me letting go? What? You want to fight? Then let's go to the competition stage. And you guys, if there's one, then there's one. Whoever isn't convinced, feel free to challenge us. Let's go to the competition stage and see who's stronger." Everyone was so angry that they were snorting. What did they mean by, "If there's one, then there's one"? They weren't pigs. However, something was definitely wrong. This little girl's spiritual power was so low, and she actually took the initiative to provoke the competition stage. There must be something wrong with it. It was better to wait and see. They couldn't be impulsive. Fatty Wang thought of Manager Lu's ambiguous words and could only suppress his anger. He glared at Yun Chujiu and turned to leave. Chapter 2715 Online. All page, Novel Bin. He Sheng had the intention to take revenge, but when he saw that Fatty Wang had nothing else to say, he had no choice but to endure it first and curse a few words at the servants who were setting the fire. Yun Chujiu took the fire stick and returned to her seat. She sat on the small stool and continued to daydream. After a while, the fragrance of the food began to spread. Yun Chujiu stretched her neck and shouted, "He Sheng, get me some breakfast, I'm hungry." He Sheng almost choked. "Are you shameless? It's fine if you don't work, but you even ordered him to get her breakfast. Who does she think she is?" He Sheng was about to say a few words against Yun Chujiu when he saw the fire stick in Yun Chujiu's hand. He had no choice but to let a handyman prepare it for Yun Chujiu. "That little guy, I don't want to eat the flour rolls. Pick up a few meat buns for me. Don't want that spiritual rice porridge. Get me a bowl of that mixed grain porridge." A certain Jew sat on the small pony and was picky. The people in the big kitchen were extremely popular. How was this a handyman? This was seeking ancestor. It had to be said that they knew the truth. This person was truly an ancestor, at a nobleman at. Thus, on one side, the people in the big kitchen were extremely busy. On the other side, a certain Jew was sitting on a small stool and eating her breakfast leisurely. Sigh. This person, if he was in a bad mood, nothing would taste good. It was unknown if the pretty boy really left in a fit of anger. What a stingy person. After eating a little, a certain Jew decided to go out for a walk. This fellow drew a circle with the fire stick around the small pony and then said, "If anyone steps into my circle, I'll come back and break their legs. Do you hear me?" Everyone either lowered their heads in silence or pretended not to hear him, but no one dared to refute him. Yoon Choo-jiu nodded in satisfaction. On this point, the murderous origin sect was much better than the mixed origin sect. Anyone who disliked them could be killed directly. There were not so many rules and restrictions. Yoon Choo-jiu threw the fire stick on the ground and turned around to leave the kitchen. This guy decided to familiarize himself with the terrain first. After all, he would have to come here often in the future. It was better to be prepared. Therefore, this guy walked halfway up the Golden Peak. Since the Golden Peak was the main peak, he would start from the Golden Peak. Yoon Choo-jiu strolled around for a day. In the evening, she returned to the kitchen and saw that her small horse was safe and sound. The corner of her mouth curled up. Sure enough, fists were the real reason. This fellow picked up the dishes that she liked and put them into her storage ring. Then, she strolled back to the dormitory. As soon as she pushed open the courtyard door, she saw a certain Jew staring at her with a dead fish's eyes sitting beside the stone table. A certain Jew instantly smiled like a flower and pounced over. "Idol, my dear idol, I knew you wouldn't be really angry." Dai Biming had the intention to push Yoon Choo-jiu away, but his body was more honest than his brain. When he reacted, he had already hugged a certain Jew who was pouncing over. Yoon Choo-jiu rubbed against Dai Biming's chest. "My idol, I was wrong. I shouldn't have used the chili to deceive you, but I'm really sad. I only used the chili to make it more effective." Dai Biming snorted and pushed Yoon Choo-jiu away. Lying is lying. There aren't that many reasons. Yoon Choo-jiu blinked her eyes and threw herself into Dai Biming's arms again. She hugged Dai Biming's neck, she smiled and said, "Then I admit that I'm wrong, okay? I won't lie to you next time. I'm just worried about you. Don't be angry, okay?" This guy felt that it was okay to act coquettishly with his loved ones. He didn't even care if he was shameless. As long as he was thick-skinned and arrogant, he would become a little girl. Chapter 2716 online. All page, novel bin. HMPH. You're worried about me. Are you trying to anger me to death? A certain Jew had intended to be cruel to the end, but she had lost all her imposing manner after being hugged and hugged by a certain Jew. Her words sounded a little arrogant. "Prince Charming, I'm really worried about you. Didn't I tell you last time? I told you to keep a low profile and not be too arrogant, but not only did you not change, you even became worse. Do you think I wouldn't be worried? To put it bluntly, if anything were to happen to you, I would have to remarry. How troublesome." Dai Biming's anger had mostly subsided, but when he heard Yoon Choo-jiu's words, he immediately exploded. You, let me tell you. Black thing, you were born to be my person, and you are my ghost. In this life, in the next life, you can never find another man. My Prince Charming, although your words are quite domineering. But if you die, you can't control me. I will marry whoever I want." Dai Biming was so angry that the cold air emitted from his body, and the tree next to the stone table instantly withered. Because, no matter how angry he was, he could not bear to hurt Yoon Choo-jiu, so the tree was unlucky. At Novelban at. Yoon Choo-jiu looked at the tree that had turned into a withered tree and shrunk her neck. She quickly added, "Prince Charming, I was just speaking in anger. My main thought is that you have to be careful when you do things. Otherwise, I will be very worried about you." HMPH. Dai Biming snorted and ignored Yoon Choo-jiu. However, the cold air around him had weakened a lot. "Prince Charming, besides, even if I want to find someone else, who in the world can compare to you? There's a saying that goes, once the ocean is troubled by water. With you in front of me, the other men are all broken bricks and tiles in my eyes. Yoon Choo-jiu said with sparkling eyes. Dai Biming thought about it and agreed. Who in the world could compare to the real me? The black thing simply wouldn't take a fancy to other people. Yoon Choo-jiu saw that Dai Biming's expression had eased up. She quickly continued to say, love is deep and heavy. Everything I do is because I love you. Prince Charming, my love for you is even more real than a pearl, deeper than the ocean. Don't be angry. Xiao Hainiao inside the spirit beast bag almost vomited. Damn, this black-hearted master is really thick-skinned. He could even say such sweet words. Just as Xiao Hainiao was about to listen again, Yoon Choo-jiu cut off the spiritual sense connection. Xiao Hainiao could not hear any more, so he jumped in the spirit beast pouch anxiously. Dai Biming was even more narcissistic and arrogant than before. He did not think that Yoon Choo-jiu's words were mushy. He felt that Yoon Choo-jiu was telling the truth. She should love him so much. Forget it. I'll let you off this time. If you do it again, HMPH. Yoon Choo-jiu could hear the threat and arrogance in the last, HMPH. She cursed in her heart. Gigolo, there's still a long way to go. We'll see. Prince Charming, have you had dinner? Let's eat together, Yoon Choo-jiu said with a smile. Yes. The sad one was not only not eating dinner, but also breakfast and lunch. He was so angry that he finally made up his mind to wait for Yoon Choo-jiu in the courtyard. How could he still want to eat? Prince Charming, come, try this. Isn't it delicious? Prince Charming, this tastes good too. I'll give it to you. Dai Biming's anger disappeared in a puff of smoke. Little Ju still cared about him a lot, so he could only reluctantly forgive her. Chapter 2717 online. All page, novel bin. Aya. My hand. A certain Jew exclaimed. Dai Biming was shocked. What's wrong? A certain Jew pouted. I wanted to help you peel a shrimp, but I pricked my hand. It hurts so much. A certain Jew was heartbroken and shouted, I have my own hand, why do I need you to peel it? Eat your own food. A certain Jew nodded and said weakly, but, I also want to eat it myself. I'll peel it for you. You're so clumsy, you can hurt your hand even if you peel a prawn, Dai Biming said while peeling the prawn shell. Hei Shinjiu gave herself a 360-degree thumbs up in her heart. To deal with such a sunder, she had to outsmart him. In order to show off, this guy deliberately restored the spiritual sense of Xiao Hainiao and then showed off. Xiao Hei, look, this is what you call ability. No matter how arrogant the gigolo was, he still had to obediently peel the shrimp shells for me, right? Moreover, he was willing to do it. If you don't believe me, then let's give it a try. Prince Charming, let me do it myself. Hei Shinjiu said weakly. Shut up. Just wait and eat, a certain lord shouted while fighting with the shrimp shells. Xiao Hainiao was full of admiration. Evil people will be tortured by evil people. The gigolo, this big bad star, deserved to be taught a lesson by the master of the black heart. Thinking back to the past, this black-hearted master almost threw me to my death. Dai Biming did not know that his master and pet were secretly using him as a pastime. They helped Yoon Choo-jiu to peel a plate of prawns and placed them in front of Yoon Choo-jiu. Here, eat. Yoon Choo-jiu's eyes sparkled. Prince Charming, you can even peel prawns so perfectly. You are indeed my Prince Charming. At Nobleban at. Although Dai Biming tried his best to endure it, the corner of his mouth still betrayed his current mood. He wished that there was another basin of shrimp in front of him so that he could show off his skills. He glanced at the table. There were no more shrimp, but there was a plate of fish. Thus, a certain god began to fight with the fish bones. The little black bird could no longer express its admiration for Hei Shinjiu with words. Let alone the seal being broken, even if this pretty boy was allowed to live 10 more times, he would not be able to escape from the hands of the master of the Xiao Hainiao. Initially, he had wanted to make a big fuss to interrogate Hei Shinjiu, but now, he was peeling shrimp shells and picking fish bones. It was the complete opposite. All right. During dinner, Hei Shinjiu had already resolved all of Dai Baiming's anger. However, Dai Baiming did not notice it at all. A certain Jew was completely devoted to him and loved him dearly. After dinner, the two of them sat in the courtyard and chatted. As they chatted, Dai Baiming frowned. Someone is here. I'll go and kill him so as not to disturb our conversation. Yun Chujiu. Oh my God. Is it really all right for you to kill someone just because of a disagreement? At this moment, the voice of the disciple surnamed Ji from the Miscellaneous Affairs Department came from the courtyard. Junior Sister Yun, are you in there? I have something to ask you. Yun Chujiu persuaded Dai Baiming to enter the house. Then, she put the teapot and teacups on the table into her storage ring. Only then did she put away the isolation array and opened the courtyard door. Senior Brother Ji, please come in. Do you have something to ask me? Yun Chujiu asked politely. The disciple surnamed Ji motioned for Yun Chujiu to close the door. Then, he said in a low voice, this afternoon, Senior Brother Leng Kui went to the General Affairs Department to do some work. Then, Manager Lu asked about you. Senior Brother Leng Kui told Manager Lu the truth. For some reason, Manager Lu's expression was very ugly. Then, in the evening, he called Fatty Wang into his room. I don't know what he said, but I only heard them mention your name occasionally. You have to be careful. Chapter 2718 online. All page, novel bin. Yun Chujiu rolled her eyes. Of course, she knew why Manager Lu was unhappy. He must have felt that she had fooled him and then signaled Fatty Wang to find trouble with her. She originally thought that Leng Kui would not go to the General Affairs Office for a while. She did not expect him to go today. It could only be said that his luck was too bad. Of course, this bad luck did not refer to her, but to Fatty Wang. It was a good opportunity to use Fatty Wang as an example. She finally understood that if she wanted to gain a foothold in the primordial murder sect, she would have to be ruthless if she didn't have a backer. It would be exposed sooner or later, so she didn't plan on fooling Manager Lu for long. Moreover, she had Master Shu as her amulet. As long as it wasn't too serious, it wouldn't be a problem. Yun Chujiu thanked the disciple surnamed Ji and gave him 5,000 upper-grade spirit stones. The two sides understood each other and the disciple surnamed Ji left with satisfaction. Humph. What Senior Brother Ji? Senior Brother Dog, who is he? Dai Baiming asked with a cold face. Yun Chujiu briefly explained the matter and then said, Prince Charming, I think the Killing Origin sect is much more fun than the Chaos Origin sect. If I see anyone who is not pleasing to the eye, I will let him go on the competition stage and kill him. Dai Baiming was still very appreciative of Yun Chujiu's domineering tone. He nodded. That's right. If you don't like him, kill him. Oh right, the jade token I gave you last time has been destroyed, right? I got another one. Here, I'll give it to you. I'll also give you the defensive spirit tools in this storage ring. Dai Baiming handed Yun Chujiu a storage ring. Yun Chujiu used her divine sense to look inside and saw that there were hundreds of defensive spirit tools in addition to the defensive jade token of an immortal tool. Prince Charming, where did you get so many defensive spirit items? Yun Chujiu asked in surprise. It's from the enemy. There will be more in the future. You can use them as you like. A certain Jew subconsciously straightened her back, looking like she was asking for praise. at. A certain Jew was very tactful. She immediately said sweet words. A certain Jew was being tricked to the point that she was going to fly into the sky. Little Jew, if you don't like anyone and you can beat them, then you can die. If you can't beat them, then remember this. When I come, I will help you kill them. Where is that fatty who was in charge? I will help you kill him now. A certain someone was addicted to being praised. He felt that he had to do something good again. Yoon Choo-jiu was touched and speechless. She shook her head. They are just clowns. I can handle them. Prince Charming, let me tell you about what happened recently. Help me analyze it. Yoon Choo-jiu told Dai Biming about what happened recently. When she mentioned that she had obtained many corpses of ancient cultivators in the Asura prison, Dai Biming interrupted her. Little Jew, I remember that you had collected a lot of remnant souls in the ancient sword tomb. Even if the corpses of those ancient cultivators were not theirs, they were still the best carriers for them to possess. Yoon Choo-jiu slapped her thigh. She was really mystified by the situation. She had not even thought of this. It seemed that good deeds were rewarded. She had originally planned to bury these corpses properly, but there were too many things to do recently. She had not had the time to do it yet. Although Yoon Choo-jiu wanted to test it out immediately, the remnant souls would be damaged once they came out. Moreover, the Killing Origin sect was not a suitable place, so she could only try it again in the future when she had the chance. Yoon Choo-jiu continued to talk about the mermaid man. Prince Charming, what do you think Brother Mermaid told me to be careful of? Is it blue, south, or something else? (1719) online. All page, novel bin. Dai Biming frowned when he heard the name, Big Brother Mermaid. When he heard the word, Lan, a thought flashed across his mind. Little Jew, I think that mermaid was talking about Lan. Lan Luochen, who was previously in the Tian Yuan continent, has disappeared. If you meet him in the future, don't bother with him. One look and you can tell that he is not a good person. Yoon Choo-jiu looked at Dai Biming speechlessly. She thought to herself, are you sure you are helping her with her analysis and not suppressing her imaginary enemy? Dai Biming coughed a little guiltily and said, I am not targeting him. Don't you think it said Lan? Other than the surname, what else could it be? Quote. Yoon Choo-jiu did not expose Dai Biming's narrow-mindedness and said perfunctorily, okay, I'll remember it. If I really meet him, I'll try my best to avoid him. Dai Biming reminded her a few more times. Yoon Choo-jiu really wanted to ask, what happened to being arrogant and arrogant? How did he become a chatterbox now? At Novelban at. Dai Biming changed the topic and said, Little Jew, I'm going out to do something tomorrow. I'll come back to see you in a few days. If anyone bullies you, I'll come back and teach them a lesson. You mean you're not going back first? You're just taking care of something nearby? Dai Biming nodded. I'm going to pick something up. I'll be back in a month or half a month at most. Yoon Choo-jiu was very tactful. She did not ask further. She only told Dai Biming to be careful. That night, Dai Biming left the murderous Yuan sect. Since they would meet again soon, Yoon Choo-jiu was not too sad. This guy slept until the sun was high in the sky. He stretched his body and was about to get up when he heard the sound of the door being slammed. Yoon Choo-jiu, hurry up and get to work, or else I'll sue you to the law enforcement office. Yoon Choo-jiu sneered in her heart when she heard He Sheng's voice. He Sheng was really stupid. He was probably being used as a gun by Fatty Wang. What are you shouting for? Sue whoever you want. Get lost. Yoon Choo-jiu shouted impatiently. He Sheng, who was standing at the entrance of the courtyard, was about to explode with anger. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Good. Good. Yun Chujiu, you forced me to do this. I officially issue a challenge to you. Let's meet at the competition stage in the afternoon." "Good. Then you should hurry and enjoy the remaining few hours, because you are going to die soon," Yun Chujiu said indifferently. It was good to go to the competition stage. It just so happened that she wanted to see the Killing Yuan sect's competition stage. She reckoned that she would go up from time to time in the future. It was necessary to familiarize herself with it first. He Sheng was so angry that he did not know what to say. He gritted his teeth and left. After Yun Chujiu washed up, she sauntered to the big kitchen and pointed at a handyman. "Help me get some food. I'm starving." The handyman did not move. Instead, he stole a glance at Fatty Wang. Fatty Wang snorted coldly. "Yun Chujiu, it's already past breakfast time. Moreover, what right do you have to let other handymen serve you? Who do you think you are?" Exclamation mark quote. The corners of Yun Chujiu's mouth curled up. "If I kill you, will my words be more forceful in this big kitchen?" Fatty Wang did not understand Yun Chujiu's meaning for a moment. He asked with some confusion, "What do you mean?" Yun Chujiu said coldly, "What I mean is, if I kill you, will no one in the big kitchen dare to disobey me? Isn't He Sheng going to the competition stage with me in the afternoon? It's good that you're going too. I'll kill you after I kill him, so that there won't be people jumping around in front of me all day. I'll be annoyed." Chapter 2720 Online. All page, Novel Bin. The kitchen was dead silent. Everyone thought that Yun Chujiu was most likely crazy. At Novelbin at. A level 6 spiritual mystic realm cultivator was actually so rampant. She was courting death. Not to mention Fatty Wang, who was at level 5 of the spiritual void realm. She couldn't even defeat He Sheng, who was at level 3 of the spiritual void realm. Fatty Wang snorted coldly. "Yun Chujiu, do you think that your lies haven't been seen through? Is that why you're here scaring people? Let me tell you, He Sheng has already handed over the challenge token to the competition stage. You're dead meat today. I'm too lazy to waste my breath on idiots like you. Are you going to give me food or not? If you don't, I'll burn this big kitchen to the ground. I won't be able to recover, and none of you can think of anything good." Hei Shinjiu said shamelessly. Everyone was so angry that they were about to faint. They had seen rascals before, but they had never seen such rascals. What was the sect leader thinking? How could he bring back such a disaster? Fatty Wang thought to himself that Yun Chujiu would be dealt with in the afternoon anyway, so there was no need to lower himself to her level now. Hence, he gave the handyman a look, and the handyman followed Yun Chujiu's request and prepared some food for her. Yun Chujiu sat on the small pony and said as she ate, "Which one of you has borrowed Fatty Wang and He Shunkian? Hurry up and ask for it. Otherwise, if they die in the afternoon, you won't have anywhere to ask for money." Fatty Wang was so angry that he was twitching. Originally, this little girl at least called him Manager Wang, but now, she actually became Fatty Wang. Moreover, where did she get her confidence from? The person who died must be her. After Yun Chujiu finished eating, she walked out of the big kitchen with her hands behind her back and strolled to the competition stage. Because people from the Killing Origin sect would go to the competition stage every 3 days, there were special people managing the competition stage. When the disciple on duty saw Yun Chujiu, he asked, "Junior sister, are you going to issue a challenge order?" Yun Chujiu shook her head. "Which senior brother or elder is in charge here? I have something important to see you about." Just as the disciple on duty was hesitating whether he should say it or not, a fat old man walked out of the room. "I am the person in charge of the competition stage. Little girl, why are you looking for me?" "This junior sister, this is Elder Chi. The disciple on duty reminded her from the side. Yun Chujiu nodded. Elder Qi, may I have a word with you? Elder Qi glanced at Yun Chujiu suspiciously. Although he did not think that Yun Chujiu would have any important matters, there was nothing to worry about. It was fine to listen to her. When the two of them entered the room, Yun Chujiu lowered her voice and kissed him. Elder Qi's expression changed from a casual expression to a serious one. Then, his eyes lit up and he finally laughed out loud. All right, we'll do as you say. Deal. After Yun Chujiu left the competition stage with a smile, He Sheng received a message from the competition stage. As the formation of the competition stage needed to be maintained, the competition between him and Yun Chujiu was moved to the afternoon of the next day. Although He Sheng complained a little, he didn't take it to heart. He didn't mind this one day. Sooner or later, he would be able to take care of that wretched girl. Unexpectedly, a piece of news was quickly spread in the Killing Origin sect. The competition stage introduced a new business. Every time someone went up the competition stage, everyone could place a bet. The winner would allocate the loser's gambling capital according to the amount of the bet. Of course, the competition stage could not be wasted. For every bet, the competition stage would take a 1% bonus. In order to prevent the competition stage from being manipulated, the competition stage's people were forbidden to place bets. Chapter 2721 Online. All page, novel bin. The entire murderous origin sect was in an uproar. The days of cultivation were long and boring, and they finally had a fun time. Moreover, there was money to be made, so naturally, they all flocked to it. When they arrived at the competition stage, they asked around. The first match after the start of the bet was between He Sheng of the third layer of the spiritual void tier in the big kitchen and Yun Chujiu of the sixth layer of the rune spirit tier. Everyone was so angry that they were amused. I say, are you guys crazy? Aren't you obviously taking our bonuses? Who would be stupid enough to bet that Yun Chujiu would win? That's right. Even a fool knows that He Sheng would definitely win. If we bet, we wouldn't make any money even if we won. We would even have to give you a 1% bonus on the competition stage. You guys are too mean. The disciple on duty sneered and said, you guys are really interesting. Did we force you to bet on the stage? If you guys are willing to bet, then do it. Even if you don't bet, don't slander us. Besides, why isn't anyone betting on Yun Chujiu winning? Open your eyes and look at the top of the stage. There are already people betting on Yun Chujiu winning, and they're betting 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Only then did the crowd notice that there was a shadow stone beside the competition stage, and on it was a real-time display of the bets placed by both sides. Under Yun Chujiu's name was a display of 10 million high-grade spirit stones, while under He Sheng's name was a display of 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. The crowd was stunned at first, and then they scrambled to place their bets. What a joke! What's the difference between this and giving away money for free? The earlier you buy, the earlier you earn. Even if 1,000 people split the money, each of them could still get 10,000 spirit stones. Where could they find such a good deal? As the scene was too lively, Elder Qi personally came out to maintain order. The chubby face was smiling like a flower. The little lass was right. Human nature was greedy. In the face of temptation, even basic judgment was lost. The number under He Sheng's name slowly rose. Yun Chujiu's side was still unmoving at 10 million. Everyone had already expected this. After all, no one was stupid, right? If it was placed on Yun Chujiu, then it was because she had money to burn. An hour before the competition, He Sheng's bet had already soared to 220 million upper-grade spirit stones, while Yun Chujiu's side was still unmoving at 10 million. The competition stage was completely surrounded, and all of them were disciples who had placed the bets. This was related to how much money they could win, so they naturally had to watch it with their own eyes. Not only had He Sheng come early, but he had also placed a bet of 200,000 spirit stones on himself. There was a limit to what a handyman like him could bring out, and this was already close to half of his fortune. He Sheng spouted nonsense on the competition stage, saying that Yun Chujiu would definitely lose today, and that everyone would make a fortune together. Just as He Sheng was spouting nonsense, Yun Chujiu hopped over. Everyone thought that Yun Chujiu would step onto the stage, but they didn't expect her to actually walk up to the betting table and say loudly, "I'll bet 2 million upper grade spirit stones, I'll bet on myself to win." Everyone immediately exploded, at Novelban at. Heavens, this Yun Chujiu is simply crazy. Where did she get her confidence from? How could a trash like her win against He Sheng with such a small body? She might not even be able to save her own life in the end, but she actually bet on herself to win. She's really crazy. I heard that this Yun Chujiu stayed in our Killing Yuan sect for 3 months, then stayed in the Chaos Yuan sect for another 3 months, and so on. I guess she thought that the higher-ups would help her, right? But I heard the rumors. The sect leader said that as long as we don't kill her, the rest is up to us. What's the point of saying those useless things? Hurry up and increase the stakes. Right. The more you bet, the more you'll get. I'll add another 100,000. Chapter 2 Online. All page, novel bin. Everyone seemed to have gone mad as they began to raise the stakes. At the end of the betting period, Yun Chujiu's name had 12 million high-grade spirit stones under it, while He Sheng's had already soared to 350 million high-grade spirit stones. Elder Qi's chubby face was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have agreed to such a low percentage of shares. He would have suffered a huge loss. However, could that little girl really win? At Novelban at. It was estimated that only half of the people present supported Yun Chujiu, and that was Elder Qi. The reason why it was said to be half a person was because although Elder Qi hoped that Yun Chujiu would win, he felt that the probability was really quite slim. When the time for the competition was up, He Sheng began to clamor on the competition stage. It was nothing more than telling Yun Chujiu to hurry up and not waste everyone's time. Yun Chujiu acted as if she didn't hear him and slowly climbed up the ladder onto the stage. When Elder Qi saw this, he was instantly discouraged. This stage was only 3 zhang high. Could it be that she couldn't even jump onto the stage? How could she win? She was definitely going to lose. Those disciples who had placed the bets cried out in excitement. They felt that they were definitely going to win. Although there were quite a number of people who had split the money, each of them could also split a few thousand spirit stones. Wasn't this a great deal? After Yun Chujiu climbed onto the competition stage, a disciple who was hosting the competition asked the two of them to sign the names on the life and death certificates. Then, he signaled for the competition to begin. Leng Kui stood in front of the crowd with a face full of impatience. He felt that this Yun Chujiu was a troublesome person. He did not know what his master was thinking, but he insisted on bringing her back. Now, she had only entered the sect for 3 days, and she was already forced onto the competition stage. He even had to trouble him to come over at the critical moment to save her life. He Sheng snorted coldly. Yun Chujiu, don't blame me for being ruthless. This is all your own doing. As a new handyman, you actually disobeyed the arrangements and even skipped work. Enough. What are you wasting time for? Where did all this nonsense come from? I just don't like you and want to kill you. This is the reason why I want to kill you. Come on, let's do it. Yun Chujiu interrupted He Sheng impatiently. The onlookers below were dumbfounded. Holy shush *t. Although Yun Chujiu's spiritual power was not high, Her words were firm. Could it be that she was going to die soon? He Sheng sneered. Good. Good. Since you want to die, then accept. He Sheng could not say the word, die, because he saw Yun Chujiu looking at him with a half smile on her left hand and a stack of flame-bursting talismans in her right hand. Say it. Why don't you say it? I admit that I'm a waste, but I have talismans. I'll use the ice-condensing talismans to lower your movements and then use the flame-exploding talismans to attack you. Don't you think it's fun? With so many talismans, you should be able to play for a long time. He Sheng swallowed his saliva. You're lying. It's impossible for all the talismans in your hands to be flame-exploding talismans and ice-condensing talismans. Is that so? Then let's give it a try. As she spoke, Yun Chujiu threw 2 ice-condensing talismans at He Sheng. Taking advantage of the time when He Sheng's movements were slow, she threw 1 flame-exploding talisman at him. After a boom, although He Sheng was not injured by relying on the defensive spiritual device on his body, he was still very scared. Moreover, He Shinjiu was eager to continue throwing flame-exploding talismans. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. He Sheng did not care about his face anymore. His life was more important now. Admit defeat. Isn't it the rule in the competition stage that one side must be acknowledged by the other side if one side admits defeat? I'm sorry, I don't approve. I want to kill you today. It's your fault for badmouthing me in the kitchen. Chapter 2723 Online. All page, novel bin. He Sheng fell to his knees with a thump. Junior Sister Yun, I was wrong. Please spare me. I will definitely listen to you in the future and prepare good food for you every day. I beg you, please spare me. It's not impossible to spare you, but you have to let me see your sincerity. How about this? You scold Fatty Wang for me now until I am satisfied. Yun Chujiu waved the explosive talisman in her hand. He Sheng was about to cry. After scolding Fatty Wang, his days in the big kitchen would definitely be miserable. However, if he didn't scold Fatty Wang, this little pervert in front of him would torture him to death. The lesser of 2 evils, He Sheng chose to scold him in the end. At Novelban at Wang. Fatty Wang is a bastard. Usually, he either beats us or scolds us. He is a tyrant. He is shameless. He Sheng was still trying to survive in the beginning. Later on, he vented all the anger he had accumulated over the years and scolded him to his heart's content. Fatty Wang, who was in the crowd, fainted with a lump in his throat. Firstly, it was because He Sheng had scolded him. Secondly, he had bet 500,000 high-grade spirit stones on He Sheng. This time, it was all for naught. Fatty Wang was not the only one who fainted. There were also many people who fainted. They were all disciples who had placed big bets on He Sheng. Yun Chujiu turned around and asked the disciple on duty, "Did I win this competition?" That disciple nodded repeatedly. "Junior Sister Yun, you won." Yun Chujiu ignored He Sheng, who was still cursing non-stop. She went down the ladder and said to Elder Qi, "Elder Qi, come, let's enter the room and calculate how much money I have won." Elder Qi's chubby face was smiling like a flower. He never thought that the competition would end so quickly. Although this little girl's spiritual power was low, her brain was enough. In any case, the competition stage did not prohibit the use of talismans, so there was nothing wrong with her winning. Elder Qi, according to what we said beforehand, excluding the 1% bonus that should be given to you, I'll give you another 20% of the money I won. Here, this is yours, the rest is mine. Elder Qi looked at the nearly 300 million upper-grade spirit stones that Yun Chujiu had put into her storage ring, and his heart was aching so much that he was grinding his teeth. How regretful he was. If he had known earlier, he would have asked for at least 50%. However, this time, he had earned tens of millions of high-grade spirit stones, which was considered a profitable business, so it was not considered a loss. The disciples outside had lost so badly that they had no hope of surviving. However, what they were more concerned about was who had bet the 10 million high-grade spirit stones, and whether they had made a huge profit. The disciple on duty looked at the crowd and said with pity, "The 10 million high-grade spirit stones were also bet by junior sister Yoon. In other words, the money you lost was all won by junior sister Yoon." What? The 10 million was also bet by Yoon Choo-jiu. Then didn't she win several hundred million upper-grade spirit stones at once? On what basis? Therefore, when Yoon Choo-jiu came out of Elder Chi's house, she was surrounded by the crowd. "Yoon Choo-jiu, return our hard-earned money." "Yes, Yoon Choo-jiu, you cheated. Quickly return the money, or I will challenge you." "Yoon Choo-jiu, do you want money or your life? Choose one." Elder Chi didn't expect things to turn out like this. As the saying goes, one cannot offend the public. What would the little girl do? She wouldn't give him up, right? Thinking of this, Elder Chi glared fiercely at the disciple who leaked the secret. That disciple had an innocent look on his face, but he didn't say anything. Chapter 2724 online. All page, novel bin. Just as Elder Chi's heart was racing, he heard Yoon Choo-jiu shout, "Shut up. I can give you an explanation, but if one of you doesn't shut up, I won't say a word." Everyone immediately quieted down. It was so quiet that even a needle dropping on the ground could hear the movement. They still had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Perhaps Yoon Choo-jiu was afraid of angering the crowd, so she would return the money she won to them. Yoon Choo-jiu motioned for the crowd to make a path, and then followed the ladder up to the competition stage. The crowd was confused. What was Yoon Choo-jiu doing on the competition stage? Could it be that she really wanted to accept the challenge? Was she stupid? If so many people were to challenge her, no matter how many talismans she had, it would be useless. So many people were to challenge her, no matter how many talismans she had, it would be useless. Yoon Choo-jiu looked around. She had observed before that the people who placed their bets were mostly outer sect disciples and odd job workers. There were only a few inner sect disciples. This was also the reason why she was unscrupulous. "Do you feel very wronged? Do you think I cheated you out of your money?" Yoon Choo-jiu asked with a cold smile. The crowd below started to clamor again, shouting about swindlers and returning money. Yoon Choo-jiu waited for them to calm down and said in a cold tone, "Swindlers. I just want to ask you one thing. If I lose this competition and He Sheng wins, will you still say that this is a scam?" Everyone was rendered speechless by the question. If He Sheng had won, they would have happily split the money by now. Why would they accuse Yoon Choo-jiu of scamming money here, at Novelban at? Isn't that enough? You call me a scammer. Where is your face? Did I force you to place a bet or did I force you to bet on He Sheng to win? If you are willing to accept your loss, you can only blame your poor eyes for not seeing that I, Yoon Choo-jiu, am someone important. Your current performance is that you cannot afford to lose. Of course, I, Yoon Choo-jiu, have always been fearless. If anyone feels indignant, feel free to come and challenge me. As long as I am still in the Shi Yuan sect, I will never admit defeat. Oh right, I have to remind you that my family is in the business of selling talismans and defensive spirit tools. If you want to test how many talismans and defensive spirit tools I have, feel free to come, I'll accompany you to the end. Yoon Choo-jiu took out 2 baskets of talismans and placed them on the ground. She had no choice. It was too exaggerated to put them in a gunny sack, so she could only find 2 bamboo baskets. Anyway, it's still early. Who wants to come up? Everyone looked at each other. Although they wished they could strangle Yun Chujiu to death, no one wanted to be the sacrifice of those 2 baskets of talismans. Moreover, there were always winners and losers in a bet. Perhaps they would win the next round. Therefore, although they were unwilling, they still dispersed in 2s and 3s. Of course, some people had evil thoughts. That little girl had so many spirit stones on her. If they killed her, wouldn't they make a fortune? Leng Kui had been watching coldly from below. When Yun Chujiu got off the competition stage, he walked over and snorted coldly. Yun Chujiu, I advise you to use your cleverness in the right place. Besides, you are as stupid as a pig. Don't you know that you don't reveal your wealth? Just wait for your bad luck. Thank you for your concern, senior brother Leng. I will pay attention to my safety, Yun Chujiu said with a smile. Leng Kui. No one was shameless to this extent. He cared about her. He was just afraid of trouble. In order to protect her life, he had to keep an eye on her. The more trouble she had, the more time she would waste on his cultivation. The more Leng Kui thought about it, the angrier he became. He fiercely glared at Yun Chujiu and then went to see Master Shu. Chapter 2725 Online. All page, Novel Bin. After Leng Kui saw Master Shu, he went straight to the point. Master, can you send that Yun Chujiu back to the Hunyuan sect? Master Shu frowned. Why? Master, you don't know that Yun Chujiu is a bad person. She has only been in our Killing Yuan sect for 3 days, and she was forced onto the competition stage. What? On the competition stage? She didn't get beaten to death, right? Master Shu raised his voice. Of course she didn't die. She used the talisman to scare the opponent into admitting defeat, Leng Kui said angrily. Master Shu smiled. I knew that this little girl was full of bad ideas. It's good that she didn't die. Young people are bound to be competitive. It's not a bad thing to go to the competition stage. But, Master, she also urged Elder Qi to set up some kind of bet. It's the kind of bet that bets on who wins and who loses. Leng Kui wasn't stupid. He saw that Elder Qi's attitude towards Yun Chujiu was so good. He knew that there was something fishy with just a guess. What? A bet? This is outrageous. Isn't this making me lose my will to play with things? Go to the law enforcement office immediately and get someone to warn Elder Qi. Stop immediately and don't do it again, Master Shu said with a gloomy face. Master, I guess that Yun Chujiu and Elder Qi already knew that you would order them to stop. What they are doing is a one-time deal. You might not know, but just this one time, that Yun Chujiu earned 300 million upper-grade spirit stones. How much? How much? Sect Master Shu suddenly stood up from his chair. 300 million, Master, you didn't hear wrong, it's 300 million. This Yun Chujiu was a restless person. Many disciples fainted on the spot. Moreover, she had earned so much money. Could those people just let it go? They would definitely do something behind her back. I really can't guarantee her safety, Leng Kui said indignantly. 300 million. Oh my god, how can gambling earn so much? Leng Kui, do you think our Shiyuan sect should open a few casinos in the eastern continent? Master Shu said excitedly. Leng Kui was speechless. Master, you've gone astray, alright. The key issue now was not whether the casinos would make money, but whether or not to send that bad deed back to the primordial chaos sect, alright. Leng Kui was even thinking just now that the primordial chaos sect couldn't have deliberately sent this Yun Chujiu to harm their primordial chaos sect, right? He had only been here for 3 days, and he had already cheated 300 million high-grade spirit stones. If this was 3 months, wouldn't he still have to dig a hole in the primordial chaos sect? When Master Shu saw Leng Kui's constipated look, he had no choice but to restrain his emotions. He coughed twice and said, well, Master was just joking with you just now. Can you tell me what exactly happened? Leng Kui told him everything he knew and then said, Master, this Yun Chujiu is a troublemaker. It's better to send her back. Master Shu shook his head. You're exaggerating. Although this little girl could cause trouble, it was not bad to let those idiots learn their lesson. She was really stupid. As for her safety, you can pay more attention to her. Moreover, that little girl is not an ordinary person. It's not certain who killed who, but at Novelban at. Although Leng Kui felt that Master Shu was flattering Yun Chujiu too much, he did not dare to disobey. He could only admit that he was unlucky and decided to sacrifice a part of his cultivation time to pay attention to Yun Chujiu's safety. Ever since the matter of the competition stage, Yun Chujiu began to reign supreme in the kitchen. Chapter 2726 Online. All page, Novel Bin. Fatty Wang was so aggrieved that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. However, when he thought of Yun Chujiu's 2 baskets of talismans, he immediately stopped eating. Yun Chujiu had been acting all high and mighty in the kitchen for a few days. She felt very bored, so she began to hop around. One day, she jumped to the fire peak. A burning sensation suddenly came from her right palm. Yun Chujiu was delighted. The little flame had woken up. Before this guy could be happy, he saw the little flame jump out of her right hand and disappeared in an instant. What the f*ck? Both of them were worried. If they were discovered in broad daylight, wouldn't they be snatched away by others? Yun Chujiu had no choice but to rely on the little flame's little sense to start searching. When this guy was running with all his might, he was stopped by someone. Junior Sister Yun, please wait. In front is the cave of introspection. Without a document from the law enforcement office, you are not allowed to enter, a disciple on duty said politely. Due to the huge commotion from the previous gambling match, many people from the Killing Origins sect knew Yun Chujiu. Yun Chujiu had no choice but to stop and stretch her neck to look ahead. In front of her was a teleportation array, which was similar to the one used by the Chaotic Origins sect to enter the Cave of Introspection. Self-Reflection Cave. Needless to say, this was a replica of the Sigyu Cave. Yun Chujiu suppressed her anxiety and asked with a smile, Senior brother, may I ask if the disciples who were punished to go to the self-reflection cave were only in a daze to reflect? The disciples on duty could not help but laugh out loud. One of the disciples said with a smile, Junior Sister Yun, if they were only in a daze, why would they come from the self-reflection cave? There are punishments in the self-reflection cave. Moreover, the higher the number of the cave, the harsher the punishment inside. Oh, what kind of punishments are those? Are they heavenly lightning strikes? Yun Chujiu blinked her eyes and asked curiously. Heavenly lightning strikes are not that severe. They are the punishments of the 5 elements spiritual power attacks, such as wind blades, earth thorns, vines, fireballs, water arrows, and so on. However, it is also very difficult to endure, especially when it comes to fire-type attacks. It is said that there is a strange flame produced by the 1,000-year-old fire marrow, which makes people peel off a layer of skin even if they don't die. Yun Chujiu thought to herself, no wonder the little flame rushed in a hurry. It must have gone for the 1,000-year-old fire marrow. It's just that the little flame's intelligence was still weak. If it was kidnapped, it would be terrible. She had to think of a way to sneak in and take a look before she could be at ease. Hence, this fellow racked his brains and began to study the sect rules of the Yuan killing sect. There was clearly no use in fighting and blackmailing others. Then, what kind of bad things should he do? There was no time to lose, and it had to be something that could be done immediately. This fellow raised her head by chance and saw a large plaque at the entrance of the fire peak. On it were 2 large golden words, Fire Peak, signed by Hongyuan Grandmaster. This fellow was scheming. If she took down this plaque and took it with her, it would definitely be a big crime. At that time, she would be punished to enter a self-reflection cave, and it would definitely be a high-level self-reflection cave. Yes, let's do it. This fellow looked around and saw a few people coming from afar. There were witnesses, and when they were caught, it would be great. This fellow deliberately exaggerated. This plaque looks pretty good. I want it. Then, this fellow jumped up to pick the plaque. However, when her fingers touched the plaque, before she could take it down, the plaque fell to the ground and broke into 2 pieces. At novelben at. Damn it, she was cheated. Chapter 2727 online. All page, novel bin. Yoon Chuju's depression could be imagined. She had been hunting geese all year round, but her eyes had actually been pecked by the geese. It was simply too embarrassing. Damn it, who was so wicked to put a broken plaque here? Wasn't this deliberately harming her? Didn't this fellow think about it? Who asked her to owe her son to steal the plaque? The few disciples in the distance were all from Fire Peak. At this moment, they had already surrounded Yoon Chuju and were scolding her angrily. Yoon Chuju, you have gone too far. You actually broke our Fire Peak's plaque. Could it be that you were sent by the Mixed Origin sect to steal the plaque? I didn't expect the Mixed Origin sect to be so despicable and shameless. Speak, what are your intentions? Yoon Chuju looked at the crowd and weakly said, if I said that I was framed, would you believe me? Pui, we all heard you say that this plaque is not bad. You want to steal it, but you still dare to deny it. Exclamation mark quote. The crowd was talking at once, filled with righteous indignation. At novelben at. Yoon Chuju wanted to cry, but she had no tears. If she had only stolen the plaque, she would have been locked up in the self-reflection cave for a few days. But now, she had destroyed the plaque that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years by the founder of the Fire Peak. Even if she was locked up in the self-reflection cave for the rest of her life, she was afraid that she would not be able to appease the people of the Fire Peak. This time, she was really throwing a stone at her own feet. What should she do? Could it be that she could only show the sect leader ring of Patriarch Hongyuan? However, this might bring even more trouble. As the matter had become too big, not long after, Master Shu and the other 4 peak masters arrived. Leng Kui also came over. When he saw that it was Yoon Chuju again, he wanted to strangle her to death. Ever since she came, she had never stopped. She was simply a jinx. Mountain Master Zhao of the Fire Peak saw the broken board and couldn't help but cry as he knelt on the ground. Yoon Chuju jumped in fright. What was wrong with this old man? Mountain Master Zhao said in grief, Mountain Master Zhao, I, Zhao Shengji, have let you all down. I didn't think that the board that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years would be destroyed in my hands. Yoon Chuju, who had a rare conscience, said dryly, Mountain Master Zhao, don't be too sad. In fact, this plaque has been broken for tens of thousands of years. Shut up. Although this Yoon Chuju has a special identity, she destroyed our Fire Peak's plaque. I request that she be executed, Mountain Master Zhao said with red eyes. Yoon Chuju immediately fed her sympathy to the dogs. She originally thought that this old man was crying pitifully, but she didn't expect him to be so vicious that he wanted to kill her. The 3 mountain masters of the Golden Peak, Wood Peak, and Earth Peak all said indignantly, Sectmaster, we agree with Mountain Master Zhao. This Yoon Chuju is extremely evil. We have to kill her before we can answer to our ancestors. The 3 Peak Masters felt that Mountain Master Zhao was right. On the other hand, they felt that Yoon Chuju was a disaster. If they didn't kill her, what if their signboards were destroyed one day? Master Shu's expression was dark and he was furious. This was the handwriting of the founder of the mountain, and it was destroyed just like that. However, Yun Chujiu was not an ordinary disciple of the Murder Essence sect. Her life and death not only involved the primordial chaos sect, but also the divine devil hall. How should she be dealt with? Chapter 2728 online. All page, novel bin. Yun Chujiu knew that she could only save herself now, so she said timidly, I know I've made a big mistake, but at least let me say a few words, right? Humph. What else do you have to say? You're just a greedy person, otherwise, you wouldn't have cheated those disciples of their spirit stones. You must have seen the value of our Jin Peak's plaque, so you got greedy. It's really hateful. If it wasn't for the sect master, I would have slapped you to death. The Fire Peak master's eyes were red, he looked like he was going to eat someone. Yun Chujiu shrunk her neck. That, Mountain Master Zhao, I can understand your feelings. However, I still have to say that I did plan to steal this plaque. But the moment I touched it, it fell to the ground. If I lie, I'll be struck by lightning. At Novelban at. Boom. A purple lightning coincidentally struck Yun Chujiu. Everyone. Yun Chujiu almost fainted from anger. The damn lightning hadn't even struck her grandfather when she asked it to. Now that she had made a vow, it was immediately struck down. Was it intentional? Furthermore, she wasn't lying at all. She really wasn't the one who broke the damn plaque. HMPH. What else do you have to say this time? Sect Master, the evidence is conclusive. What do you think we should do? Mountain Master Zhao said angrily. Master Shu's intestines were almost turning green with regret. If he had known that this person was a troublemaker, he wouldn't have brought her back to the Killing Origin clan. But now, he could kill her, but he couldn't kill her, and he couldn't convince the masses. He was truly worried. Yun Chujiu knew that Master Shu would most likely not kill her. However, this fellow was still extremely resentful of the broken plaque on the ground. She did not know which wicked person had done such a bad thing and actually framed her. She had never suffered such a hidden loss before. Could it be that she could only admit defeat? Yun Chujiu saw the problem as she looked at it. She cried out, I have evidence. I have evidence that this plaque was broken a long time ago. I did not do it. Everyone snorted coldly. They felt that Yun Chujiu must be quibbling. Only Master Shu asked, what evidence do you have? Yun Chujiu pointed at the broken plaque on the ground and said, this plaque should be made of high-quality materials, right? How could it break when it fell on the ground? Look at the fracture. It was clearly cut by someone with a sharp weapon. It was not broken by falling at all. Furthermore, look at the place where it's broken. It's been there for a long time and there's dirt everywhere. Mountain Master Zhao squatted down and picked up half of the board. Sure enough, the crack was clearly cut by a sharp weapon. Furthermore, there was dirt on the crack. It had been broken for a long time. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much dirt in such a small crack. Master Shu picked up the other half of the plaque and examined it. He couldn't tell whether he was happy or worried. He was happy that he had gotten rid of Yun Chujiu's suspicion. He didn't have to make things difficult for her. He was worried about who did this plaque. What was the purpose of it? To be able to cut off the plaque and put it back under the eyes of the people of the Shi Yuan sect. It was either an insider's doing or the person's spiritual power was very high. Just as Master Shu was frowning, his hand felt light. When he looked up, his old heart almost stopped. He saw that half of the plaque was put on the ground by Yun Chujiu. Then, she took out a large kitchen knife and prepared to cut it down. Chapter 2729 online. All page, novel bin. Stop, stop. Master Shu's voice was almost breaking. The rest of the people also saw Yun Chuju's actions and shouted almost at the same time, "Stop!" Yun Chuju looked at them blankly. "Why are you all so nervous?" "I just want to help remove the dirt. Since you are so worried, you can do it yourself." Everyone was embarrassed, but they couldn't be blamed. The person in front of them was a bad person, who knew what she was going to do. Mountain Master Zhao took out a piece of cloth from his interspatial ring and started to carefully clean the wound. Yun Chujiu pursed her lips. It was just a broken plaque. Was there a need to be so careful? Furthermore, the dirt might have been stored for tens of thousands of years. Could it be wiped off with a cloth? Sure enough, even after Mountain Master Zhao rubbed it off for a while, he was only able to wipe off some dust, but the dirt still couldn't be removed. Yun Chujiu was in a hurry to look for the little flame, but when she saw Mountain Master Zhao dawdling, she was so anxious that she wanted to burn the room. Therefore, when no one was paying attention, she picked up the half of the board on the ground and used a large kitchen knife to cut off the dirt on it. Of course, this cut couldn't be precise, and it would hurt the original material of the board. Then, he opened his eyes wide and said, "Oh, there's a treasure inside." Everyone was shocked and immediately looked at the board in Yun Chuju's hand. After Yun Chuju cut off a thin layer, there was a thin sheepskin inside. Yun Chuju instantly became excited. Could it be a treasure map? Before she could take out the sheepskin, the board in her hand was snatched away by Mountain Master Zhao. Yun Chuju was angry. After all this time, she was just a passing god of wealth. However, this board was originally from the Fire Peak, so she couldn't take it back, so she could only stretch her neck to look. After taking the board, Mountain Master Zhao took out the sheepskin. On the top were the words, "Comprehension diagram of the Killing Yuan's sword intent," and below them were some small figures holding swords. There were also some notes. Yun Chujiu didn't forget anything, and after glancing at it, she memorized it. This guy thought to himself that there was something in this board and maybe there was a good treasure in the other half. Therefore, this guy took advantage of everyone's attention to get rid of the dirt on the other half of the board, but there was nothing. Yun Chujiu curled her lips. No wonder, when she touched it, the broken plaque fell to the ground and broke into two halves. It turned out that the two sides were of different weights. Seeing that everyone was still studying the sheepskin, she was so anxious that she scratched her ears and cheeks. She said weakly, "Well, can you look at it again when you have time? Do you want to deal with me first?" Master Shu didn't even raise his head. "The merits and faults are offset. It's none of your business. Go and play." Yun Chujiu, at Novelban at. He didn't want his merits and demerits to be offset. He wanted to be punished to enter the self-reflection cave, all right. Well, merits are merits and demerits are demerits. I should still be punished for my mistakes. Why don't you punish me to stay in the self-reflection cave for a few days? Yun Chujiu moved closer to Master Shu and said. Master Shu was completely focused on that sheepskin. He didn't have the time to pay attention to Yun Chujiu. He said perfunctorily, "If I say no punishment, then there's no punishment. Don't delay me from comprehending the sword intent here. Leave quickly." Yun Chujiu was sullen. She was asking for a reward, and she was asking for punishment. Why was it so hard to ask for punishment? Was it easy for her? She wanted to get into trouble, but in the end, she made a contribution. How sullen was she? Chapter 2730 online. All page, novel bin. Yun Chujiu was anxious. She finally understood that these people's attention was on the broken sheepskin and no one paid any attention to her. She stretched her neck and looked at the broken sheepskin again, muttering, "What's there to see? Isn't it just a blind demonstration with a broken sword?" Exclamation mark quote. Leng Kui had long disliked her. Hearing her words, He said disdainfully, "You don't use a sword, so of course you don't know the profoundness inside. Of course, with your perception, even if you use a sword, you won't be able to understand it." Yun Chujiu was already burning with anxiety. Hearing Leng Kui's words, her little temper immediately rose up. She held the big kitchen knife and sneered, "So what if I don't use a sword? I can still comprehend it with a big kitchen knife. Isn't it just this posture? What's so great about it? Don't even think about comprehending it. What's the point of comprehending it?" Yun Chujiu followed the first posture on the broken sheepskin, holding the big kitchen knife and making the same posture. At Novelban at. Leng Kui's eyes twitched violently. The originally proud and lofty position was now being used by this guy. It was like a chef in the kitchen killing a chicken. Yun Chujiu also felt that the position was a little ugly. She awkwardly changed to the second position, but it wasn't any better. Originally, the little people on the sheepskin looked pretty when they were put out, but when it came to her, it was inexplicably funny. This fellow gave herself a way out. It wasn't that her posture was unsightly, it was just that the person on the picture was holding a sword, and she was holding a large kitchen knife, so it didn't look too good. Leng Kui was distracted by Yun Chujiu, so he couldn't focus on comprehending the diagram on the sheepskin. The way he looked at Yun Chujiu became even more bitter and vengeful. Yun Chujiu was already full of anger. Now that she saw Leng Kui glaring at her, she did not want to be outdone. "Senior brother Leng Kui, why are you glaring at me? Do you want to fight?" Leng Kui looked at her with disdain. We are not on the same level. Where are you going?" Yun Chujiu rolled her eyes. In any case, she had not liked Leng Kui for a long time. She might as well take this opportunity to teach him a lesson. Then, she could justifiably be punished and go to the self-reflection cave. Therefore, Yun Chujiu held the large kitchen knife and slashed at Leng Kui. "Whether we are on the same level or not, we will know after we try. Take this." Leng Kui had long wanted to teach Yun Chujiu a lesson, but because of Master Shu, now that Yun Chujiu had made the first move, he naturally would not be polite. He drew his sword and fought with Yun Chujiu. Seeing that Leng Kui actually used a sword, Yun Chujiu cursed in disdain, "You are shameless. You fought with me, and you even used a weapon." Leng Kui was so angry that he was twitching. "Why can't I use a weapon when I'm fighting with you? Besides, he was a sword cultivator to begin with. How could he fight without a sword?" In just a dozen moves, Yun Chujiu was somewhat unable to withstand it. Firstly, Leng Kui's spiritual power was higher than hers, and secondly, 1 inch was longer and 1 inch was stronger. The large kitchen knife in her hand was much shorter than Leng Kui's treasured sword, so she was very restricted. In a moment of impatience, this fellow used the moves on the torn sheepskin. Seeing this, Leng Kui could not help but sneer. "Yun Chujiu, that move of hers is to experience the sword intent, not to be used against the enemy. You're really stupid. I'm willing, it's none of your business. The first move of killing a chicken." Leng Kui was so angry that he was twitching. This was killing him like a chicken. Today, he had to teach this Yun Chujiu a lesson. Leng Kui immediately stepped up his attack. Yun Chujiu was desperate. She used the positions on the torn sheepskin one by one and said with conviction, "Chicken killing swordsmanship, second move. Chicken killing swordsmanship, third move." The 2731 online. All page, novel bin. Yun Chujiu was just fooling around. Her so-called chicken slaughtering sword technique couldn't pose much of a threat to Leng Kui. Leng Kui also wanted to play a trick on her, so he didn't use his full strength. He just watched her play a monkey. However, after a certain Jew used all 10 of her chicken slaughtering sword techniques, she had a vague idea in her mind. Her face turned serious. "Senior brother Leng Kui, Let's call a truce. I seem to have experienced the profundity of the chicken slaughtering sword technique. Leng Kui pursed his lips. He thought that Yun Chujiu couldn't beat him, so he made up an excuse and didn't want to expose her, at Novelban at. Yun Chujiu picked up the large kitchen knife and began to practice the so-called chicken slaughtering sword technique repeatedly. Leng Kui watched disdainfully from the side. Yun Chujiu's movements became faster and faster. The disdain on Leng Kui's face gradually turned into surprise. The reason why Leng Kui was so surprised wasn't that Yun Chujiu's so-called chicken slaughtering sword technique was so exquisite, but that there was a faint sword intent on her body. How could this be? Leng Kui squatted down and said to Master Shu, "Master, you, look at Yun Chujiu quickly." Master Shu was meditating there. Being disturbed by him, he was naturally unhappy. He cursed in his heart, "Is this Leng Kui's brain not working properly? Why is he looking at Yun Chujiu for no reason? It's not like he's full." Leng Kui saw that Master Shu was not paying attention to him, so he could only tug at Master Shu's sleeve. "Master, quickly take a look." Master Shu was holding his breath, but what was wrong with Leng Kui? "I'm busy, don't cause trouble." Master Shu exerted a little force, and the miserable Leng Kui was thrown to the ground. Leng Kui saw that the sword intent on Yun Chujiu's body seemed to be more obvious, so he did not care whether it hurt or not. He moved closer to Master Shu and said, "Master, quickly look at Yun Chujiu. She seems to have understood the sword intent." When Master Shu heard the word, sword intent, he was suddenly shocked and looked in the direction that Leng Kui was pointing at. He saw that little girl holding the large kitchen knife and waving it around comically. There was no pattern at all. Her posture was the same as the one on the broken sheepskin. However, there was actually a faint sword intent on her body. How was this possible? Could it be that she could comprehend sword intent just by performing these postures a few times? Leng Kui, imitate the little girl's appearance. Dance a few times and see if you can gain anything, Master Shu said to Leng Kui. Although Leng Kui felt that it was somewhat unreliable, he still imitated Yun Chujiu's appearance and performed the postures on the broken sheepskin a few times. Other than sweating profusely, there was no gain at all. The other 4 peak masters were also paying attention to Yun Chujiu at this moment, because the sword intent on Yun Chujiu's body was becoming more and more obvious. Everyone looked at each other. This was really unreasonable. They had been meditating here for a long time, but they still couldn't comprehend anything. That little girl was good. She was using a broken kitchen knife to gesture, and she actually wanted to comprehend sword intent. After about an hour, a substantial sword intent formed around Yun Chujiu. Everyone had envious expressions on their faces. Sword intent was the highest realm that sword cultivators pursued in their entire lives. Some people would never comprehend sword intent in their entire lives. Of course, there were also people who could comprehend many sword intents. However, they did not know what kind of sword intent this little girl had comprehended. Finally, Yun Chujiu's sword moves began to slow down, and the sword intent around her began to dissipate. This fellow wiped the sweat on his head and muttered, "Damn, it's really hard to comprehend a sword intent. I'm so tired." Chapter 2732 online. All page, novel bin. Master Shu and the others were so angry that their noses almost went crooked. Sword intent isn't like cabbages. Do you think you can comprehend it so easily? Besides, you only comprehended one sword intent in 2 hours. What else do you want to do? This is too infuriating. Yun Chujiu, what sword intent did you comprehend? And how did you comprehend it? Master Shu asked quickly. The sword intent that I comprehended was absolutely unique. Chaos. It was just a random dance, and then I had an idea. Order in chaos, victory in chaos. In any case, it meant chaos. Yun Chujiu said with a smile. Everyone. Well, only this little girl could comprehend such sword intent. Because this guy was a troublemaker. Yun Chujiu suddenly remembered her purpose of being a demon. Her face immediately revealed an expression of guilt and self-blame. Sect Master, fellow Peak Masters, although in the end, I didn't expect that there would be unexpected gains. But I still deeply realized my mistake. I implore you to send me into a self-reflection cave to reflect and let me calm down. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect this little girl to suddenly become sensible. Could it be because she comprehended sword intent? Alright, considering that your spiritual power is low, I will punish you to the lowest level number 1 self-reflection cave. The deadline is half a month. Master Shu pondered for a moment and said. Yun Chujiu had the intention to go to a higher level self-reflection cave, but there must be something wrong. If she persisted, she would probably arouse the suspicion of everyone. This guy suddenly remembered that Dai Biming said that he would be back in a few days, so he quickly said, Master, can you spare a few days? I am afraid that my small body can't endure such a long time. Then let's make it 5 days. You're the one who needs to be punished, and you're the one who thinks that it's too long. No wonder you've comprehended the chaotic sword intent. Master Shu laughed. Yun Chujiu laughed dryly, then, she bowed to Mountain Master Zhao with sincerity. Mountain Master Zhao, I'm really sorry. I was just being naughty just now. I didn't think that I would really steal the tablet. If I really wanted to steal it, I wouldn't have shouted, right? No matter what, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Mountain Master Zhao was extremely happy. How could he blame Yun Chujiu? Furthermore, Yun Chujiu's sincere apology caused him to put his unhappiness to the back of his mind. He felt that it wasn't bad for this little girl to know her mistakes and change them. Leng Kui watched from the side. He felt that everyone present had been tricked by Yun Chujiu. With her personality, how could she voluntarily go to the self-reflection cave? She must be up to something bad. However, Leng Kui couldn't think of anything bad that could be done by going to the self-reflection cave, so he didn't say anything. Soon, law enforcement disciples came to escort Yun Chujiu to the self-reflection cave, at Novelbanatat. Since the self-reflection cave was at the back mountain of Fire Peak, it didn't take long for this fellow to be escorted to the self-reflection cave. The disciples on duty were stunned. Didn't this little girl come here a few hours ago to inquire about the self-reflection cave? Why did she commit a crime in such a short time? Yun Chujiu laughed dryly. Coincidence, coincidence, it's purely a coincidence. The disciples on duty took the document speechlessly and looked at it. Then, they said to Yun Chujiu, Junior Sister Yun, the spiritual power attack in the first self-reflection cave is still relatively weak. You just need to be careful. There won't be any problems. Chapter 2733 Online. All page, Novel Bin. Yun Chujiu said with a smile, Thank you for your reminder, senior brother. It's getting late. Please hurry up and send me in. The disciple on duty. A white light flashed. When Yun Chujiu regained her sight, she had already arrived at a cave. Just as Yun Chujiu was about to take a good look at the self-reflection cave, earth thorns began to emerge from the ground. Yun Chujiu was so shocked that she quickly moved around to dodge them. Just as the earth thorns disappeared, wind blades shot out from the 4 walls. Yun Chujiu thought to herself as she dodged. This self-reflection cave was much more ingenious than the design of the self-reflection cave. It seemed that there was no way to dig the side walls. Fortunately, she did not go into the higher level self-reflection cave. If she could not dig the cave, wouldn't she be looking for trouble? After the wind blades passed, another round of water arrows came. After the water arrows passed, the vines on the ground began to grow again. The vines were full of sharp thorns, and they bared their fangs and brandished their claws to entangle Yoon Choo-jiu. Finally, the vines were gone, and fireballs of various sizes were thrown at her again. She had just passed through the fireballs, and before she could catch her breath, a new round of wind blade attacks began. This fellow dodged while cursing in her heart. "Oh my God, are you sure this is the number 1 self-reflection cave? Why does it feel like this spiritual energy attack is not weak at all? Moreover, why doesn't she even have time to rest?" The few disciples guarding the teleportation array were chatting and laughing. One of the disciples accidentally saw the shadow stone beside the teleportation array and cried out in surprise. "Oh my God, what is going on? We clearly sent Yoon Choo-jiu to the number 1 self-reflection cave just now. Why is she in the number 11 self-reflection cave now? This is nothing. Look at the time limit. We set it for 5 days, but why is it 500 years now?" Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this. The transportation array of the murderous origin sect was different from that of the chaos origin sect. It was one way and would only be released when the time limit was set. The little leader who was guarding the transportation array quickly formed a seal to shorten the time limit and then let Yoon Choo-jiu out. He didn't expect that after a while, the number on the shadow stone still remained stubbornly at 500 years, not moving at all. The little leader had a sad face as he reported the matter to the elders above. Master Shu and the others who had yet to return to their own courtyard rushed to the teleportation formation in the self-reflection cave. Leng Kui thought to himself, he said that it was a jinx. Wherever there was a problem, there would be a problem. The teleportation formation in the self-reflection cave had not encountered any problems for tens of thousands of years. How could there be a problem today? Damn it, it would be better if she was locked up in there for 500 years. Otherwise, she would come out and harm their murderous Yuan sect. However, that little girl was a weakling. Not to mention 500 years, even 5 days would probably be difficult, right? That was the 11th self-reflection cave. While Leng Kui vented his anger, he also felt a little bad. Although that little girl was a little annoying, it was quite pitiful for her to die just like that. The few peak masters tried to modify Yoon Choo-jiu's time limit, but they still failed. Master Shu felt his head buzzing. More things had happened on this day than what had happened in the entire Killing Origin sect in a year, and they were all extremely difficult problems. At Novelban at. This self-reflection cave's teleportation array was designed by the founder of the mountain. Although it couldn't compare to the primordial chaos sect's ancient array, it couldn't be underestimated. These people only knew how to use it and couldn't break it at all. Could it be that they really wanted to lock that little girl up for 500 years? Putting aside those spiritual energy attacks, even if she was thirsty, she would still die of thirst. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have punished her to enter the self-reflection cave. Master Shu recalled that Yoon Choo-jiu had asked him for a voice transmission talisman. He hurriedly took out the voice transmission talisman and said, "That Yoon Choo-jiu, listen to me. There's a situation now." "What's the situation there?" Chapter 2734 online. All page, novel bin. A certain Jew was trying her best to avoid the wind blades. After feeling the vibration of the sound transmission talisman, she quickly raised her spiritual energy shield and sent her spiritual sense into the sound transmission talisman. Yoon Choo-jiu's heart immediately turned cold when she heard Master Shu's words. If it was just a small situation, it would be impossible to find Master Shu. Moreover, from the tone of Old Man Shu, he sounded guilty. What exactly happened? "Master, don't mention it. Ever since I entered, I have been attacked. Are you sure that I entered the number 1 self-reflection cave? At Novelban at. Well, Yoon Choo-jiu, there seems to be a problem with the teleportation array, so you are currently in the number 11 self-reflection cave. Also, your time limit has somehow become 500 years. However, don't worry, we are thinking of a way. We will definitely be able to save you. A certain Jew almost fainted when she heard Master Shu's words. 500 years. Was he treating her like a monkey? Monkey's son had been suppressed for 500 years because he caused a ruckus in the heavenly court. She was very innocent, okay. She was here to look for Little Flame. Was there a need to lock her up for 500 years? If she was trapped here for 500 years, wouldn't the pretty boy be a bachelor for 500 years? This fellow wanted to give Master Shu a good scolding, but this fellow was very smart. Now that he had a request, it was better to tuck his tail between his legs. Thus, this fellow said pitifully, Master, I believe in you. However, my spiritual power is too weak, so I will try my best to hold on until you guys save me. If Yoon Choo-jiu vented her anger, Master Shu would feel better. He didn't expect the little girl to not make a fuss, which made him feel even more guilty. Everyone was thinking of a solution outside. Let's not talk about unlucky Jew for now. The spiritual power attack finally stopped temporarily. The unlucky child sat on the ground and panted heavily. The teleportation array would not have problems for no reason. It was either the array itself or man-made. However, the teleportation array was formed by several people at the same time, so it should be difficult to tamper with it. Then, the problem should be the array. Could it be that the Qi-ling had already been born? Yoon Choo-jiu also felt that it was unlikely. After all, the reflection cave of the primordial chaos sect was much older than this self-reflection cave. Even the reflection cave did not give birth to a Qi-ling, so it was even more impossible for it to give birth to a Qi-ling. Could it be that the formation was broken? Yoon Choo-jiu thought of her purpose for coming here again and hurriedly contacted the Little Flame. Although the Little Flame had yet to recognize its master, it might have stayed in Yoon Choo-jiu's body for a long time. If she were to carefully sense it, she could sense a faint connection. The Little Flame's cheerful mood was transmitted through her spiritual sense. Yoon Choo-jiu could not help but curse secretly. It was eating happily, but she was unlucky. A thought flashed through Yoon Choo-jiu's mind. She could not help but curse herself for being an idiot. Even if the Little Flame wanted to eat the 1,000-year-old fire marrow, it would not come to the self-reflection cave. It should go to the place where the 1,000-year-old fire marrow was buried. Moreover, the Little Flame might not be able to enter the self-reflection cave. She did not think it through clearly and turned into a demon to bring herself in. She was really out of her mind. This fellow did not waste the name of the self-reflection cave. After a moment of self-reflection, he looked around and prepared to save himself. Yoon Choo-jiu knew that there was an array formation on the side wall, so after she set up the spiritual energy barrier, she tentatively chopped down with the large kitchen knife. Sure enough, it was blocked by an invisible barrier, so the large kitchen knife was obviously not going to work. This guy's eyes rolled around. Barrier. What was the best way to break the barrier? Talisman. Coincidentally, she had a lot of talismans. Then what was she waiting for? Blow it up. Chapter 2735 online. All page, novel bin. Master Shu and company were busy discussing how to save Yoon Choo-jiu. Of course, it wasn't just for her. After all, this self-reflection cave was an important part of the sky-killing sect. If it failed, how would they punish the disciples in the future? At this moment, everyone heard a loud explosion from underground and could even feel the ground shaking. Mountain Master Zhao roared, "Earth Dragon Flip. It must be the Earth Dragon Flip. Quick, Retreat. Everyone immediately fell into chaos. Master Shu told everyone to stay calm. Even if it was the Earth Dragon flip, as long as they didn't get injured by the Earth Chi, they would be fine. Only then did everyone calm down, but they were still panicking. Although cultivators were more powerful than mortals, in the end, they were not gods. When they encountered a natural disaster like the Earth Dragon's reversal, they were powerless. Moreover, every time the Earth Dragon's reversal occurred in the immortal essence continent, there would be a gush of Earth Chi. This kind of Earth Chi was very destructive. Even for a mighty figure like Master Shu, if he encountered a large-scale explosion of Earth Chi, it would be a disaster. When the entire murderous origin sect heard the news of the Earth Dragon turning over, they were so scared that they quickly rode their swords into the air, ready to run for their lives at any time. Leng Kui stood on the sword and felt that all of this was because of that disaster star, Yun Chujiu. Thinking back to half a month ago, their murderous origin sect was so peaceful and peaceful. However, ever since that Yun Chujiu came, something happened every 2 to 3 days. Now, even a natural disaster had appeared. When Leng Kui thought of this, he looked at Master Shu with resentment. Master Shu was trying to calm everyone's emotions. When he felt Leng Kui's gaze, he couldn't help but frown. Why did this child seem to have lost his mind recently? At this moment, the sound of an explosion came from underground again. Everyone's heart was in their throats, at Novelban at. If it really was the Earth Dragon turning over, even if they could escape, the foundation of the murderous origin sect for tens of thousands of years would be destroyed in an instant. That would be a catastrophe for the murderous origin sect. Peak Master Mo of Water Mountain frowned. Sect Master, if an ordinary Earth Dragon turns over, it would definitely be accompanied by earth cracks. Moreover, the demonic beasts would also be terrified. However, there are no signs of such a thing happening right now. Therefore, I don't think it looks like the Earth Dragon turning over. The others had also calmed down at this moment. It really didn't seem like the Earth Dragon turning over. Then, what exactly was going on? Why was there such a huge explosion underground? Leng Kui cried out in surprise, I know. It must be that Jinx Yun Chujiu. Isn't she trapped in the self-reflection cave? She probably used a talisman to blow up the self-reflection cave. Everyone's first reaction was absurd. How could someone use a talisman to blow up the self-reflection cave? However, when they thought of the person Leng Kui suspected and her usual actions, they couldn't help but feel that this statement was much more believable. Master Shu quickly took out the voice transmission talisman. Yun Chujiu, what are you doing? Are you really using the talisman to blow up your self-reflection hole? Not long after, the voice transmission talisman began to vibrate. Master Shu hurriedly sent his spiritual sense into it, and Yun Chujiu's sigh came from within. Master, I don't want to do this either. I'm also very helpless. But I think that it's best if you do what you can yourself. Anyway, I have nothing to do, so I'll try to blow it up. If I can get out, won't it save you guys from getting anxious? Besides, I really don't want to be trapped here for 500 years. I'm not Sun Monkey. Chapter 2736 Online. All page, Novel Bin. Master Shu's face was stiff. He didn't know what kind of mood he was in. Shocked, angry, surprised, curious. He couldn't figure it out. Also, what did the little girl mean by Sun Monkey? His surname was Chia Hao. She said that she wasn't Sun Monkey. Did she mean that she wasn't his granddaughter? What a mess. Master Shu calmed his emotions and said, everyone, don't worry. This is not the Earth Dragon turning over, it's Yun Chujiu using the talisman to blow up the self-reflection cave. Everyone, return to normal order. Everyone was furious. This Yun Chujiu was really too good at playing tricks. Even if she was locked up in the self-reflection cave, she could still create such a big commotion. No wonder the primordial chaos sect was eager to bring her into their murderous origin sect. Their Master Shu was really too naive. Master, do you think that Yun Chujiu can really blow up the self-reflection cave? I think it's quite difficult. If it were that easy to blow up, the self-reflection cave wouldn't have existed for tens of thousands of years, said Peak Master Mo of the Water Mountain. Leng Kui cursed silently at the side. That was because he hadn't met that disaster, Yun Chujiu. If he had met her, not to mention the self-reflection cave, any cave would have been blown up by her. Master Shu didn't say anything. He felt that his brain wasn't enough. This day had been too exciting. He was getting old, and he really couldn't bear it. Boom! Boom! The sound of continuous explosions came from underground. He didn't know how many talismans Yun Chujiu had, but the explosions continued even after such a long time. At Novelban at. A certain Jew in the self-reflection cave had her ears tightly wrapped so that she wouldn't be damaged by the loud noise. Then, she threw stack after stack of explosive talismans on the side wall. Finally, the barrier was broken. There was no need to mention this guy's complacency. Did you see that? As expected, it was better to have more skills than to have more talismans prepared. It was still useful at critical moments. This guy went to the gap of the barrier and took a look. The rocks on the wall were just ordinary rocks. As long as Xiao Hei moved its claws, she could get out. Just when this guy was feeling complacent, a white light suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. When he regained his sight, if he did not have a defensive spiritual artifact on him to block it, this guy would have been shot like a hedgehog. Yun Chujiu felt as if 10,000 divine beasts were whizzing past her heart. What the f***ck? You can't bully people like that. She had actually been teleported to another self-reflection cave. Although she did not know what level it was, judging from the strength of the spiritual power attack, it would only be higher than number 11 and not lower than number 11. At this moment, Master Shu's voice transmission talisman began to vibrate. After Yun Chujiu sent her spiritual sense in, she heard Master Shu ask anxiously, "How is it? Has the enchantment been blown up?" Yun Chujiu wanted to cry, but no tears came out. "Master, tell me, how many self-reflection caves are there? I think, if I want to go out, I will probably have to blow up all the self-reflection caves." Outside, when Master Shu received Yun Chujiu's voice transmission talisman, his body tilted and he almost fainted. Master, what happened to you? What did that disaster say?" Leng Kui held Master Shu and asked anxiously. The other 4 peak masters also looked at Master Shu. They had a bad premonition in their hearts. Since Master Shu could lose his composure like this, something very serious must have happened. Master Shu looked at the crowd with lifeless eyes and said with a sobbing voice, "The self-reflection cave is going to be destroyed. The self-reflection cave that has existed for tens of thousands of years is going to be destroyed by me." Chapter 2737 Online. All page, Novel Bin. Master, if that Yun Chujiu wanted to blow up, shouldn't she just blow up the 11th self-reflection cave? How could other self-reflection caves be destroyed? Leng Kui asked in confusion. Master Shu gritted his teeth and said, "She told me that she was sent to another self-reflection cave. She even asked me how many self-reflection caves there were. She also said that if she wanted to come out, she would have to blow up all the self-reflection caves." While everyone was shocked, they were very puzzled. Under normal circumstances, couldn't they only be sent to the self-reflection caves through a teleportation array? After Yun Chujiu blew up the 11th self-reflection cave, how could she be sent to another self-reflection cave? However, Now was not the time to discuss the reason. Could it be that they could only watch as the self-reflection caves were blown up, letting the foundation of the Shi Yuan sect that had existed for tens of thousands of years be destroyed just like that? Sect Master, we must stop Yun Chujiu. We can't let her continue to blow up. We just need to think of a way to save her, said Peak Master Mo of Water Mountain. Master Shu looked at him with a hopeless expression. Stop her. How? Do you think she will listen to me if I don't let her blow up? Peak Master Mo choked. That's right. If he were in their shoes, he would also blow up if he was trapped inside and knew that he would only be released after 500 years. Peak Master who had been silent all this time, said tentatively, Sect Master, I think that little girl may be willful, but she seems to be a soft-hearted person. Why don't you use some soft words to comfort her? Maybe we can use this time to think of a way to save her. Everyone felt that this method was feasible and nodded in agreement. Master Shu had no choice but to take out the voice transmission talisman and said to Yun Chujiu in an extremely gentle voice, Master Shu, don't blow yourself up. Yun, that little ninth girl, I understand your eagerness to come out, but this self-reflection cave is the foundation of our Killing Yuan sect that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Can you not blow it up for the time being? Give us some time. If we can't think of a way to save you, can you blow it up again? After Master Shu finished speaking, he nervously stared at the voice transmission talisman in his hand. The others also waited nervously. They didn't know if that reckless little girl would give Master Shu face. After waiting for a long time, the voice transmission talisman finally trembled. Master Shu couldn't wait to send his spiritual sense in. From inside came Yun Chujiu's powerful words. Master, look at what you said. I am also a member of the Murderous Origin sect. I also have the responsibility to protect the foundation of our Murderous Origin sect, at Novelbanat. However, you also know that my spiritual power is low, and I don't know how many self-reflection holes I have now. Anyway, I don't think I can hold on for too long, so you guys should quickly think of a way. At most, half a day's time. If you guys don't have any good ideas, I can only blow up the holes. Master Shu was almost moved to tears. Although this Yun Chujiu was usually unimportant, she still had a good view of the big picture at the critical moment. Master Shu relayed Yun Chujiu's words to everyone. Everyone sighed. The crux of the problem now was how to save Yun Chujiu. If they couldn't save her, there would still be a hole in the end. Everyone discussed and even invited the Grand Elder out, but there was still no solution. Half a day was about to pass. Everyone looked at each other. What should they do? Leng Kui said from the side, Master, that Yun Chujiu is a person who is willing to sacrifice her life and money. If you promise her a large sum of money, she will definitely agree to extend the time.
Enterprise applications without AI, that's like a car without wheels or a plane without wings.
138 online. All page, novel bin. Master Shu was skeptical. Although he heard that the little girl was greedy, she was now trapped in the self-reflection cave. Would she extend the time for the spirit stones? Master Shu was determined to give it a try. He took out the voice transmission talisman and asked Yun Chujiu, well, little Jew, although you gave us half a day, we haven't found a solution yet. Can we extend the time? Don't worry, I won't let you suffer in vain. The sect will give you spirit stones as compensation. What do you think? The voice transmission talisman soon trembled. Master Shu sent his spiritual sense in and heard Yun Chujiu's righteous voice. Master Shu, what are you saying? Do you think I'm a greedy person? Without money, can't people communicate with each other? Well, how much do you plan to give me? Master Shu almost burst into tears when he heard that, but he almost threw away his voice transmission talisman in anger. This little girl, she was greedy for money, but she had to say a bunch of high-sounding words. She was really crafty. In the end, the two of them bargained and made a deal with Chen Shi at the price of 2 hours and 10 high-grade spirit stones. Master Shu also understood that the little girl wanted money because she was afraid that they would delay and not save her. If she really wanted money that badly, she could have asked for more. Although they had spent money to buy time, the people of the primordial killing sect were still at a loss. It seemed that there was no other way to save Yun Chujiu except to blow up a hole. At this moment, someone reported that Master Bailey of the primordial killing sect had arrived. Master Shu's mood was very complicated. Not long ago, he had gone to the primordial killing sect to watch the show. He did not expect that the tide would turn now. It was the turn of that old geezer, Bai Li Yin, to laugh at the primordial killing sect. Master Bailey's reason was very dignified. Yun Chujiu was also a disciple of the primordial chaos sect. When she was in trouble, the primordial chaos sect naturally could not sit idly by. Master Bailey even brought Elder Jing here because Elder Jing was the person with the highest attainments in formations of the primordial chaos sect. Although Elder Jing had been tormented by Yun Chujiu the last time, compared to Yun Chujiu being trapped in the cave of self-reflection, he was more willing to strangle her to death with his own hands. Master Shu brought the two of them to the teleportation formation in the cave of self-reflection. Elder Jing and the elders of the Killing Origin sect who were proficient in formations discussed how to break the teleportation formation. Master Bailey chatted with Master Shu casually. "Master Shu, how come I haven't seen you for a few days? You look much more haggard." Master Shu snorted coldly. "Why ask when you already know? Let's make a deal first. When the 3-month period is up, I will send this Yun Chujiu back to your primordial chaos sect. In the future, don't come to our killing primordial sect. She was originally a member of your primordial chaos sect, at Novelban at. Master Bailey glanced at him. "Master Shu, this person doesn't stand by his words. We had an agreement back then that we would split the treasure we dug up with half of our family. Therefore, this Yun Chujiu will be a disciple of our two sects in the future. Moreover, I also advised you not to bring Yun Chujiu back. You didn't listen. It's too late to regret now." Master Shu was speechless. If he had known that this was a troublemaker, he wouldn't have brought her back to the Shi Yuan sect even if he had to pay for it. He was wrong. He should never have brought this scourge back to the Shi Yuan sect. He was the sinner of the Shi Yuan sect. It was easy to invite the gods, but hard to send them away. It seemed that there was no way to return this bad news back. The only consolation was that she did not only harm their Shi Yuan sect, but also the Han Yuan sect. Chapter 2739 Online. All page, Novel Bin. A certain Jew did not know that she had already been despised. This fellow was currently in a self-reflection cave, trying to figure out how to get out. She did not have much hope for Master Shu and the others. After all, this was a formation from tens of thousands of years ago. Even if she could find a way to break it, it would take at least a year or so. She still had a lot of things to do. She still had a date with the pretty boy. She didn't want to be trapped here. Moreover, the spiritual attacks from time to time were really deadly. Even if she had a lot of defensive spirit tools, she couldn't waste them like this. Blowing up the holes was the worst plan because according to Master Shu, there were a total of 20 self-reflection holes. If all of them were blown up, it would probably take several days, at Novelban at. Moreover, talisman seals were free, and talisman papers were not cheap, okay. In the end, how could she get out? Yun Chujiu frowned and thought about it. The crux of the problem was, what exactly caused her to be locked up for 500 years? Also, Why was she transferred to this self-reflection cave after she blew up the 11th self-reflection cave? Everything in the world had a cause and effect. Who was the one who caused the trouble? Yoon Choo-jiu felt that there should not be any weapon spirits in the self-reflection cave because none of the weapon spirits would allow her to blow up the self-reflection cave without taking action. Then, what exactly was going on? Yoon Choo-jiu recalled the incident in the ancient sword tomb. Back then, the ancient sword tomb suddenly collapsed. Although no reason was found after that, it was highly likely that the Divine Devil Hall had done something to it. Could it be that the Divine Devil Hall did something to it again? This made sense. That Elder Lee from the Chaos Origin sect was a member of the Divine Devil Hall. Perhaps, there were people from the Divine Devil Hall in the Murder Origin sect as well. When he learned that she would be locked in the self-reflection cave, he tampered with the formation of the self-reflection cave. After all, the people from the Divine Devil Hall seemed to be very proficient in the ancient formation. In that case, if he wanted to get out, the breakthrough point should not be placed on the teleportation array, but on the array formation in the cave of introspection. Yoon Choo-jiu told Master Shu about her guess, and Master Shu was shocked. He had no idea who was the spy in the sect now. Moreover, most importantly, for so many years, they only knew the location of the teleportation array, and did not know where the array disk of the cave of introspection was. Yoon Choo-jiu secretly thought that it must have been because Hongyuan old group was in a hurry to find Patriarch Yuan Tian to compete with him back then, so there were many things that they did not explain clearly. For example, the location of the formation disk of the introspection cave, or the plaque on Jin Feng. Perhaps there were still many unsolved cases in the Killing Origin sect. Yoon Choo-jiu sighed. Since she could not find the location of the formation disk, it seemed that there was no other way except to blow up the cave. Although she would definitely waste a lot of talismans, her life was still more important, wasn't it? Yoon Choo-jiu decided to give Master Shu some more time. In any case, she didn't need these few hours. Outside the self-reflection cave, Elder Jing was studying the teleportation formation with a few elders of the Shi Yuan sect who were proficient in formations. Elder Jing frowned. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with this teleportation formation. Can someone demonstrate the process of forming the seal for me to take a look? Of course, this wasn't a big problem, so an elder called over the people guarding the teleportation formation and asked them to demonstrate. Those people quickly came over to demonstrate. They also hoped that the teleportation formation could be repaired. After all, guarding the teleportation formation was a good job, and it would be a pity to lose it. Chapter 2740 Online. All page, Novel Bin. The few disciples guarding the teleportation formation saw Yoon Choo-jiu's reflection on the shadow stone, so they started to form seals, at Novelbin at. Of course, they didn't have any hope of getting Yoon Choo-jiu out. They only wanted Elder Jing to see how they formed the seals. However, after they finished forming the seals, a little girl appeared in the middle of the teleportation formation with a dumbfounded expression. Yoon Choo-jiu looked at the crowd with a blank expression. Did you guys fix the teleportation formation? Master Shu. Master Bailey. Everyone. What the hell? How did this teleportation formation suddenly come into use? Yoon Choo-jiu saw Elder Jing at a glance. She was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. Elder Jing, I knew that a good person like you would forget about the past and save me. Did you fix the teleportation formation? I knew that your attainments in formations were unprecedented. Elder Jing's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He felt that this was the worst time he had ever been defamed. He clearly didn't do anything right. That wasn't right. This was also indirectly his credit. After all, if he hadn't asked those disciples to demonstrate the teleportation formation, Yoon Choo-jiu wouldn't have been able to come out. Elder Jing snorted coldly. You don't have to thank me. This formation suddenly became normal. I don't know what happened either. Yun Chujiu suddenly became normal. What kind of trick was this? Could it be that the people of the Divine Devil Hall had a conscience? This was simply impossible. It seemed that it was not the Divine Devil Hall's fault. What exactly was going on? Everyone present was confused. However, no matter what, Yun Chujiu was safely rescued and her self-reflection cave was also saved. This was a good thing for everyone. Master Shu finally let out a sigh of relief. Although he could not find the problem with the self-reflection cave for the time being, at least he did not let the little girl blow up all the self-reflection caves. He was thankful to the heavens. Since there was nothing else, Master Bailey proposed to take his leave. Master Shu and he hated each other, so he did not urge him to stay any longer. He looked at Yun Chujiu who was standing beside him. Then, he said, Yun Chujiu, it just so happens that Master Bailey is returning to the Primordial Chaos sect. Do you want to go back and take a look as well? Your fellow disciples must miss you very much. Before Yun Chujiu could say anything, Master Bailey said, Little girl, Jinshi and the others are doing well. You can rest assured and cultivate in the Primordial Murder sect. If the 3 months are up, if you still want to stay in the Primordial Murder sect, I believe Master Shu won't object. Bai Li Yin, what are you talking about? We agreed to rotate once every 3 months. If it's 3 months, how can she still stay in the Primordial Murder sect? Shu Lin, I was just saying that. Look at your anxious and pale face. You're really lacking in manners. Yun Chujiu looked left and right. Why did it sound like she didn't want her? Was she being looked down on? Damn it. This was outrageous. She was her ancestor. How dare she look down on her? Let's wait and see. Master Bailey said a few words to Master Shu, then left with Elder Jing in a hurry. Yun Chujiu pursed her lips. Was she afraid that she would go back with him? She didn't do anything that angered the heavens or angered the people. Besides, she was still very low-key in the Primordial Chaos sect. Why did she dislike her so much? Just as Yun Chujiu was cursing in her heart, she heard Master Shu say, Yun Chujiu, try to move around the big kitchen in the future. This will be good for you and everyone else. Chapter 2741 Online. All page, Novel Bin. The corner of Yun Chujiu's eyes twitched violently. Was this a disguised form of grounding? In your dreams. Master, did I do something wrong? Why didn't you let me go around? Yun Chujiu asked pitifully. Master Shu coughed dryly. You didn't do anything wrong, but, as you can see, everywhere you go, it doesn't seem to be peaceful. I'm doing this for your own good. What if something happens again? Master Sect Leader, I can't agree with your words. First, these things are purely coincidental. Second, I didn't cause any trouble. I've made a meritorious deed. I won't say much about the Fire Peak plaque. I'll just talk about this self-reflection cave. If I didn't test the cave, would you know that this self-reflection cave is crazy? If others were to be locked up, they might end up in it for the rest of their lives. At Novelbanatat. Besides, in order to protect my cave of self-reflection, I am willing to suffer in the cave. Oh right, Master Sect Leader, shouldn't we calculate the spirit stones? At this point, he remembered that there was still money to be confiscated. Master Shu laughed. Well, what you said makes sense. Just be careful in the future. Also, as for the spirit stones, because you blew up a cave of self-reflection, we are even. I remember that I still have something important to do. Let's talk about it later. After Master Shu finished speaking, he left in a hurry. Yun Chujiu. Was old man Chia Hao trying to renege on his debt? When the others saw that Master Shu had left, they also found excuses to escape. Only Leng Kui and the few disciples guarding the teleportation array were left. Leng Kui glared at Yun Chujiu fiercely. Yun Chujiu, if I were you, I would stay in the dormitory obediently so that I wouldn't cause harm to others and myself. Yun Chujiu did not want to hang him up. She glanced at him. What harm did I do to you? If it weren't for me, would Fire Peak have made such a big discovery? If it weren't for me, you might have been punished to reflect on yourself one day and be imprisoned for 500 years. How could Leng Kui beat Yun Chujiu? He was so angry that he almost vomited blood and left in a huff. Yun Chujiu rubbed her chin and pondered. She did not dare to enter the self-reflection cave anymore. It was better to wait for the little flame nearby. After such a long time, it should be back soon. Therefore, Yun Chujiu sat on a recliner not far from the teleportation array and basked in the sun. The few disciples guarding the teleportation array were scared stiff. What was this Yun Chujiu up to this time? What was she doing there? While Yun Chujiu was resting with her eyes closed, she sensed the little flame getting closer and closer with her spiritual sense. She was afraid that the little flame would be discovered by the disciples, so she quickly found a slightly remote place. Just as the little flame was looking around, a red light jumped into her right palm. The little flame was afraid of being discovered, so it quickly returned to its own courtyard. Although the little flame was not very intelligent, Yun Chujiu could still feel its excitement. When it entered the house, the little flame jumped out from its right palm and floated in front of Yun Chujiu. Yun Chujiu guessed and understood what the little flame meant. It meant that it had found several thousand-year-old fire pith and fought with them for a long time. In the end, it won. Yun Chujiu had a flash of inspiration. The place where the 1,000-year-old fire pith was found was most likely near the formation plate. Could it be that the formation plate had a seizure because it was affected by the little flame and the others? Chapter 2742 Online. All page, novel bin. The more Yun Chujiu thought about it, the more she felt that her analysis made sense. Then, the problem was, did she deserve it? Yun Chujiu felt a little guilty for some reason. Fortunately, she blamed the Divine Devil Hall, or else she would be beaten up even more. Yun Chujiu felt that it was necessary to educate the little flame. She could not always run around without organization or discipline. Little flame, I'm warning you. If you run away without saying goodbye in the future, I won't want you anymore. You will become a lonely soul in the future. It was unknown whether the little flame understood or not, but it crawled into Yun Chujiu's right palm with a drooping head. Yun Chujiu did not dare to sleep last night, so she simply washed up and lay on the bed to fall asleep. She slept until the next morning. After washing up, she went to the kitchen to show off her power, and then she thought about where to go for a walk. The Golden Peak and the Fire Peak were almost done, so she would go to the Wood Peak for a walk. When Yun Chujiu reached the entrance of the Wood Peak, she saw many signs at the entrance. Yun Chujiu is not allowed to enter. Yun Chujiu is the most unwelcome person in our Wood Peak. For the sake of your safety and the safety of others, please stay away from Yun Chujiu. Yun Chujiu's nose was almost crooked from anger. This was blatant discrimination. What was wrong with her? Why was she forbidden to enter the Wood Peak? Why was she unwelcome? The most infuriating thing was that there was an additional fence at the entrance of the Wood Peak. It was obviously to prevent fire, theft, and Yun Chujiu. When the servants guarding the fence saw Yun Chujiu coming, they looked as if they were facing a great enemy. They shouted loudly, "Yun Chujiu, didn't you see the sign we put up? Step back quickly, we don't welcome you in the Wood Peak." If Yun Chujiu believed in evil, she wouldn't be Yun Chujiu. She sneered and kicked the signs to pieces. Are you guys sick? Did I steal your Wood Peak's grass or burn your Wood Peak's mountain? The sect master didn't forbid me to go anywhere. Don't tell me that your wood peak still wants to be independent. Is this your decision or Mountain Master Ren's idea? Those odd job workers had never seen such a valiant girl before. They were all dumbfounded. One of them took out his identity jade token and seemed to be sending a message to someone. Yun Chujiu curled her lips. She did not think that Mountain Master Ren of the Wood Peak had the leisure to target her. It must be some bastard who did not like her. Not long after, a female disciple wearing the uniform of an inner sect disciple walked over. A few male disciples followed beside her with fawning expressions. Yun Chujiu had not been in the Shi Yuan sect for long, so she did not know these people. She crossed her arms and looked at them calmly. The female disciple sized up Yun Chujiu. Are you that disaster star, Yun Chujiu? If I were you, I would stay in the dormitory obediently to avoid being annoying. Io. You still want to be shameless. If you were me, you look like a toad. Can you be compared to me? You are really shameless. At Novelban at. The female disciple was instantly killed by a certain Jew. That female disciple was so angry that her face turned red. With a ferocious expression, she said, Yun Chujiu, you don't want to be shameless. This is our Wood Peak's territory. Get lost. Or else. A certain Jew held a basket in her left hand and a basket in her right hand, interrupting that female disciple's words. Or else what? Enter the competition stage. I can't wait for that. Come, it's you. Let's go. Follow me to the competition stage. These 2 baskets of talismans shouldn't be a problem to deal with you, right? Chapter 2743 Online. All page, Novel Bin. The female disciple saw the talismans in the 2 baskets and subconsciously took a few steps back. Didn't they say that Yun Chujiu used a lot of talismans in the self-reflection cave? Why were there so many? Did she bring all the talismans from her shop? A hawk-nosed person next to the female disciple said disdainfully, Yun Chujiu, what kind of ability do you think you can rely on talismans? If you have the ability, don't use talismans. Let's use spiritual power to compete. Yun Chujiu looked at the hawk-nosed disciple as if he was an idiot. Are you out of your mind? If I have talismans, why don't I use them? What? Do you want to fight on behalf of your beloved? Sure. You can too. Let's go. Follow me to the competition stage. The male disciple shook his head like a rattle drum. What a joke. He was not stupid. If he went up, he would be looking for trouble. He would not go. Yun Chujiu pointed at the other male disciples. If he doesn't go, do you guys want to go? Anyway, I'm very bored now. I'll let you guys experience the power of the talisman seal. The male disciples looked around but did not look at Yun Chujiu. Clearly, they did not want to bring trouble upon themselves. TSK, that little guy. I feel sad for you. You said that your admirers are more cowardly than one. Then, it's you. Let's go and play on the competition stage. Yun Chujiu hooked her finger at the female disciple. The female disciple bit her lips and ran away with her mouth covered. The male disciples glared at Yun Chujiu angrily and followed behind her, calling her junior sister Shanshan. Apparently, they were trying to curry favor with her. Yun Chujiu looked away and looked at the servants. When the servants saw that the inner disciples had been scared away, how would they dare to stop them? They hurriedly removed the guardrail and said with a smile, Junior Sister Yun, we are also following orders. Please show mercy and spare us. At Novelban at. Yun Chujiu curled her lips. Who is that ugly freak? The corners of the servants' eyes twitched. One of the servants replied, that is Chu Shanshan, an inner disciple of our Wood Peak. Just an inner disciple. What kind of backing does she have? Yun Chujiu did not think that an inner disciple would dare to do such a thing. Her biological brother, Chu Quan, is the true disciple of Mountain Master Ren. Therefore, we don't dare to offend her. One of the servants said submissively. Is that all? What else? Why is she targeting me? This is just a guess. I heard that Chu Shanshan has always been in love with senior brother Leng Kui. Recently, someone said that junior sister Yun is very close to senior brother Leng Kui. I guess she is jealous. Yun Chujiu was baffled. She was close to Leng Kui. They did not like each other, okay. This was an unexpected disaster. Yun Chujiu gave a few perfunctory words to the servants before entering the Wood Peak. The disciples of the Wood Peak basically all had wood element spiritual roots, so the scenery of the Wood Peak was very beautiful. As Yun Chujiu strolled around, she forgot about what had just happened. However, no matter how beautiful the scenery was, after seeing it for too long, she would get tired of it. Just as she was about to go to the neighboring water mountain for a stroll, she saw many disciples of the Wood Peak running towards a direction in a hurry. Yun Chujiu's eyes immediately lit up. According to her experience, the places where people gathered were either lively to watch or had treasures. No matter which one it was, Yun Chujiu would naturally not miss it. She also followed the crowd and ran forward. Chapter 2744 Online. All page, Novel Bin. When Yun Chujiu heard everyone running and talking about eggs, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. Eggs. Could it be that a demon beast had laid an egg? Did a demon beast need to be so sensational to lay an egg? This fellow didn't dare to ask, because this fellow knew his own limits. Now that her reputation wasn't too good, it would be bad if she was chased out again. Yun Chujiu followed the crowd and ran all the way to the back mountain of the Wood Peak. When Yun Chujiu arrived, there were already many disciples of the Wood Peak gathered there. The girl was obviously a huge tree in front of them. However, to be precise, it was a huge vine. Yun Chujiu had read quite a few magazine articles in the library of the Primordial Chaos sect. She had actually seen the introduction of this vine. This vine was called thorn. That's right, there was only one word in its name. It could be said that this name was very appropriate because the leaves of this vine were like sharp thorns. Moreover, there were barbs on the thorns. If it was within its attack range, it could be said that there was only a slim chance of survival. The reason why everyone could be at ease and boldly surround that vine was because there was a formation barrier around the vine, so it had no way of attacking everyone. Yun Chujiu understood the purpose of their visit after some thought. The egg they were talking about should be the seed of this vine. The seed of this vine was very special. It was like an egg with a white shell on the outside and only a few dozen seeds inside. The people of Wood Peak basically had wood-type spiritual roots. Their attack method was to accelerate the growth of the seeds and then attack. Therefore, they were naturally very interested in the seeds of this vine. It was said that this vine only bloomed once every 1,000 years. Moreover, the flowering period was less than an hour. After the flower withered, it would directly bear the seeds. This could also explain why the disciples of the Wood Peak rushed over. They were afraid that others would get there first and would not be able to snatch more seeds. Yun Chujiu discovered that these people also had their own way of standing. The inner disciples stood at the front, which was also the most advantageous position. Next were the outer disciples. As for the servants, they were already very far away from the vine. Yun Chujiu was looking around when sect leader Ren of the Wood Peak arrived. Behind sect leader Ren were a few elders of the Wood Peak and their core disciples. Chu Shanshan was standing beside a male disciple. It was probably her brother, Chu Quan. Although Chu Shanshan was an inner disciple, because of Chu Quan, the other core disciples didn't say anything. After all, there were many seeds on the vines, so she wasn't alone. Chu Shanshan's face was very proud. She felt that as long as she worked hard and had her brother's help to put in some good words, she might be able to become a successive disciple. Just as Chu Shanshan was feeling proud, she glanced around and saw Yun Chujiu in the crowd. Chu Shanshan recalled Yun Chujiu's words that had humiliated her, and her eyes immediately flashed with anger. She pretended to be unintentional and said, "Brother, look, isn't that Yun Chujiu? Why is she here? She's not here to cause trouble, right? At Novelban at. Shanshan, don't talk nonsense. Junior sister Yun is probably just curious and came to watch the show." Chu Quan had heard Chu Shanshan talking about how she was bullied by Yun Chujiu, therefore, he looked at Yun Chujiu with a hostile gaze. However, he was much more shrewd than Chu Shanshan. HMPH. Isn't the reason why she turned the self-reflection cave upside down because she's curious? In any case, she's a jinx, Chu Shanshan said indignantly. What jinx? It's just a coincidence. Chu Quan raised his voice. It seemed like he was angry that Chu Shanshan had said something so rude, but he said it for Mountain Master Ren and the other elders to hear. Chapter 2745 Online. All page, Novel Bin. The Thorn was a major event that happened once every 1,000 years on the Wood Peak. Naturally, Mountain Master Ren did not want anything to go wrong. Hence, after listening to Chu Quan's words, he turned his head and saw a certain Jew who was trying her best to reduce her presence. Mountain Master Ren frowned. Sometimes, it was better to believe in something than to not believe in something. Strange things happened frequently wherever Yun Chujiu went. If she delayed the collection of the thorn seeds, things would not be good. The thorn seeds were different from other demon seeds. They had to be stored in the storage ring before they landed. Otherwise, they would instantly turn into powder. Therefore, no accidents were allowed. Although Mountain Master Ren thought so, as the Mountain Master, he was too embarrassed to chase Yun Chujiu away. Therefore, he did not stop Chu Shanshan's words. He thought that it was possible to use her to chase Yun Chujiu away. When Chu Quan saw that Mountain Master Ren did not say anything, he understood a little. Therefore, when Chu Shanshan walked towards Yun Chujiu to pick a fight, he did not stop her. At Novelban at. Hey, Yun Chujiu, did you not hear what I just said? Don't come and harm our Wood Peak, you jinx, get lost. If you delay our Wood Peak in collecting the eggs, you will be a great sinner of our Wood Peak. Chu Shanshan was now much more confident than before, hence, her attitude became even more arrogant. The reason why the people of Wood Peak called the thorn seeds eggs was firstly because they were similar in shape. Secondly, they were afraid that if they said it, they would not be able to harvest the seeds. This was also a kind of psychological hint. If it was in the past, Yun Chujiu would be very happy to play with this little b*tch. Now, she could not be bothered with this little grasshopper. She did not even glance at Chu Shanshan. Instead, she walked directly to Mountain Master Ren. Mountain Master Ren, I want to watch the show. You won't forbid it, right? It's such a big event. After I watch it, I can return to the primordial chaos sect to show off, right? Yun Chujiu said mischievously. Although Mountain Master Ren was 100 times unhappy, he was afraid that this fellow would go back to the primordial chaos sect to ridicule him. He could only say against his will, of course not. If you're willing to watch it, then just watch it. Mountain Master Ren thought for a moment before adding, the position here is good. Just stand by my side. The reason why Mountain Master Ren added this sentence was because he felt that Yun Chujiu could not cause trouble under his nose. This way, he would be able to feel at ease. Yun Chujiu was not stupid. Naturally, she knew what Mountain Master Ren meant. She obediently stood by Mountain Master Ren's side and watched as the flower buds on the thorns began to bloom. Chu Shanshan was so angry that she stomped her feet. However, she did not dare to act rashly in front of Mountain Master Ren. She could only glare at Yun Chujiu's back fiercely. In her heart, she hated Yun Chujiu to death. Chu Quan did not expect Yun Chujiu to say a few words and make Mountain Master Ren agree to let her stay. Moreover, she even occupied a good position. He was also very depressed. Yun Chujiu did not have the time to care whether they were depressed or not. At this moment, she was stunned by the beautiful scene in front of her. The flower bud on the thorn seemed to bloom at the same time. There was a touch of red in the middle of the snow-white flower. It was holy and had a hint of charm. It was a rare beautiful scene. The trees were full of flowers. TSK, who would have thought that the flower bud that bloomed was actually the sinister thorn? As expected, there were two sides to everything. This guy could see some life enlightenment from the flower. He even felt that he was awesome. This guy looked at it and exclaimed, "Hey, that flower's heart is black. Is it a mutation?" Chapter 2746 online. All page, novel bin. Chu Shanshan had wanted to find fault with Yun Chujiu for a long time. When she heard Yun Chujiu's words, she had a look of disdain on her face. If your eyesight is bad, then don't talk. And you're a black-hearted man. I think your heart is black. The little black bird in Yun Chujiu's spiritual beast bag nodded desperately. This little biatch's words were quite reasonable. Xiao Hainiao's heart was indeed black. When Chu Shanshan saw Yun Chujiu squeaking, she said even more contemptuously, "Yun Chujiu, if I were you, I would just watch obediently. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. The heart of the flower that is pricked has always been red. I've never heard of it being black." Before Chu Shanshan could finish her words, everyone exclaimed one after another, "Oh my God, that flower's heart is really black. How is this possible?" Chu Shanshan looked in the direction that everyone was pointing at and saw that there was indeed a flower with a black heart in the middle of the tree full of flowers. Chu Shanshan's face instantly turned as red as a monkey's butt. She felt so embarrassed. She did not blame herself. She blamed everything on Yun Chujiu. Therefore, she raised her voice. She said sarcastically, "Humph. I've never heard that thorns can produce black-hearted flowers. This must be because of you, a jinx. Get lost quickly, or else all the flowers might turn black." "Shut up," an elder interrupted Chu Shanshan unhappily. "What do you know? Do you know what a black-hearted flower means? If you don't know, then don't talk nonsense." Chu Shanshan's face turned pale. She had never been reprimanded so severely. Her eyes immediately turned red. She wanted to argue a little, but was pulled by Chu Quan. Only then did she bite her lips and stop talking. Chu Quan intended to help his sister out of the situation. He respectfully said to the elder, "Elder Zhou, I have never heard of a thorny flower with a black heart. Please explain to us." Elder Zhou clearly had a good impression of Chu Quan. His expression softened a little, then, he said, "You all know that if a thorny seed is not treated, it will turn into powder if it falls to the ground. Have you ever thought about how a thorny seed reproduces?" Chu Quan was stunned. "Elder Zhou, isn't it said that the thorn is unable to reproduce, so we are the only thorn left?" Elder Zhou waved his hand. "You only know the first part, but you don't know the second part. The reason why a thorn cannot reproduce is because there is no way to form a black egg. Only the seed inside the black egg can be used to reproduce. And that black-hearted flower is very likely to form a black egg. Everyone cried out in surprise. So that was how it was. Elder Joe's words were like a hard slap on Chu Shanshan's face. She even said that Yun Chujiu was a jinx. This was clearly a lucky star, all right. If she could really bear a black egg, when the time came, she could breed more thorns. In the future, Woodpeak's strength would definitely increase greatly. Chu Shanshan wished that she could find a hole in the ground to hide in. In her heart, she hated Yun Chujiu even more. She felt that all of this was caused by her, at Novelbanat. At this moment, the flowers on the tree began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the flowers on the tree began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye, and countless eggs began to form. Among the many white eggs, there was a black egg that was particularly eye-catching. Mountain Master Ren and the few elders were so excited that they were trembling slightly. The few of them discussed it. The black egg was too important, so when the egg fell off, their task was to catch the black egg. The egg on the vine quickly began to grow and mature. Gradually, some of the eggs began to fall off. The inner disciples who were close to it began to leap up to catch the eggs. And 747 online. All page, novel bin. Yun Chujiu was rather eager to give it a try. However, this fellow was afraid that his reputation would be added to the mix, so he resisted the temptation and did not make a move. At Novelbanat. After coming over for a while, this fellow saw that Mountain Master Ren's attention was all on the black egg. He gritted his teeth. After all, reputation could not be used as food, so spirit stones were more important. These spiked eggs would definitely sell for a good price. It would be a waste not to snatch them. Thus, this fellow jumped up and down to catch the eggs that fell down. As this fellow stood at the front, it didn't take long for him to catch a few eggs. This fellow felt that this trip to Wood Peak wasn't in vain. He had really struck it rich. After the white egg fell down, the black egg fell down. Mountain Master Ren and the others had been watching closely, so they immediately jumped up to catch the black egg. This was originally a very stable arrangement. The disciples of Wood Peak would not have the guts to cause trouble. However, no one had expected that Yun Chujiu would suddenly appear out of nowhere. She suddenly jumped up, caught the black egg, stuffed it into her mouth, and swallowed it. The scene was dead silent at first, and then it exploded. What does this Yun Chujiu want to do? She actually swallowed the black egg. Isn't she afraid of choking to death? ! I told you, she was sent by the Hun Yuan sect to harm our Shi Yuan sect. It's true, right? ! Peak Master, she just swallowed the seed. She must have not digested it yet. It's still not too late to cut open her stomach. Yun Chujiu's face was stiff. Could it be that she told everyone that the she just now was not her? Yun Chujiu cursed the Gui cow in her dantian. At that moment, Go Weiba suddenly took control of her body. When she was done causing trouble, it returned the control of her body to Yun Chujiu. Yun Chujiu was so depressed that she wanted to vomit blood. Other people's treasures were called treasures, but her treasures were all F***-seeking scams. She had just been swindled by the little flame, and now she was swindled by Go Weiba. Was there such a miserable master in this world? In her dantian, Gui Cow was so beautiful that it was bubbling. She didn't expect that there would be an unexpected surprise. The seed of the thorn couldn't be seen once in hundreds of thousands of years. This was a great tonic. Mountain Master Ren stared at Yun Chujiu with a gloomy expression. If it wasn't for Yun Chujiu's special identity, he really planned to cut open her belly and take out the seed of the thorn. What did the thorny seeds mean? If they had those seeds, the wood-peak could reproduce several thorny seeds, which would greatly increase the strength of the wood-peak. However, all of this was ruined by this scourge. Mountain Master Wren could control his anger, but it didn't mean that the other elders could control their anger. One of the elders, Elder Wei, reached out and grabbed Yun Chujiu. Spit it out. Spit out the seeds. Yun Chujiu naturally would not let him grab her. She quickly dodged to the side and shouted, "It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding." Everyone was furious. A misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? They had all seen her swallow the seed with their own eyes. All right. She was purely going against the wood-peak. She deserved to die. Chu Shanshan rolled her eyes. This was a great opportunity for revenge. Hence, she shouted, "Everyone, let's attack together. Catch this Yun Chujiu and let her spit out the seed." A few thoughts flashed through Mountain Master Wren's mind, but he did not stop her. It would be best if he could get the seed out. Even if he could not get it out, he could teach this Yun Chujiu a lesson. It was too infuriating. Chapter 2748 Online. All page, Novel Bin. Yun Chujiu was very guilty. After all, she was in the wrong first, so she tried to explain to everyone at the beginning. However, the people of the wood-peak were all red-eyed, so they would not listen to her explanation. They rushed forward and wanted to catch her. Yun Chujiu was not stupid. If she was caught, it was possible that the crowd would beat her to death. No matter what, it was more important to save her life first. Therefore, this guy planned to escape and go to Master Shu's place to hide. However, because the people of the wood-peak were gathered here, there were many people. Yun Chujiu had no way to escape. Yun Chujiu could only retreat again and again. Gradually, she was very close to the thorn. Because she knew that there was an array separating them, Yun Chujiu was not worried that the thorn would attack her. Suddenly, a thorny vine rolled Yun Chujiu up. Fortunately, the vine had just borne fruit, so the thorn had not grown out in time. Otherwise, Yun Chujiu would have been pierced into a sieve. No one thought that the thorn would break through the array and attack Yun Chujiu. By the time everyone reacted, Yun Chujiu was already gone. Mountain Master Wren's mind was blank. No matter what, he first told the disciples to quickly retreat from the thorn attack range and then reported it to Master Shu. Master Shu finally got a good sleep last night. Early in the morning, he felt that his right eyelid was twitching. He felt that something was going to happen. He did not expect that, as expected, something would happen again. Moreover, it was caused by that Yun Chujiu. Master Shu regretted it. If he had known this would happen, he would have firmly grounded Yun Chujiu yesterday. She was a troublemaker. Why did she go to the wood-peak all of a sudden? It was one thing for her to go, but she actually swallowed the black egg. To take a step back, if she swallowed the black egg, she would confess her crimes. Why did she run away? Now, it had disappeared into thin air. Was this disaster dead or gone somewhere? The other three peak masters also rushed over when they heard the news. They gathered together to analyze Yun Chujiu's whereabouts. Mountain Master Zhao of the Fire Peak glanced at the thorn in the distance, then he said, "Since Yun Chujiu was attacked by the thorn and disappeared after being trapped by it, I think Yun Chujiu's disappearance is most likely related to the thorn." Water Mountain's Mountain Master Mo said in confusion, "Mountain Master Zhao, although what you said makes sense, where did the thorn take Yun Chujiu? It doesn't have a storage ring like us, so where did it take a living person?" Mountain Master Wren suddenly exclaimed, "I remember. The thorn was an ancient tree, so it had its own space and was usually used to store water. Could it have taken Yun Chujiu into its own space?" Everyone was stunned. At Novelban at. This was very possible. Then the question was, should they save Yun Chujiu or not? If they did, there was only one way, and that was to kill the thorn. Once the thorn died, Yun Chujiu, who was trapped in its space, was naturally released. However, the thorn was a treasure passed down from the wood peak, and it was the only one in the world. It was a pity to kill it just like that. Everyone present had their own opinions, but no one was willing to speak first. The atmosphere was a little stagnant. At this moment, Chu Quan, who had been watching from not far away, walked over and bowed to everyone. Then, he said, "Seniors, I take the liberty to say that 15 minutes have passed since Yun Chujiu went missing. I feel that Yun Chujiu is basically dead. If that's the case, why should we get involved in this? Moreover, she brought this upon herself. Her death was not unjustified." Chapter 2749 online. All page, novel bin. Mountain Master Ren berated, "Shut up, where is your place to speak?" Exclamation mark quote. Even though Mountain Master Ren was berating him, his tone wasn't harsh. It was obvious that he was just putting on an act. Chu Quan retreated to the side with an embarrassed expression. However, he was feeling proud in his heart. It was the stupidest thing to pick on someone like Shanshan. At the crucial moment, a few words were enough to kill someone. After scolding Chu Quan, Mountain Master Ren sighed, "Everyone, although Chu Quan has overstepped his boundaries, what he said does make sense. 15 minutes have already passed, and Yun Chujiu is probably dead. If that's the case, why do we still need to go all out and kill the assassins? Even if Master Bailey of the Origin Chaotic Clan comes, he won't be able to say anything. Yun Chujiu brought this on herself." Although Mountain Master Zhao of the Fire Peak didn't like Yun Chujiu before, if it wasn't for Yun Chujiu, he wouldn't have discovered the secret on the board, so he couldn't help but say, "At Novelban at. What you're saying is just speculation. What if the little girl is still alive? She's waiting for us to save her, but we're not going to save her. This isn't right." Mountain Master Mo of Water Mountain agreed with Mountain Master Zhao's opinion, while Mountain Master Lian of Earth Mountain agreed with Mountain Master Ren's opinion. It was 2-2. Now, it was up to Master Shu. Master Shu felt that he had never encountered such a dilemma in his life. Should he save her or not? Master Shu thought of what happened at the Divine Devil Hall and what Master Bailey had said. He gritted his teeth. Yun Chujiu won't die so easily. Save her. Naturally, no one dared to disobey Master Shu's orders. Even though Mountain Master Ren could not bear to kill Thorn, he could only prepare to attack together with Master Shu. The 5 of them took their positions. Just as they were about to attack, they saw Thorn tremble violently and even let out a miserable cry. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? Just as everyone was stunned, a wet little girl appeared on the ground. F***CK. Why aren't you showing off now? Why are you attacking me? Didn't I just eat your seed? Do you have to be so stubborn? Son of AB*TCH. No one knew what Yun Chujiu had done, but the Thorn was as obedient as a little wife. Even though Yun Chujiu scolded it fiercely, it did not attack. Yun Chujiu dried the clothes on her body and cursed a few more words before she left the Thorn's attack range. "Sect Master, you're finally here. I'm going to be bullied to death by the people of the Wood Peak. Woo woo, they're going to cut open my stomach. Also, this B***starred Thorn almost absorbed me as nourishment. I'm so unlucky," Yun Chujiu said with an aggrieved look. Mountain Master Ren and the disciples of the Wood Peak who were watching from not far away almost fainted from anger. Can you still have some face? Who is bullying who? Chu Shanshan was extremely disappointed when she saw that Yun Chujiu was not dead. Now that she heard Yun Chujiu inverting black and white, immediately, she screamed sharply, "Yun Chujiu, You're spouting nonsense. You're a jinx, you shameless B*TCH. You were clearly the one who swallowed the black eggs of our wood-peak, yet you're returning our seeds. Yun Chujiu looked at Sect Master Shu with a wronged expression. Sect Master, look, even the Chu Shanshan dares to scold me and bully me like this when you are here. Can you imagine how much I have suffered before? Exclamation mark quote. The 2750 online. All page, novel bin. Mountain Master Ren of the Wood Peak glared at Chu Shanshan. What a brainless thing. Yun Chujiu, I will punish the disciples of our Wood Peak for speaking rudely. Now let's talk about the problem of the black egg. You swallowed the black egg of our Wood Peak. Shouldn't you have an explanation? At Novelban at. Yun Chujiu really wanted to shout. She didn't want to do it either. Alright. It was all Go Weiber's fault, alright. Mountain Master Ren, I admit that it was my fault. At that time, I didn't know what went wrong in my head. It was most likely due to my color blindness, so I thought that another white egg had fallen, so I snatched it. In a moment of desperation, I stuffed it into my mouth, Yun Chujiu explained with a dry smile. Mountain Master Ren was so angry that he was twitching. Are you lying to a ghost? Even color blindness can distinguish between black and white, okay? I don't care what your reason is. Just because of you, our Wood Peak suffered a huge loss. Shouldn't you compensate us? How about this? 300 million high-grade spirit stones. This matter will be settled. Otherwise, even if the sect master pleads for mercy for you, our Wood Peak will not agree, Mountain Master Ren said coldly. 300 million high-grade spirit stones. Why didn't he rob them? This old man Ren must be thinking about the spirit stones she won in the competition. How shameless. However, it was rare for this fellow to awaken her conscience. In the end, this matter was really her fault. It was reasonable to give some compensation, but 300 million was out of the question. Mountain Master Ren, everything has a cause and effect. If you really pursue this matter, you really shouldn't ask me for this money. Previously, I was originally standing behind the crowd, but it was the Chu Shanshan who seduced me to the front. If I stood at the back, wouldn't all these things disappear? Moreover, wasn't Chu Shanshan already? If it wasn't for me, there wouldn't have been a black-hearted flower. Therefore, this black egg started because of me and was swallowed by me. Isn't this fair? What money do you want from me? Yun Chujiu said with a very reasonable look. Yun Chujiu was obviously pestering him. This guy was very bad. Anyway, after saying these words, at least it made Mountain Master Ren dislike Chu Shanshan and offended her little fairy Jew. HMPH, I'll torture you to death. Mountain Master Ren was so angry that he couldn't say a word. He had never seen such a shameless person. Chu Shanshan ignored Chu Quan's attempts to stop her. She scolded loudly, Yun Chujiu, you B*TCH. You're spouting nonsense. You were the one who wanted to steal the eggs. That's why you went to the front. What does it have to do with me? Even if you don't come, there will still be some black-hearted flowers. Don't flatter yourself. Shut up. Men, send her to the law enforcement office and lock her in the self-reflection cave. Mountain Master Ren thought for a moment. The self-reflection cave was also ruined by Yun Chujiu's bad deed. He changed his words and said, lock her in her own courtyard and meditate. Don't come out without my orders. Chu Quan saw that Mountain Master Ren was furious and was afraid that he would demote Chu Shanshan to an outer sect disciple in a fit of anger. He quickly let a few disciples drag Chu Shanshan away. Yun Chujiu blinked her eyes. Chu Shanshan's words reminded her. She smiled and said to Mountain Master Ren, Mountain Master Ren, please calm down first. I can't run away anyway. Let's have a discussion. Mountain Master Ren snorted. The worst thing he had done was to chase out this jinx from the very beginning. There wouldn't be such trouble later on. Mountain Master Wren, actually, if I hadn't come, this thorn might not have produced a black egg. If you don't believe me, I'll help you ask the thorn. Yunchujiu pointed at the thorn with her finger and said, B***starred thorn, tell me, is it because I'm here that you're so happy that you produced a black egg? Chapter 2751 online. All page, novel bin. The Fire Peaks Mountain Master Zhao couldn't help but laugh out loud. It wasn't like an old hen laid an egg, but this little girl's words were really interesting. The spiker had brought Yunchujiu into his dimension just now because it wanted to take revenge. Was it easy? It had taken hundreds of thousands of years to breed a black egg just to reproduce. Who would have thought that it would be eaten by this little girl? This was outrageous. It felt that if it strangled Yunchujiu with vines, it would definitely be stopped by Mountain Master Wren and the others. Therefore, it planned to poison Yunchujiu to death in its own space. The water in the space of the thorn was not ordinary water. It contained the venom secreted by the thorn. It thought that Yunchujiu would be poisoned to death once she entered. Who would have thought that not only was that little girl not poisoned to death, she even drank all the water in it. Moreover, this pervert was even prepared to use a talisman to blow up its own space. Thorn was so scared that it was trembling. It had no choice but to release Yunchujiu from its own space. Now that it saw Yunchujiu asking it fiercely, it recalled Yunchujiu threatening it in its space. It could only wave its vines to express its response. Mountain Master Wren, did you see that? The B***starred thorn has already admitted it. It was to welcome me that it formed a black egg. This has nothing to do with your wood peak, Yunchujiu said with a smile, at Novelbanatat. Mountain Master Wren wished he could slap her to death. Even a fool could see that that thorn was clearly afraid of her, so it responded with compromise. Sect Master, you are a sensible person. What do you think we should do about this matter? Mountain Master Wren finally understood. He could not win against that scoundrel Yunchujiu, so it was better not to waste time. Master Shu felt his head ache a little. Why did his brain cramp up and bring this scourge back? It was simply the stupidest decision he had ever made in his life. Now that the matter was clear, Yunchujiu had swallowed the black egg of the other wood peak. What else was there to say? She should just pay the compensation. This little girl just had to come up with a bunch of nonsense. It was really difficult to deal with. Before Master Shu could say anything, he heard Yunchujiu say, Mountain Master Wren, forget it. Although it's not all my fault, I can see that you're already so old. It's not easy, so I agree to compensate you. Should I not pursue the matter of giving you 300 million high-grade spirit stones? Everyone present was dumbfounded. Was this a tiger that didn't eat meat but ate cabbages instead? How did this little scoundrel suddenly have a conscience? Mountain Master Wren thought for a moment. No matter what, he had to get the money first. Thus, he nodded his head and said, that's right. As long as you compensate our wood peak with 300 million high-grade spirit stones, this matter will be written off and we will not pursue it any further. Yunchujiu nodded her head and then asked Sect Master Shu, Master Sect Master, you heard it too, right? You have to help me testify. Otherwise, when the time comes, I will give the money to Mountain Master Wren and he will not admit to it anymore. Sect Master Shu could not wait for this matter to be over. He promised repeatedly that he would supervise Mountain Master Wren and Yun. Yunchujiu sighed, the human heart is hard to predict. I just found a seed in my space. Mountain Master Wren, actually, if you are magnanimous enough to forgive me, I intend to give it to you. However, if you insist on being calculative with me, Then I will take this seed back to the primordial chaos sect and plant it. Everyone saw that Yoon Choo-jiu was holding a shiny black seed in her hand. Chapter 2752 online. All page, novel bin. Although Mountain Master Ren had never seen a thorn seed before, he believed Yoon Choo-jiu's words without a doubt. He felt that Yoon Choo-jiu did not have the courage to lie to him. Therefore, he was so excited that he reached out to snatch the seed in Yoon Choo-jiu's hand. Stop, Mountain Master Ren, you said something just now. Have you forgotten it so quickly? As long as I give you 300 million spirit stones, won't we be even? Yoon Choo-jiu curled her lips and said while hiding behind Master Shu. Spirit stones? I don't want the spirit stones. As long as you give me the seed, we will be even. Mountain Master Ren said anxiously. Seriously? You are still so fickle at your age. Forget it, I'll give it to you. Remember, we are even. You can't take revenge on me because of this matter in the future. If you are jealous of a shrimp like me, you are a puppy. Yoon Choo-jiu said as she handed the seed to Mountain Master Ren. After obtaining the seed, Mountain Master Ren immediately ignored Yoon Choo-jiu and studied the seed with the other elders of the Wood Peak as if they were possessed. Yoon Choo-jiu shrugged her shoulders and walked to the front of Master Shu and said, Master Shu, I have troubled you recently. I have decided to ground myself. I won't come out for a walk for the next 2 days. Master Shu was so touched that tears welled up in his eyes. He couldn't help but nod. Good, good. If you need anything, just look for Leng Kui. As long as you stay in the courtyard and don't come out, anything is fine. Yoon Choo-jiu. Old man Chia Hao, do you know that you won't have any friends like this? Under the friendly gaze of the Wood Peak disciples, Yoon Choo-jiu left the Wood Peak and returned to her dormitory. In that case, did Yoon Choo-jiu really find that seed in the thorn space? Of course not. If there were seeds in the thorn space, they would have been used to reproduce long ago. There were more than 10 seeds in a black egg. Yoon Choo-jiu tried her best to get one out of Guai Cao's mouth. Although this fellow had a black heart, it wasn't black to the end. She felt that it was better to leave one for the Wood Peak. This fellow was familiar with human nature. If she had only taken out this seed, Mountain Master Ren would definitely have made her compensate him. He felt that it was because of her that he had lost the other seeds. However, after all this trouble, if she took out this seed again, not only would he not be resentful, he would definitely be grateful. This was a setup. Of course, she could blackmail Mountain Master Ren, but for the sake of the rest of her life, it was better to forget about it. As for why this fellow wanted to ground her, it was because this fellow felt that he had been too high profile recently to avoid attracting too much hatred, so it was better to give up for a few days. There was another reason, that was because she received a voice transmission talisman from Dai Baiming, saying that she would be able to rush to the origin killing sect tonight after the matter was settled. A certain Jew tidied up the house and got Mao Mao Chu to bring out a lot of wild flowers from the Great Void Mystic Realm, decorating the house very warmly. After finishing everything, she scolded Guai Cao while waiting for Dai Baiming to arrive, at Novelban at. Guai Cao was already used to it. If he wanted to scold it, he could scold it. After all, there would be a lot of leaves missing. If he scolded it casually and did not get scolded every few days, it would not be used to it. Yoon Choo-jiu held her chin and pondered. The gigolo said that he was going to fetch something. What was it exactly that he was going to fetch? Just as the gigolo was pondering, Dai Baiming walked in from outside. A certain Jew thought sourly in her heart, it's still better to have high spiritual power. Looking at the gigolo coming in and out of the sky killing sect, it's as if he's playing around. He's so cool. Chapter 2753 online. All page, novel bin. Dai Biming was still dressed in white. He saw that the house had been meticulously tidied up, and there was food on the table. Most importantly, his wife was looking at him with a smile. He suddenly felt that everything was worth it. Prince Charming, did everything go smoothly? Yun Chujiu helped Dai Biming wash his hands and face. Seeing Yun Chujiu's attitude, Dai Biming unconsciously smiled. How have you been these few days? Did you get into trouble? Yun Chujiu thought to herself, great. It was simply wonderful. This guy was afraid that Dai Biming would say that she was a demon. Last time, because of helping Xiao Hainiao to snatch the fire of Nirvana, Dai Biming almost died. He lost his temper. This time, in order to look for the little flame, she almost became a monkey. How would she dare to say that? She just laughed and said a few perfunctory words. Dai Biming did not care too much. He felt that he had only left for a few days, so nothing major should happen. How would he know that the person in front of him was a troublemaker? In just a few days, he had almost turned the sky and earth upside down. The two of them sat down and ate as they chatted. Yun Chujiu asked, Prince Charming, did Wu Ji's brain and the little madman improve quickly? They're not too useless. The main thing is that if they don't become stronger, they'll lose their lives. Naturally, they'll become stronger, Dai Biming said indifferently. Yun Chujiu knew that the words, not too useless, from this guy's mouth meant that he was not bad. With the help of the two of them, the pretty boy would also be able to relax a little. After dinner, Yun Chujiu insisted that Dai Biming accompany her to the roof to look at the stars. A certain Jew who hated the heavens felt that this was an insult to her intelligence, but she could not resist the coquetry of a certain Jew. She could only carry Yun Chujiu and jump onto the roof. Prince Charming, look at how beautiful the starry sky is. I can't tell. Prince Charming, can you see over there? That's the Cowherd and Vega star, the one who met on Magpie Bridge. HMPH. That cowherd is such a good for nothing. If it's me, I'll kill anyone who tries to stop us from being together. Prince Charming, look, it's a shooting star. Hurry up and make a wish. Childish. F*CK, can we still have a proper relationship? A certain Jew glared at a certain Jew with all her might, an arrogant and unromantic person. At Novelban at. A certain Jew saw that certain Jew's eyes were sparkling, and she suddenly felt blessed and said, Little Jew, your eyes are even more beautiful than the stars in the sky. A certain Jew was instantly healed. Her little face flushed red as she leaned on Dai Biming's body, feeling that everything was so beautiful. A certain Jew lowered her head, and the two of them kissed. A certain Jew suddenly understood the beauty of looking at the stars. She could still come out often in the future to take a look. This tone, this true self liked. The two of them, who were bubbling in pink bubbles, lingered for a long time. It was not until late at night that they returned to the house. After the two of them washed up briefly, they lay on the bed. Dai Biming hugged his fragrant and soft little wife. It was as if a ball of fire was burning in his heart. However, he could only burn it dry and could not put out the fire. Hence, Guai Kao suffered another round of mixed scoldings from both men and women. He took it as a compliment. He thought to himself, it was a good thing that he was mentally strong. Otherwise, he would definitely be scolded and depressed. After a good night's sleep, the next day, the two of them had just eaten breakfast when Dai Biming frowned. Someone is here. Dai Biming looked very unhappy. It was really not a good time. It was not easy for him to stay with his little wife for a few days. Why would he come if he had nothing to do? Chapter 2754 online. All page, novel bin. Dai Biming entered the house unwillingly. Yoon Choo-jiu removed the isolation array and opened the courtyard door. She saw Leng Kui standing outside. Senior brother Leng, why are you looking for me? Leng Kui snorted, do you think I'm willing to look for you? Isn't it because master is afraid that you won't keep your word and cause trouble again? He asked me to look after you. Yoon Choo-jiu's heart was like a mutt. Was her credibility so bad now? Old man Chia Hao still sent Leng Kui to look after her. What happened to the trust between people? Was it all fed to the dogs? Senior brother Leng, don't worry. I won't go out. I'll stay in the courtyard obediently for the next few days. Yoon Choo-jiu said confidently. Leng Kui looked at her with disdain. You said that you wouldn't cause any trouble 2 days ago. In the end, you swallowed the black egg of the wood peak yesterday. Look at you. Ever since you came, our Shiyuan sect has never stopped. Forget about the gambling. After all, they are stupid. Did you cause the Fire Peaks plaque and the self-reflection cave? Because of you, the self-reflection cave hasn't been used properly, not to mention the Wood Peaks black egg. Yoon Choo-jiu was afraid that if Leng Kui said anything more, Dai Baiming would notice the flaws. She quickly interrupted, Senior brother Leng, I will stay in the courtyard obediently this time. If you don't believe me, I swear. If I go out to cause trouble again, I will be struck by lightning. Is that all right? All right, if that's the case, then I will go back. I'm warning you, if you continue to cause trouble like blowing up the self-reflection cave and swallowing the black egg, even my master will not be able to protect you. Leng Kui did not want to stay here either. Firstly, he did not like Yoon Choo-jiu, and secondly, the spiritual energy at the foot of the mountain was thin. Therefore, seeing that Yoon Choo-jiu had sworn, he turned around and left. Yoon Choo-jiu closed the door and turned around. She saw Dai Baiming staring at her gloomily. What happened to the self-reflection cave and the black swallowing egg? Didn't you say that nothing happened? Yoon Choo-jiu kicked the small stone on the ground with a guilty conscience. It's just a small matter. It's just a small matter. A small matter. Why would the disciples of the sect leader keep an eye on you for a small matter? Are they afraid that you will go out and cause trouble? Dai Baiming was indeed arrogant, but it did not mean that his thoughts were not meticulous. Yoon Choo-jiu had no choice but to cut corners and tell him the whole story. Then, she said weakly, Prince Charming, I have no choice. I was forced to do it, so, it can be forgiven, right? Dai Baiming sneered, no choice. No choice. Let me ask you, if you did not take the initiative to steal the Fire Peaks plaque, would there be anything after that? The 10,000-year-old fire marrow is much more powerful than you think. What could happen to it? Taking a step back, you didn't even think about it clearly, yet you carelessly went to flirt with others, just to enter a self-reflection cave. Aren't you wrong? Also, if you didn't go to the Wood Peak to join in the fun, would there be any black egg matter? Exclamation mark quote. Yoon Choo-jiu was so guilty that she didn't even dare to look at Dai Baiming. She encouraged herself. Little Jew, can you be a little tougher? What's there to be afraid of? Aren't you fine now? Aren't you jumping around? This fellow had been hinting for a long time before he straightened his back and said, Prince Charming, everything you said is right, but am I not fine now? I will pay attention next time. Dai Baiming snorted coldly, write a self-reflection. Write it now, at Novelban at. A certain Jew wanted to resist, but seeing Dai Baiming's gloomy face, she resigned herself to fate and took out a pen and paper to write a self-reflection. This fellow comforted himself. It's not like he hadn't written it before. If he wrote it, then so be it. Just treat it as practicing calligraphy. Chapter 2755, A certain Jew who had made a mistake online. All page, Novel Bin. Chapter 2755, A certain Jew who had made a mistake. This fellow couldn't remember how many self-criticism letters he had written in the past, so he wrote a random number and wrote a piece of paper in a carefree manner before handing it over to Dai Biming. Dai Biming glanced at it and said with disdain, "You dog-like calligraphy hasn't improved at all. Since you have the time to cause trouble everywhere, you might as well practice your calligraphy." A certain Jew cursed in her heart. "Practice your head. Although my writing isn't good, my drawing of yours is very good." Thus, this fellow's thoughts went astray. Dai Biming read through the self-criticism book. Although he felt that it was more perfunctory, it could be considered as a little caution. Thus, he said, "Although the words are ugly, the content is passable. Do you know that it's wrong?" A certain Jew did not say anything. Dai Biming frowned and raised his voice. "Little Jew, what are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking about your fruit. I'm thinking about you. Of course, I'm thinking about what you said. I was wrong. In the future, I will definitely think twice before I act. I will never make the same mistake again. I promise." A certain Jew was so close that she almost let it slip. Dai Biming nodded in satisfaction. He said earnestly, "Little Jew, it's not that I'm harsh on you. It's just that your spiritual power is too low right now. Although you can crush the jade token I gave you at the critical moment and I can come and help you, if you are locked in a secret realm or something like that, I'm powerless." At Novelbanat. Yun Chuju's heart warmed when she heard what Dai Biming said. To be able to make this handsome gigolo say that he was powerless, it could only mean that he was very concerned about her safety. Yun Chujiu hugged Dai Biming's waist. There was a layer of water vapor in her eyes. "Yes, my Prince Charming, I know. I will definitely pay attention in the future. Prince Charming, you have to pay attention to your safety too. We are all safe and sound. This is the best thing." Dai Biming lowered his head and wanted to kiss Yun Chujiu. He suddenly frowned. "Damn it, who was it? Why is it so hard to stay quietly with my little wife?" A sharp scolding came from outside the courtyard. "Yun Chujiu, little B*tch, come out. Aren't you going to the competition stage? I'm here to challenge you." Yun Chujiu frowned. Chu Shanshan, wasn't she already grounded? Why did she come out today? It was probably because Chu Quan was pleading on her behalf. Yun Chujiu was about to go out to take a look when she heard Chu Shanshan screaming again and again, followed by the sound of a heavy object landing on the ground. Yun Chujiu leaned against the crack of the door and looked. She saw Chu Shanshan lying under a tree hundreds of feet away. It seemed that she had fallen unconscious. Chu Shanshan's followers were screaming and shouting to save her. Yun Chujiu turned her head. She heard Dai Biming say coldly, "If I wasn't afraid of trouble, I would have taken her dog life. Where did she live? I'll kill her at night. Those people following me aren't good either. I'll kill them for you." Yun Chujiu was already immune to the killing intent of a certain deity. She said disdainfully, "She's just a little grasshopper. She probably found a formation plate that forbids the use of talismans, so she came to challenge me. Humph. Even if I don't use talismans, I can still kill her." Dai Biming saw Yun Chuju's delicate appearance and immediately put the matter of killing people to the back of his mind. He hugged a certain Jew and kissed her. Chu Shanshan, who was unlucky outside, got up and rushed out of the courtyard again. Before she could open her mouth to curse, she flew out again. This time, it was coincidentally the roof of the big kitchen. Chapter 2756 online. All page, novel bin. In the big kitchen, everyone was chatting as they worked. Naturally, the focus of the discussion could not be separated from a certain Jew who had been playing tricks recently. Everyone was rejoicing. Fortunately, they had stopped in time and did not provoke Yun Chujiu. Otherwise, this fellow would even dare to blow up his self-reflection hole. If they provoked her, they might even blow up the big kitchen. Just as everyone was talking, they heard a bang. A person fell from the roof and coincidentally fell onto the stove. Coincidentally, there was half a pot of hot porridge in the pot. A certain someone finally quietly and smoothly got what he wanted. He kissed his little wife until she was in a mess. The sky and earth were dark. A certain someone looked at his little wife's confused expression and felt very pleased. It seemed that little Jew was completely convinced by his charm. Then, he heard his wife say, "Prince Charming, you can play by yourself for a while. I'll go and take a look at that little Beatrice's sorry state." Yoon Choo-jiu did not wait for Dai Biming to speak after she finished speaking. She pushed open the courtyard door and ran towards the big kitchen. A certain someone was stunned on the spot. Her lonely figure was even more lonely than that half-dead tree. Where was the sweetness that they had agreed upon? What happened to the intimacy? Yoon Choo-jiu saw a hole in the roof of the big kitchen from afar. Amidst the chaotic sounds, Chu Shanshan's shrill scream was especially pleasant to the ears. Yoon Choo-jiu stood at the entrance of the big kitchen and looked inside. She saw Chu Shanshan's hair and body covered in hot porridge. Her face was also full of blisters. She looked as embarrassed as she could be. "Hey, what's going on? Chu Shanshan, didn't you want me to go on the competition stage? Why did you come to the kitchen to have porridge?" Yoon Choo-jiu hugged her shoulders and smiled proudly. "Tch. I'm going to kill you." Chu Shanshan rushed at Yoon Choo-jiu like she was crazy. She felt that all of this was caused by Yoon Choo-jiu. She had to kill this Tch today. Yoon Choo-jiu naturally would not just stand there and wait to be beaten. With a light leap, she jumped out of the kitchen and threw a large oil paper bag of chili noodles at Chu Shanshan. Chu Shanshan did not know that Yoon Choo-jiu would be so wicked. She was in a hurry to kill Yoon Choo-jiu, so she smashed the oil paper bag into pieces. Boom! The chili noodles in the oil paper bag blew on Chu Shanshan's face. Her face was already covered in blisters, but now that the chili noodles were on it, the sour feeling was indescribable. Yoon Choo-jiu, Tch. Chu Shanshan was in pain and anger. She rolled her eyes and actually fainted with a choking sound. Yoon Choo-jiu touched her nose and said to the crowd, "Did you all see that? I didn't do anything. Her physical fitness is too poor. She actually fainted after running a few steps. She really lacks exercise." The crowd was speechless. Could you be any more shameless? At. You didn't do anything. What else do you want to do by sprinkling chili noodles on her wound? Chu Shanshan's lackeys saw her sorry state and forcefully endured the discomfort to wake her up. Tch. Just you wait. I'm not done with you. After Chu Shanshan finished her harsh words, the lackeys helped her out of the kitchen. Yoon Choo-jiu shrugged her shoulders and said it as if she didn't do it today, she would be able to forget her past with a smile. Pretentious. Yoon Choo-jiu turned around and took a few steps forward. The people in the kitchen subconsciously took a few steps back. Fatty Wang said with a trembling voice, "Yoon. Junior sister Yoon, what? What are you doing? Why are you so nervous?" "I'm just looking for something to eat," Yoon Choo-jiu said speechlessly. Chapter 2757 Online. All page, Novel Bin. When Fatty Wang heard Yoon Choo-jiu's words, it was as if he had been injected with stimulants. He shouted loudly, "Don't just stand there. Didn't you hear junior sister Yoon say that she wants to find something to eat? Hurry up and cook your specialty dishes for junior sister Yoon. That someone, hurry up and make the noodles. That old Chia, hurry up and make the soup." After hearing Fatty Wang's words, the people in the big kitchen immediately became excited. They didn't care about the big hole in their heads that leaked air and started to get busy. Yoon Choo-jiu. This fellow was very proud in his heart. Such treatment, even old man Chia Hao wouldn't have it, right? After you're done, send it to my courtyard. I'll go back first, Yun Chujiu said to Fatty Wang. Fatty Wang wiped the cold sweat off his head, nodded and bowed. Junior sister Yun, don't worry. When they're done, I'll get someone to send them to you. There's also a new batch of fruits in the kitchen. I'll send them to you as well. Yun Chujiu nodded. Fatty Wang, you've been improving very quickly recently. You'll definitely have a great development in the future. Work hard, I have high hopes for you. At Novelban at. Fatty Wang thought to himself, he didn't know if there would be a great development. He only had one dream now, and that was when the 3 months were up, this great aunt should get lost quickly. It would be best if she didn't come back in the future. Yun Chujiu returned to the dormitory with satisfaction. Seeing that Dai Biming wasn't in the courtyard, she pushed open the door and walked in. She saw Dai Biming reading a book. Idle, you didn't see it. Chu Shanshan fell into the porridge pot, and then I showed her a face full of spicy noodles. This is terrible. Ha ha ha. Dai Biming did not speak. Idle, I asked the kitchen to cook some food. We can keep it for lunch. Dai Biming was still reading and did not speak. Idle, did you hear what I said? Dai Biming did not even raise his head, let alone talk to her. Ahem, Idle, what I want to say is that your book is upside down. Dai Biming subconsciously changed the direction of the book and realized that he had been tricked. Now, it was upside down, okay. Dai Biming snorted and threw the book on the desk. He said to Yun Chujiu, get out. I want to be alone. Prince Charming, are you angry? What did I do to make you unhappy? A certain Jew asked timidly. Get out. I don't want to talk to you. Dai Biming thought of the desolate scene just now and felt his heart suffocate. He actually left him alone in the yard just to look at an ugly monster. The black thing was increasingly disregarding him. Yun Chujiu saw that she had admitted defeat and Dai Biming was still acting tough. Her temper flared up. She pointed at Dai Biming's nose and shouted, you don't want to talk to me. I don't want to talk to you. Look at you now, you're acting like you're so arrogant. Why are you so arrogant? No matter how powerful you are, aren't you still the same nose and 2 eyes? You scolded me and asked me to write a self-reflection letter. What did I say? Do you think I'm really afraid of you? I'm just giving in to you. Giving in? Do you know what that means? I'm treating you like an insensible child. Get lost. Do you think I want to see your constipated face? I won't serve you anymore. You're just a shameless arrogant fool. If I return it, I'll be your grandson. After Yun Chujiu said that, she slammed the door and went out. Chapter 2758 Online. All page, Novel Bin. Yun Chujiu left the courtyard in a huff. Damn it, I've had enough. At Novelban at. They were all men trying to make the girlfriends happy, but she had to coax that arrogant fool who was always insulting the heavens and the earth. She would lose her face every few days and serve whoever she wanted. Anyway, she wouldn't serve anyone anymore. This fellow walked for a while in a huff before he remembered. Damn it, that was my courtyard. If he wanted to leave, he should have told the gigolo to leave. He was really mad. However, since he had come out, there was no reason for him to go back. It was also good to find someone to vent his anger on. He should go and cheat. Therefore, this fellow went to the big kitchen with a gloomy face. Fatty Wang quickly went up to her and asked, Junior Sister Yun, why are you back? Why, this big kitchen is your territory. Can't I come? Fatty Wang almost vomited blood. He could only say embarrassedly, I can come, I can come. You can come as you please. Yun Chujiu walked to the side of her personal stove and sat on the small horse. She stared at the crowd with a gloomy face. The atmosphere in the big kitchen suddenly dropped to the freezing point. Everyone was careful, afraid to provoke this female fiend. The saddest one was the handyman who cut the vegetables. He didn't dare to make too much noise, so he could only cut the vegetables gently bit by bit. It was simply too torturous. After 2 hours of hard work, all the dishes were ready. Yoon Choo-jiu put the dishes into her storage ring and then left the big kitchen. When the people in the big kitchen saw that the bad guy had finally left, they felt as if they had survived a disaster. Damn, the atmosphere in the room just now was suffocating, okay. It was really strange. She was clearly a little girl at the 6th layer of the spiritual mystery realm. Why did it make people feel scared from the bottom of their hearts? Yoon Choo-jiu walked out of the big kitchen and was at a loss. Where was she going? She had already made a promise to Leng Kui that she would not run around anymore. If she were to go wandering around, would that count as not keeping her word? This guy thought for a moment. Behind the big kitchen was the back mountain of Jin Feng, so there should not be any trouble there. Therefore, this guy went to the back mountain of Jin Feng with a gloomy face and casually broke a branch. Then, he found a big rock and sat down. He took the branch and whipped it hard on the ground. You little gigolo. I'll whip you. I'll whip you to death. Arrogant. Shameless. Do you think I care about you? Pa. Narcissist. How could that fragile little branch withstand this guy's whipping? It broke after a few whips. This guy was so angry that he threw the remaining half of his hand away. What kind of lousy thing is this? Even you are bullying me. Squeak squeak. The twig that Yoon Choo-jiu casually threw had hit some demon beast. Only a miserable cry could be heard. Yoon Choo-jiu turned her head and saw a grey shadow running into the depths of the forest. This fellow was feeling extremely bored and quickly got up to chase after it. The demon beasts that lived in the back mountain were mostly low-level demon beasts. Therefore, Yoon Choo-jiu did not spend much effort to chase after it. It turned out to be a long-eared wind-blade rabbit. When the long-eared wind-blade rabbit saw Yoon Choo-jiu chasing after it, it ran as fast as it could and went into a cave, disappearing without a trace. Yoon Choo-jiu suddenly felt dispirited. So it was such a small thing. She was tired of eating rabbit meat. Forget it, she could spare it with kindness. Thinking of this, Yoon Choo-jiu was about to turn around and leave. Suddenly, she narrowed her eyes and took a few steps forward. There seemed to be something wrong with this rabbit hole. A normal rabbit hole was only the size of a rabbit's body. This was to prevent predators from entering. However, this rabbit hole was a little too big. No matter how she looked at it, it did not look like a rabbit hole. Chapter 2759 Online. All page, novel bin. Yoon Choo-jiu curiously walked to the side of the cave and observed it. The wild grass around the cave did not look different from the wild grass beside it, which meant that the cave should have existed a long time ago. Could it be that this cave was dug by another large-scale demon beast and then occupied by this long-eared wind-blade rabbit? Yoon Choo-jiu felt that this explanation was still reasonable, so she stood up and prepared to leave. At this moment, she heard the long-eared wind-blade rabbit's miserable cry from the depths of the cave. It was so shrill, as if it had encountered something terrible. Yoon Choo-jiu could not help but laugh. Since you had burrowed into the other person's cave, you naturally took the initiative to deliver yourself to the other person as a snack. What's the use of shouting now? Yoon Choo-jiu took a few steps forward. After thinking for a while, she turned back and muttered, "Forget it, I'll show mercy once. I hope it's not too late." The reason why this guy was so kind was because he felt that she was like this rabbit. He clearly knew that the pretty boy was an arrogant maniac, but he still wanted to get close to her. Wasn't he just looking for trouble? It could only be said that it was easy for people who had fallen out of love to connect the dots. They could even connect the dots when they saw a rabbit. This guy took a few steps back. He faced the entrance of the cave and shot out several bolts of lightning. He shouted, "Hey, listen to me, the demonic beast inside. That rabbit is my pet. If you dare to eat it, I'll roast you." It was unknown whether it was because the soil in the back mountain was too loose or Yunchuju's lightning was too powerful. After a few bolts of lightning from this fellow, a large area around the cave collapsed. Curious Jew also fell down miserably. That poor long-eared wind-blade rabbit was currently being swallowed by a bloodthirsty giant python. Only a pair of long rabbit ears were still exposed. At at. Yunchujiu shot several bolts of lightning at the 7 inches of the giant bloodthirsty python. Ev. Chapter 2760 online. All page, novel bin. Just as the long-eared wind-blade rabbit was trying its best to dig a hole, it heard that evil star casually say, "TSK, your digging skills are really not that good. I heard that a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. With a weakling like you, it would probably take you a lifetime to dig 3 burrows, right?" The long-eared wind-blade rabbit felt that it had received 10,000 points of damage, but it did not dare to go against Yunchujiu. It could only desperately dig, plop. Yunchujiu only heard a plop, and then there was no more movement. She stood up in surprise and was momentarily dumbfounded. What was going on? Could there be a hole behind this hole? Yunchujiu threw a sudden cracked talisman into the tunnel that the long-eared wind-blade rabbit had dug earlier. After the explosion, Yunchujiu found that the inside was actually hollow, with the faint sound of running water. Yunchujiu immediately understood. There should be an underground river down there. The unlucky long-eared wind-blade rabbit must have fallen into the underground river, which was why there was a splash. Yunchujiu took out the luminous pearl and shone it on it. Sure enough, there was an underground river down there, but the flow was very slow, so the sound of the water was not loud. The unlucky long-eared wind-blade rabbit had climbed up the rock by the side of the underground river, with a look of despair on its face. Yunchujiu sat on the chopping board and flew down. The long-eared wind-blade rabbit did not move at all. It had already accepted its fate. If it was willing to eat it, then it would eat it. Yunchujiu walked to the side of the dark river and looked around. She did not know where this dark river flowed from. If it was discovered, it would definitely be a hidden danger to the origin-killing sect. Because if someone sneaked into the origin-killing sect from the dark river, no one would discover it. It would be completely undetectable. Yunchujiu thought of this and decided to explore along the underground river. Anyway, she did not want to go back and face Dai Baiming's ugly face now. She might as well swim. "Rabbit, I want to go down and swim. Come with me," Yunchujiu said while holding the long ears of the long-eared wind-blade rabbit. The long-eared wind-blade rabbit rolled its eyelids and fainted from anger. It was a rabbit, not a fish, okay. Swim my ass. Yunchujiu could not help but laugh. She put the rabbit into her spirit beast bag and jumped into the dark river. The dark river was deeper than she had imagined. She swam down the river and swam for 2 hours before she realized that there was light coming in. It seemed like she was going out. However, when she swam to a place where there was light, she could not help but be a little surprised. In front of her was a stone wall. There were some cracks on the stone wall, and the water in the dark river flowed out through the cracks, at at. Only then did this fellow understand why the flow of water was so slow and why the water from the underground river was so deep. It was because the exit was too narrow, which was why it was like this. However, this was also good. This way, people with ulterior motives would not be able to use it to sneak into the origin-killing sect. However, this was still not too safe. When there was an opportunity, she would explore what exactly this place was. Thinking of this, he swam back to the place where he fell. After thinking for a while, he felt that it was still early, so he swam up again to see where the other end of the underground river led to. Therefore, he started swimming again. After swimming for 4 hours, she saw a light shining in. To her surprise, the source was only a few narrow stone cracks, and the water was slowly seeping down. Yoon Choo-jiu touched her chin. She guessed that there was either a spring or a stream. Since there was not much water seeping down, no one would notice it. As for the water seeping down, it had formed an underground river after many years. It was not formed overnight. It should have been thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years. Chapter 2761 Online. All page, Novel Bin. Yoon Choo-jiu felt that her journey of searching for secrets had come to an end for the time being. When she had the chance, she would investigate the place up there again. Otherwise, if she were to go out so rashly, she would probably be disliked again. Just as this fellow was about to leave, he vaguely heard someone speak again. At Novelban at. Senior brother I heard that Yoon Choo-jiu has asked to be grounded. I reckon that our Shi Yuan sect will be quiet for a few days. Fortunately, she didn't come up to our water mountain. Otherwise, our treasures might have suffered. Isn't that so? I heard that Yoon Choo-jiu is a foodie. If she knew that our water mountain's lotus pond has the extremely delicious green jade lotus root, she would definitely come and harm us. That's right. However, we can't let our guard down. We must constantly keep an eye on the movements of that scourge so that we won't be caught off guard. A certain Jew's eyes instantly lit up. Green jade lotus root. My goodness, isn't this the only type of lotus root in the world that doesn't grow in the mud? I heard that the taste of that lotus root when eaten raw is even sweeter than a spirit fruit. If it was stewed in soup, it would be so fresh that it would make one swallow their tongue. Now, the question was, would she go along with it or not? Entering the treasure mountain empty-handed was clearly not this fellow's character. Therefore, this fellow did not have any mental struggles. After the two disciples left, she took out her large kitchen knife and started to chop. After all, she could just use something to block it. Moreover, she was also a member of the murderous Yuan sect. It was not a big deal to eat a few lotus roots, right? Yes, that was it. It really was nothing. This fellow had always been willful. Moreover, she did not have any absolute concept of right and wrong. Therefore, it was impossible to rely on her 3 views of the world. After she cut a gap, she leaned out to take a look. Immediately, she grinned. A pool full of green jade lotus roots and snow-white lotus roots seemed to be waving at her. TSK, this kind of green jade lotus root was still the best. It looked clean and tender. It was simply too tempting, wasn't it? This fellow was afraid that the long night would bring more trouble, so she specially picked the largest green jade lotus root and stuffed it into her storage ring. This fellow was listless and evil. She only took the lotus root away, but the lotus leaves on it did not move at all, therefore, it was estimated that no one would notice it in a short while. This fellow felt that it was almost done, so she went back into the underground river. After mending the gap, she swam back in satisfaction. This fellow was afraid that someone would notice it, so she climbed up and covered the cave tightly. Anyway, there were a lot of big rocks in her storage ring. After filling it up, she covered it with soil. She even sprinkled some grass seeds on it and used some diluted guai juice to accelerate the growth. Soon, there was no difference between it and other places. It was perfect. Only then did Yoon Choo-jiu release the sad long-eared wind-blade rabbit. The long-eared wind-blade rabbit looked around with a confused face. Who was it? Where was it? This was clearly a cave before, why did it turn into a grassland now? Yoon Choo-jiu threw a few hemostatic pills to it. Here, this is your compensation. Don't go into a hole just because you see it, idiot. After saying that, Yoon Choo-jiu hopped away from the back of the mountain. This fellow's heartbreak had already been cured by the green jade lotus. Since he had nowhere else to go, he would just go back to his dormitory. As for the vicious words that he had let go of earlier, TSK. Who hadn't said a few angry words before? Could he really take it seriously? Moreover, that was my courtyard, why should the pretty boy occupy it? And 762 online. All page, novel bin. This fellow walked valiantly towards the dormitory. Unfortunately, when he was a few hundred feet away from the courtyard, he chickened out. She had scolded the gigolo in the morning. If she were to go back now, would she be subjected to some domestic violence? However, the sky was getting darker and darker. There was no place to go if she didn't go back. Hence, this fellow rubbed his way to the entrance of the courtyard. He pushed the door open and peeked inside. When this fellow saw that Dai Biming was not in the courtyard, he heaved a sigh of relief. He pushed the door open and sneaked into the courtyard. This fellow had been mentally preparing himself for a long time. He was scolding himself, but look at your cowardly appearance. What was there to be afraid of? Didn't he just scold him a little? How could he eat you up? Besides, what he scolded was reasonable. What was there to be afraid of? Even so, this guy still couldn't move his legs. He turned his eyes and took out a wine gourd from his storage ring. The wine strengthened the courage of a hero. He was going all out. This guy drank 2 mouthfuls and didn't feel anything. He gulped down a few mouthfuls before putting away the wine gourd. Why did it feel like the world was spinning? Damn it, I drank too much. Although this guy tried his best to stay calm, the alcohol quickly came back to him. Instantly, Coward 9 became Hero 9. Hero 9 walked to the door and kicked it open. Dai Biming was sitting on the chair and looking at her coldly. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beauty before? Gigolo, you don't have good intentions. Get out of my way and don't bother me. Damn, it felt so good to say whatever he wanted. At Novelban at. Dai Biming already knew that Yoon Choo-jiu was back. Now that he saw how drunk she was, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Didn't you say that if you came back, you would be my grandson? Why did you come back? Grandpa pretty boy, I'm back. Hee. Go get me some foot washing water. A certain Jew collapsed on the chair and pointed at Dai Biming with a smile. Dai Biming. Only this black thing in front of him was able to describe his grandson as an ancestor. Didn't I tell you that you're not allowed to drink? Have you forgotten? Ha! Dai Biming slammed the table and shouted coldly. Of course I haven't forgotten, but why should I listen to you? I'm drinking now, what can you do to me? Let me tell you, Gigolo, don't think that I'm afraid of you, I'm not afraid of you. This guy was even addicted to calling himself a grandson. HMPH, isn't that just giving in? Didn't you say that I'm an insensible child, so you gave in to me? A trace of hurt flashed in Dai Biming's eyes. He didn't expect that the black thing was just giving in to him. Wrong, you bastard. That's not giving in, that's love. Love, do you understand? If someone else was shouting in front of me, F***ck, I would have killed him long ago. Yoon Choo-jiu pointed at Dai Biming, she shouted loudly. Dai Biming was stunned. So it wasn't giving in, it was love. You gigolo, today your grandson will teach you what love is. What is love? Love is tolerance. Love is tolerance. You clearly can't stand your arrogant attitude. but your grandson still wants to be with you. Do you know why? Because I love you. I love everything about you, including your shortcomings, including your shamelessness. Sob, sob, I'm so wronged. I've already treated you like this, yet you still scold me and always give me face. You bastard. A certain Jew was originally speaking righteously, but in the blink of an eye, she was crying like a baby. Chapter 2763 online. All page, novel bin. Dai Biming did not comfort Yoon Choo-jiu. Instead, he stood there in a daze. He recalled the scenes of the two of them getting along. It seemed that little Jew had been tolerating him. He doted on little Jew more than he was tolerating her. When Dai Biming regained his senses, Yoon Choo-jiu was already sleeping on the table. There were still tears in the corner of her eyes. Dai Biming felt both guilty and sad. He picked Yoon Choo-jiu up and placed her on the bed. He used a towel to gently wipe a certain Jew's crying face. Dai Biming slept with his clothes on. To be more precise, he did not feel sleepy lying down. As the seal was broken bit by bit, many familiar and unfamiliar memories flooded into his mind. It was a huge impact on him. In addition to the fact that he was facing a powerful enemy, it had been a long time since he had properly examined his relationship with little Jew. He felt that he loved her, and she loved him, and that was enough. However, tonight, he finally knew how wronged little Jew felt. Perhaps it wasn't because of the effects of the alcohol, but she would never say these words. At most, she would just lash out and scold him like she did during the day. Dai Biming's eyes were a little red. Before he reincarnated, he was alone. He had no family, no friends, and no lover. Even in this life, he didn't fit in with the people around him. His heart was like a stone, as if it was wrapped in 10,000 years of ice. No one had ever entered his heart. He didn't expect that. By a fluke of fate, he didn't know when he started to have such a concern in his heart. He had someone who wanted to protect him forever. However, he was just like little Jew had said, he did not know how to express his love. He felt that giving her something to help her solve her problems, and that he could disregard his life and death for her, this was love. He was wrong. Other than these things, love also had tolerance, and it was not like one of them was bossy and willful. The next morning, a certain Jew opened her eyes and found herself lying on the bed. Under her head was Dai Biming's arm. This fellow had drunk a little too much last night, and he had blacked out. Therefore, she did not remember what she said or did. She was afraid that Dai Biming would look for her to settle the score, so she smiled ingratiatingly. "Hi, Prince Charming, good morning. Well, I'll prepare some face-washing water for you now." This guy was about to get off the bed when Dai Biming pulled out his arm and said gently, "You lie down. I'll prepare some face-washing water and breakfast for you. I'll call you when it's done." Yoon Choo-jiu pinched herself secretly. Damn, it really hurts. It seemed like he wasn't dreaming. Was the pretty boy possessed by a ghost? He looked at Dai Biming in a daze. As expected, Dai Biming got up and left the bedroom. He didn't even put on his shoes and looked out through the crack in the bedroom door. Dai Biming didn't have hot water in his storage ring, so he used his spiritual power to heat up the water. Then, he placed breakfast on the table and said to the bedroom with an unprecedented gentleness, "Little Jew, come out and wash up." Yoon Choo-jiu shivered. Damn it, it's over. It's over. The pretty boy must have become mentally ill after being scolded by her yesterday. At Novelbanat. The guy pushed the door open. With a sobbing voice, he said, "Prince Charming, the things I scolded you yesterday were all angry words. Don't take it to heart. If you have any discomfort in your heart, hurry up and say it. You can just scold me a few times. Don't be like this. I'm scared. I keep feeling like you've been possessed by a ghost." Dai Biming. Was it difficult to be a virtuous and virtuous boyfriend? He really wanted to turn back into a wild and arrogant man who hated the heavens and the earth. What was wrong with him? Chapter 2764 online. All page, novel bin. When Dai Biming saw Yoon Choo-jiu standing on the ground barefooted, he quickly carried her by the waist. Just as he was about to yell at her, he thought of tolerance and tolerance. He softened his tone and said, "Little Jew, why aren't you wearing your shoes when you're on the ground? What if you catch a cold?" As Dai Biming spoke, he placed Yoon Choo-jiu on the chair. Then, he went to the bedroom and took out Yoon Choo-jiu's boots. He gently helped Yoon Choo-jiu put them on her feet. Yoon Choo-jiu suddenly thought of a lot of scary things. For example, people who had suffered a blow and had a split personality. People who had suffered a severe blow would have a drastic change in personality. In short, she felt that Dai Biming was too abnormal. That, my Prince Charming, did I say something that I shouldn't have said last night? Dai Biming shook his head. No, you might have drunk too much and fell asleep when you entered the room. Yoon Choo-jiu touched her nose. Really? If I said something that I shouldn't have said. Just treat it as if I'm talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart. Yes, I know. Come, wipe your face, Dai Biming said as he wet the towel and gently helped Yoon Choo-jiu wipe her face. Yoon Choo-jiu felt uncomfortable all over. Damn, there was definitely something wrong. How did he change from a cocky man who hated the heavens to a virtuous and warm man overnight? This was nothing. During the meal, Dai Biming served her wholeheartedly. He was just short of feeding her with a spoon. Yoon Choo-jiu was on tenterhooks during the meal. It was not easy to finish the meal, but Dai Biming quickly cleaned up the table. Little Jew, the weather today is not bad. Let's go outside and play chess while we bask in the sun, Dai Biming said gently. Yoon Choo-jiu nodded stiffly. She did not know whether to move her left or right leg first. In the end, it was Dai Biming who carried her into the courtyard. When playing chess, it was even weirder. Dai Biming lost every time except for losing. He even praised her stiffly from time to time. Little Jew, you're really amazing. Little Jew, you're really smart. Little Jew, your chess skills are really superb. Yoon Choo-jiu couldn't take it anymore. She slammed the stone table and said, "Pretty boy, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?" Quote. At Novelban at. Dai Biming suppressed the scolding that almost came out of his mouth. He squeezed out a smile and said, "Little Jew, I feel that I didn't treat you well in the past, so I've decided to correct myself in the future." Yoon Choo-jiu was stunned. Was this the reason? Oh my God. Prince Charming, you should have told me earlier. So you have found your conscience. This scared me. I thought that you were possessed by a ghost. Well, since you want to change, go and wash this green jade lotus root for me. Then cut it into slices. Don't cut it too thick or too thin. Do you hear me? Dai Biming silently recited tolerance and tolerance 3 times in his heart before he did not fly into a rage. However, when he saw the green jade lotus root on the table, he could not help but ask in surprise, "I heard that this green jade lotus root is very rare. Where did you get it?" Yoon Choo-jiu crossed her legs. She said proudly, "Yesterday, I was not in a good mood because of a breakup, so I went to the back of the mountain to relax. Then, I met a rabbit. How was it? My luck is not bad, right? Hee. It will probably take a few days for those idiots from Water Mountain to realize that more than half of the lotus root is missing. Ha ha ha." Dai Biming subconsciously wanted to scold her for messing around, but when he thought of tolerance and tolerance, he squeezed out 3 words from between his teeth, not bad. Chapter 2765 online. All page, novel bin. After Dai Biming had cut the green jade lotus root, he placed it on the stone table. Yun Chujiu picked up a slice. She said in a picky manner, "It's a little thick, but it's okay. You just need to practice more in the future. It's not that I'm criticizing you, but you're quite a big man. You can't even cut the lotus root well. Sigh. It's really hard to explain." Dai Biming gritted his teeth and endured. Yun Chujiu put the lotus root slices into her mouth and her eyes immediately lit up. Damn. The taste was really superb. No wonder Water Mountain treated it as a treasure. Yun Chujiu regretted it in her heart. If she had known earlier, she would have gotten all the rest. It was really a miscalculation. She could have stolen it again, but it was too troublesome and the risk was too great. If she was caught, it would not be worth it. This guy ate half a plate of lotus root slices. When he saw Dai Biming sitting opposite him, he blinked his eyes. "Prince Charming, why are you sitting there?" Dai Biming subconsciously thought that Yun Chujiu wanted him to eat the lotus root slices. Just as he was about to say that he did not want to eat it, he heard Yun Chujiu continue, "Come here. Massage my shoulders. My shoulders are sore from swimming yesterday. This is all your fault. If you did not anger me, would I have gone to the back of the mountain? If I did not go to the back of the mountain, would I have been able to swim? Therefore, my sore shoulders are all your fault." Dai Biming silently recited tolerance and tolerance 3 times in his heart before he stopped himself from losing his temper. At Novelban at. Dai Biming stood up and helped Yun Chujiu massage her shoulders. This fellow groaned comfortably a few times before he started to find fault. "Did you eat your breakfast for nothing? Can you increase your strength? Are you full? Be gentle." Dai Biming repeatedly prayed for tolerance and tolerance in his heart. Only then did he resist the urge to slap her away. In short, a certain Jew had been torturing Dai Biming in different ways throughout the day. Dai Biming was almost torn apart. At night, a certain Jew lay on the bed and said slyly, "Walk around the house for me. I want to admire and admire it." Dai Biming immediately decided to go to hell with tolerance and tolerance. He couldn't give her face just like that. Dai Biming's face was gloomy as he said, "Little Jew, I've tolerated you for a day. Although we should be tolerant and tolerant between lovers, you shouldn't go too far. You're being evil." A certain Jew was dumbfounded. It was over. She was showing off. Extreme joy gave birth to sorrow. She regretted it. That male god. I was joking with you. A certain Jew, who was already furious to the point of no return, suddenly, a nosebleed came out. A certain Jew was shocked and quickly took a handkerchief to wipe Dai Biming. Then, she said fiercely, "Male god, it's all that damn Go Weiber's fault." Quote. A certain Jew's face turned red and she said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? This venerable self just recently ate a great tonic, so that's why my nose is bleeding." Yun Chujiu pursed her lips. Liar. She didn't believe it. With such an interlude, the relationship between the two of them finally returned to normal. Yes, that was the tone of lackey little Jew and the arrogant certain Jew. Of course, a certain Jew was so regretful that her intestines were turning green. If she had known this would happen, she would have taken it easy and acted like a demon no matter what. Sigh, she was usually quite smart, but why did she go astray when it came to gigolo matters? Chapter 2766 online. All page, novel bin. A certain Jew had caused a certain Jew to become a demon herself, causing a certain Jew to be enlightened. What tolerance! What tolerance! To hell with all that. She could not give Yun Chujiu too much face when she was such a snobbish person. Hence, a certain Jew once again became a lackey. The regret in her heart was like a torrential river. She weakly asked Dai Biming, "Prince Charming, about that, Can you forget everything that happened today and let's start all over again? I will definitely not be a demon this time. Let me enjoy the feeling of being served again. Die Biming, could it be said that he wanted to get as far away as possible? The next night, Die Biming left the origin killing sect. Of course, before he left, he had to give some instructions. A certain Jew could already memorize the 8-character mantra. Cultivate properly and don't cause trouble. Seriously, how could such an obedient and good child like her cause trouble? After Die Biming left, a certain Jew stayed quiet for a few days. It was not that this fellow kept his promise, but she was afraid that Water Mountain would suspect her when they found out that the green jade lotus root was lost. On this day, Yun Chujiu woke up naturally and wandered into the kitchen. As soon as she entered the kitchen, she heard the servants discussing, "Did you hear? Something big happened. More than half of the green jade lotus root from Water Mountain was lost. I heard that Water Mountain's peak master Mo is going crazy with anger. Is that true? Isn't the green jade root being guarded by someone? Furthermore, there are layers of formations around it. How could anyone steal it? Who says so? I heard that there aren't any signs of the formations being broken. Furthermore, the disciples on patrol insisted that nothing abnormal had happened. What a ghost." A certain Jew was secretly happy. That ghost was her. How could she catch her? At Novelbanatat. This guy was so shameless that he even went up to those people and asked them all kinds of questions, looking like he was gossiping. Everyone exchanged a look. Fortunately, this troublemaker had been grounded in their own courtyard recently, or else she might have done it. At this moment, Master Shu and the others were standing beside the lotus pond on the Water Mountain, frowning. Recently, for some unknown reason, an unbelievable thing happened every now and then. How did this green jade lotus suddenly disappear? Mountain Master Ren of the Wood Peak said, "Could it be Yun Chujiu again?" Master Shu shook his head. "When I heard the news, I thought it was her. But after investigation, that little girl has been staying in the dormitory these days and hasn't been to the Water Mountain. So, this matter should have nothing to do with her." Water Mountain's Mountain Master Mo nodded his head. "That's right, I've asked the disciples in the clan. Yun Chujiu hasn't been to Water Mountain these days, so she didn't do it." Fire Mountain's Mountain Master Zhao couldn't help but laugh. "You guys are too paranoid. Although that little girl likes to cause trouble, this lotus pond has layers of protection and an array. Even if she really went to Water Mountain, she wouldn't be able to steal it. Let's find another reason." Everyone thought about it. They had been traumatized by that little girl. The green jade lotus had nothing to do with her. What they didn't know was that a certain Jew, who had nothing to do with the green jade lotus, had already returned to her dorm and was nibbling on a green jade lotus root. Water Mountain had investigated for half a month, but they still couldn't find any clues. Thus, the green jade lotus root incident became a big unsolved case in the murderous Yuan sect. Yun Chujiu felt that the limelight had passed, so she started to show up again. Chapter 2767 Online. All page, Novel Bin. The first place Yun Chujiu wanted to go was actually the Water Mountain. This guy was really interesting. She just wanted to hear how the people were talking about the lotus root thief. When the disciples of the Water Mountain saw that Yun Chujiu had come, many of them originally planned to stay far away from her to avoid being implicated by this jinx. However, this guy was really sweet-tongued. Very soon, he got close to a few disciples, at Novelbanatat. The few disciples took a look. This Yun Chujiu was not as mysterious as the rumors said. She was just a little girl. Moreover, she was quite good at talking. It seemed that she was spreading rumors. Thus, under Yun Chujiu's intentional or unintentional guidance, everyone began to talk about the green jade lotus. Junior sister Yoon, you don't know. You also don't know how that wicked thief succeeded. He actually stole more than half of the green jade lotus. Our sect leader is furious. There are no signs of damage to the surrounding array formation, and no outsiders have entered the water mountain. What the hell? Yes, ever since this incident happened, our water mountain's shrimp pond has increased in manpower, afraid that the wicked thief will try to get his hands on the green jade prawns again. A certain lotus root thief had a thought. There are green jade prawns in the water mountain. He had been eating lotus roots for the past few days, so it was not bad to change his taste. Thus, this fellow asked curiously, green jade prawns. Our water mountain still has green jade prawns. Didn't they say that those things are very precious and very difficult to raise? One of the disciples said proudly, Junior sister Yoon, I don't mean to brag, but only our water mountain has green jade lotus roots and green jade prawns in the immortal Yuan continent. Do you know why? Yoon Chujiu shook her head. Why? Because green jade lotus roots and green jade prawns have very high requirements for living environment, especially for water. And our water mountain has a divine immortal spring. The spring water from the divine immortal spring is just right for the survival. Chapter 2768 online. All page, novel bin. Yoon Chujiu went into the cave and covered the entrance with a stone slab. There was also the silly rabbit on top to help cover the entrance. As long as someone did not look carefully, it was impossible to find any clues. After Yoon Chujiu went down to the underground river, she planned to swim to the exit of the underground river to block it. This immortal spring was so precious, she could not waste it for nothing. Just as she was swimming towards the exit, she noticed that the flow of water had suddenly increased. She was shocked. The flow of water had suddenly increased. There was only one reason, and that was that the exit had become bigger. The exit wouldn't have become bigger for no reason. It must have been man-made. Could it be that someone had sneaked in from the exit? Yoon Chujiu looked around and found a dent in one of the stone walls. She quickly climbed to the shore, took off the spirit-concealing ring on her hand, and carefully held her breath. The dark river was very dark, so Yoon Chujiu thought that the other party would not notice her. An hour later, Yoon Chujiu vaguely saw a small boat rowing over. Someone was whispering and chatting. Ha ha, the heavens are really helping our divine devil hall. I didn't expect there to be such a dark river under the Killing Origin sect. After we have explored the exit, we will come without anyone knowing. We will definitely destroy the Killing Origin sect in one fell swoop. That's right, after we have destroyed the Killing Origin sect, there is only the Hunyuan sect left. When that time comes, it will be much easier to deal with. If we are to talk about this matter, it is all thanks to Lord Purple Face. That's right, Lord Purple Face only discovered that tiny stream occasionally and he was able to determine that the stream was not ordinary. That was why he asked us to investigate it carefully. I didn't expect that there would be such an underground river leading to the Killing Origin sect here, at Novelban at. Yoon Chuju's heart was like a raging river. She did not expect that she was right. This underground river was actually targeted by the Divine Devil Hall. It was a close call. If the Divine Devil Hall really sent a large group of people to attack from here, the Shiyuan sect would most likely die from a pincer attack from both inside and outside. However, she might really be the Divine Devil Hall's nemesis. Every time they did something bad, she would run into them by chance. This was the so-called ill-fated fate, Gaga. This fellow rolled her eyes and immediately came up with a good idea. Although she had lost such a good opportunity to make a fortune in the Dark River, it was very worth it to inflict a heavy blow on the Divine Devil Hall. Moreover, she could take the opportunity to make old man Chia Hao bleed a little. This fellow was glad in her heart. Fortunately, The cave entrance that she came down from earlier was slanted. Moreover, she had always been careful and had deliberately blocked both ends of the cave entrance. She was not afraid that the people of the Divine Devil Hall would find out about it. Therefore, Yoon Choo-jiu waited patiently for almost 4 hours before the small boat appeared again. However, they did not speak this time, so Yoon Choo-jiu did not care too much. They would definitely go back and report it before confirming the exact time of the sneak attack. After another 2 hours, Yoon Choo-jiu found that the water speed had increased again. She knew that the people should have reached the exit of the underground river. After a while, Yoon Choo-jiu finally swam to the exit of the underground river. She felt that the Divine Demon Hall must have already sent people to guard the exit, so she could not go out and alert them. This guy rolled his eyes and asked Mao Suchu to get a few crystal fish from the Great Void Mystic Realm. These fish were not only very small in size, but they were transparent all over. If one was not careful, they would not be discovered at all. After Yoon Choo-jiu established a temporary contract with them, she placed them in the water and told them to report anything unusual to her at any time. (1769) online. All page, novel bin. After Yoon Choo-jiu made the necessary arrangements, she opened the hole and climbed up with sticky silk. The silly rabbit had been obediently guarding nearby. Yoon Choo-jiu was very satisfied and gave it some spirit fruits. Then, she cleaned up the traces on them and went straight to Master Shu's courtyard. If there was one person who was the least suspicious in the Shi Yuan sect, it would be Master Shu. Other than him, it was hard to say who was the spy of the Divine Devil Hall. Therefore, Yoon Choo-jiu still trusted Master Shu more, even though this old man Chia Hao was a little stingy. At Novelban at. When Master Shu heard that Yoon Choo-jiu wanted to see him, he subconsciously did not want to see her. This little girl was like a weasel paying a New Year's visit to a chicken. She must have no good intentions. However, when he thought of Yoon Choo-jiu's evil intentions, even if he did not want to see her, he would probably think of a way to let him see her. Therefore, he could only bite the bullet and let her in. "Master, I haven't seen you for a few days. You look younger and younger," Yoon Choo-jiu said with a smile. Master Shu scolded with a smile, "Don't give me that. What are you doing here? Did you get into trouble again?" Yoon Choo-jiu looked aggrieved. "Master, I have been quietly thinking in the dormitory these days. I didn't do anything bad. I came here this time because I have something important to report to you." Master Shu said indifferently, "Something important? What can you report to me?" Yoon Choo-jiu blinked her eyes. "Master, is it safe here? Don't tell me there are spies." Master Shu became more serious when he saw Yoon Choo-jiu's serious look. After opening the isolation array, he said, "There are people guarding my courtyard and I have opened the isolation array. Tell me, what is it?" "Well, didn't the green jade lotus root of Water Mountain go missing a few days ago?" "Actually, it was me who did it," Yoon Choo-jiu said weakly. "What the hell? It was really you. I knew it, no one is so wicked except for you." Master Shu slammed the table angrily. Chapter 2770 online. All page, novel bin. After Master Shu heard Yoon Choo-jiu's words, he almost sprayed her face with dew. "You seeking lie. With your behavior, how could you have a conscience to return the lotus roots? Maybe you want to steal the rest." At Novelban at. Yoon Choo-jiu heard Master Shu's doubts and waved her hand. "Master, you really wronged me. I'm almost tired of eating. Why would I steal these broken lotus roots?" Quote. Master Shu was so angry that he snorted. Even if he could eat a few green jade lotus roots, it would be a luxury. This guy was really good. He was actually tired of eating it. It was really infuriating. However, when Master Shu thought of the endless immortal spring water in the underground river, he was very happy. With this water, he could completely expand the scale of the cultivation of green jade lotus roots and green jade prawns. Thinking of green jade prawns, Master Shu's heart skipped a beat. He stared at Yun Chujiu and asked, "Are you planning to steal green jade prawns from the underground river today?" Yun Chujiu's eyes widened. "Master, I have already made a mistake once, how can I make it again? Besides, if I want to eat, I can ask Mo Feng for a few. How can he be so stingy as not to give them to me?" Master Shu was skeptical, and then he asked, "You came to me today to admit your mistake. That's one thing. I have another important matter to report to you. The thing is, when I went down to the underground river today, I suddenly realized that the water was speeding up, so I became suspicious." Yun Chujiu told him about the matter. Master Shu suddenly stood up. "Is what you said true?" "It's absolutely true, Master. It was really a close call this time. If I hadn't happened to go to the underground river, then once the Divine Devil Hall came to cooperate, the consequences would be..." Yun Chujiu didn't go any further. She knew that Master Shu could imagine the serious consequences. Master Shu's forehead immediately broke out in cold sweat. If it weren't for this little girl's mischievous discovery of the incident between the underground river and the Divine Devil Hall, the murderous Origin sect would be in danger. Master Shu only recovered after a long time. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, took out his identity jade token, and was about to summon everyone for a discussion. "Master Shu, wait. Are you going to hold a meeting to discuss this matter with everyone?" Master Shu nodded. "That's right. This matter is of great importance. We must take a long-term plan. Master Shu, if you listen to me, don't tell anyone. Let me tell you, there must be a spy from the Divine Demon Hall in the Killing Origin sect. Moreover, their status might not be low. If you hold a meeting, it would not be worth it to alert the enemy." Master Shu thought for a while. "What you said makes sense. But if we don't hold a meeting, what if the Divine Demon Hall attacks the Killing Origin sect from the underground river? It's simple. Let's play along with the plan and do it secretly. Let's do it this way." Yun Chujiu's eyes were full of slyness. Master Shu's eyes became brighter and brighter. In the end, he laughed out loud and said, "All right. All right. We'll do as you say. Master, I've done something amazing. Don't you have something to show for it?" a certain Jew said shamelessly. "How about this? We will not pursue the matter of you stealing the green jade lotus root," Master Shu said with a twinkle in his eyes. A certain Jew obviously did not agree, so the old man and the young man began to bargain. A certain Jew's words were like a flower falling from the sky. She said something about saving the essence killing sect from the fire and water, and something about the discovery of the underground river. It brought a lot of money to the essence killing sect. In the end, the two finally reached an agreement. Every year, the green jade lotus root and green jade prawns produced by Water Mountain would be given 1/10 to this fellow. Moreover, in order to protect this fellow's reputation, Master Shu couldn't tell anyone about her stealing the lotus root. Master Shu thought to himself, "This fellow is almost like a rat crossing the street. How could there be any reputation left to speak of?" Chapter 2771 Online. All page, Novel Bin. In the next few days, the murderous Yuan sect was in a state of chaos. It was said that Master Shu had a discerning eye and recognized talents. He handed the heavy responsibility of finding the lotus root thief to Yun Chujiu. Everyone in the murderous Yuan sect felt that Master Shu's head was most likely filled with water. Wasn't this the same as asking a cat to find a fish thief? They didn't know if this fellow would be able to find the fish thief, but she would definitely use her authority to harm the green jade lotus root. Perhaps even the green jade prawns would suffer. Ever since Peak Master Mo of Water Mountain received this news, it was as if he was facing a great enemy. He personally stood guard at the Lotus Pond and Shrimp Pond, afraid that Yun Chujiu would steal it and harm their Water Mountain's treasures. At Novelban at. Yun Chujiu, this fellow, used a chicken feather as a command arrow. She personally selected a group of subordinates and strolled around the Killing Origin sect. If this fellow didn't like anyone, he would directly order the arrest of them, under the pretense of interrogating the whereabouts of the green jade lotus root. For a moment, everyone in the Shi Yuan sect was afraid that they would be framed by Yun Chujiu in the next moment. The four Peak Masters jointly requested to see Master Shu, asking him to take back his orders. Unexpectedly, Master Shu stroked his beard and said, "Only a thief knows what the so-called thief is thinking. Therefore, if we let this Yun Chujiu investigate the matter of the green jade lotus root, she will definitely be able to get twice the result with half the effort." The four Peak Masters felt as if their hearts were going crazy. It seemed that their sect master's head was really wet. What kind of nonsense was this? However, when they saw Master Shu's firm attitude, they had no choice but to give up. After they returned, they each reminded the disciples not to go near Yun Chujiu to avoid suffering. Even if these disciples avoided Yun Chujiu, there were still many people who were arrested for groundless crimes. Moreover, many of them were inner sect disciples, and there were even true disciples. The most infuriating thing was that there were actually quite a number of elders who were also arrested by this fellow. An's crime was instigation. The people from the Essence Murder sect were simply about to explode in anger. The dignified elders would instigate disciples to steal green jade lotus roots. Did you think that everyone was as shameless as you? However, everyone dared to be angry but did not dare to say anything. Fortunately, in another month, this fellow would be sent back to the Primordial Chaos sect. At that time, their Essence Murder sect would regain its peace. Now that they thought about it, although people from their Killing Origin sect were killed on the competition stage from time to time, their lives were still very peaceful. Their mood was also very happy. Unlike now, where they were like mice being stared at by cats every day, they were living in constant fear. If they were to choose the most unpopular person, Yun Chujiu would definitely be elected with all the votes. She was now the public enemy of the entire Killing Origin sect. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Nearly 1/5 of the people in the murderous Yuan sect had been locked up in the law enforcement hall by Yun Chujiu. It was said that because there were too many people, this fellow passed through the hall in batches. Moreover, all kinds of torture took place in turn. It was simply too horrible to watch. That evening, Yun Chujiu used the excuse of wanting to ask questions and called the disciples of Water Mountain who were guarding the Lotus Pond to the law enforcement office. Peak Master Mo smashed the teacup into pieces. This is outrageous. This Yun Chujiu originally looked pretty good, but now it seemed like she was a disaster. She called all the disciples who were guarding the Lotus Pond away. The other disciples don't know how to operate the arrays, so how are they going to patrol? Elder Zhu of Water Mountain said, "Peak Master, calm down. How about this? I have nothing to do, so I'll bring a few disciples to guard the Lotus Pond tonight." This, sigh, alright. Then it'll be hard on you. In any case, the Lotus Pond and Shrimp Pond are halfway up the Water Mountain. There shouldn't be any big problems. Peak Master Mo said helplessly. Chapter 2772 Online. All page, Novel Bin. After Elder Zhu left the meeting hall, he immediately brought a few disciples to the Lotus Pond. When it was almost midnight, Elder Zhu found an excuse to dismiss the few disciples, then opened the array and went to the edge of the Lotus Pond, at Novelban at. Not long after, there was movement in the lotus pond. People wearing black masks and golden masks continuously swam ashore from inside. One of the leaders, Jin Mian, curled his lips and said, "I thought we would have to go through a lot of trouble this time, but I didn't expect that Yun Chujiu has helped us a lot. If it weren't for you guarding here, we would have alerted others." Elder Zhu sneered, "Humph. Everyone said that Yun Chujiu was smart, but she was just a crazy girl who jumped up and down. It just so happens that she has locked many people in the law enforcement office of the Golden Peak. When the time comes, we will chop the vegetables with a machete and directly kill all those people to avoid trouble." The golden masked man nodded his head in agreement. "Let's go. There is no time to lose. We will split into 2 groups. A part of us will stay here to guard the entrance of the underground river. If there is an accident, we can retreat at any time. We'll take down the water mountain with our men and use it as a base to coordinate with the people outside to destroy the murderous Yuan sect." Elder Zhu nodded in agreement. He immediately led the golden masked man and more than 1,000 subordinates to the courtyard of Peak Master Mo. To capture a thief, one must first capture the leader. After capturing Peak Master Mo, the rest of the people would be easier to deal with. "Why is there not a single disciple on patrol on this road?" the golden masked man asked in confusion. Elder Zhu laughed sarcastically. "Of course, this is all thanks to that Yun Chujiu. Ever since she framed a few disciples who were on patrol to steal the green jade lotus root, no one was willing to stand guard at night. The Peak Master had no choice but to let the disciples stand guard at the outer perimeter, so we were unimpeded within the peak." Although the golden masked man felt a little strange, he was eager to make a contribution and did not think too much about it. He followed Elder Zhu all the way to the outside of Peak Master Mo's courtyard and surrounded it completely. The inside of the courtyard was pitch black. Elder Zhu and the golden masked man looked at each other and the 2 of them joined hands to slap at the courtyard door. The courtyard door fell to the ground with a loud bang, but no one came out of the house. Just as the 2 of them were puzzled, they saw lights suddenly lit up in all directions. At this time, they were already surrounded by thousands of people from the Killing Origin sect. Elder Zhu looked around in disbelief. How was this possible? The first thought in the golden masked man's mind was that Elder Zhu had betrayed them. He was so angry that he slapped Elder Zhu. "You dare to betray Master. You're courting death." Elder Zhu cursed angrily. "When did I betray Master? I don't even know what the hell is going on." Master Shu was not in the mood to listen to their dog-eat-dog fight. With a wave of his hand, the 2 sides engaged in a fierce battle. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Jin Mian man hurriedly sent a signal to the people outside, telling them to launch an attack from the outside and disperse the troops here. However, after waiting for a long time, the people outside did not make any movements. He could only fight while retreating, intending to retreat to the Dark River. The Jin Mian man retreated to the surroundings of the Lotus Pond with great difficulty. He saw a team of people already waiting for him. The ground was filled with the corpses of his subordinates. It was obvious that they had all been killed. Jin Mian's head buzzed. The situation was over. With no other choice, he could only bite his index finger under the cover of his men and use a secret technique to escape. Jin Mian managed to escape with great difficulty. He immediately contacted the people who were originally at the stone wall at the exit of the Dark River. There was no way to send out the sound transmission talisman. There was only one reason for this, and that was that those people had also been killed. The golden masked man finally had to face such a fact. Other than a few golden masked men who had used a secret technique to escape like him, the rest of the people from the Divine Devil Temple were either captured or killed. The grand sneak attack plan ended in failure, and it was a crushing defeat. Chapter 2773 Online. All page, Novel Bin. Jin Mian could not figure it out. Their actions were so secretive and well planned. There was a group of people attacking outside the mountain gate, and there were people guarding the entrance of the underground river. How could they all be killed? It was not until the secret informant of the origin killing sect sent the news that they knew they had been fooled by Yun Chujiu again. Catching the thief who had stolen the green jade lotus root was just a cover-up. She had indeed interrogated all the people she had caught, but she did not find the thief. Instead, she found a few informants of the Divine Devil Hall. Moreover, those people who had been caught were not locked up in the law enforcement office. Instead, they had been brought to the outside of the origin killing sect without anyone knowing. They were used to deal with the people of the Divine Devil Hall who were lying in ambush outside. The people outside the stone wall were personally captured by Yun Chujiu. According to the informant, Master Shu of the Murder Essence sect had long known about this hidden river. He had always sent people to guard it in secret. This time, he deliberately let the people from the Divine Devil Hall crawl into his pockets to beat the dog behind closed doors. After the golden masked man reported everything to the purple masked woman, the purple masked woman was so angry that she gnashed her teeth and said coldly, "You guys go into hiding for a period of time first. When my divine skill is fully mastered, we will take revenge." At this moment, a certain Jew instantly became the hero of the entire sect from being the public enemy of the entire sect. However, under normal circumstances, a hero would naturally be very popular. However, a hero like her did not have this kind of treatment. Everyone still did not like her. The reason was very simple. This fellow was too cocky. She wanted nothing more than to write the words hero on her forehead and show her merit everywhere. She wanted nothing more than for people to praise her every day. Most importantly, everyone was not stupid. They did not think that Master Shu knew about the hidden river. If he knew about it, why would he waste so much immortal spring water? When they thought about the case of the meritorious minister, a certain Jew, and the green jade lotus root from before, the answer was obvious. Yun Chujiu must have discovered the hidden river when she stole the green jade lotus root. Although she had made up for it, it could not hide the fact that this fellow was a scourge. Seeing this, Yun Chujiu did not have any reputation to speak of anyway. She might as well go all out and spend all her time in the killing origin sect, at Nobleban at that. In the end, the four peak masters had no choice but to announce to the public that they were in closed-door cultivation to prevent this fellow from scouring the land again. The people of the killing origin sect only had one wish now, and that was to have the 3-month period come soon, so that this scourge could quickly scram back to the mixed origin sect. Finally, the 3-month period had arrived. On this day, the entire sky-killing sect was filled with a festive atmosphere. There were lanterns and decorations, and everyone's face was filled with a joyful smile. The first thing they said when they met was, "That's great. That scourge has finally left." Master Shu felt that these 3 months were longer than 30 years. Before dawn, he had sent Leng Kui to pack Yun Chujiu into the flying spirit tool and told him to send her to the Chaos Origin sect as soon as possible. It would be best if she never came again. As soon as the flying spirit tool rose into the sky, Yun Chujiu heard a tsunami-like cheer coming from the killing origin sect. This guy shamelessly said to Leng Kui, "Senior brother Leng, sigh, it's a burden to be so popular. Listen, they are all calling me to stay. How about I stay in the killing origin sect for another month?" Leng Kui ignored her and jumped into the cockpit. Full speed ahead. The faster the better. Yun Chujiu. Damn it, I saved a bunch of ungrateful people. If I knew this would happen, I would have used the underground river to feed the shrimps. However, fortunately, she had hidden more than half of the underground river water in advance. Quack. Chapter 2774 Online. All page, novel bin. The original 4-hour journey was shortened to 1.5 hours. After Yoon Choo-jiu got off the flying spirit tool, she waved her claws and said, "Senior brother Leng, remember to come and pick me up in 3 months." Before Yoon Choo-jiu could finish her words, the flying spirit tool flew away with a swoosh. It was very fast, as if it was running for its life. Soon, it turned into a black dot and disappeared from Yoon Choo-jiu's sight. F***CK, just you wait. Sooner or later, you will cry and beg her to go back. HMPH. The two stone pixiu clearly saw Yoon Choo-jiu being despised. The two of them sighed silently. This little girl was really amazing. She had only gone to the Killing Origin sect for 3 months, yet she had already made them so afraid, as expected of Patriarch Yuan Tian's disciple. Yoon Choo-jiu naturally did not know what the two stone pixiu were thinking. This fellow had wandered into the Primordial Chaos sect. This fellow had deliberately observed her for a moment. The people of the Primordial Chaos sect looked at her in a rather normal manner. This fellow thought to himself, the Primordial Chaos sect is still the best. They're not like the people of the Primordial Murder sect who are all ungrateful and ungrateful. Not long after Yoon Choo-jiu walked out, Jinshi and Yi Bingyu came up to welcome her. It had been 3 months since they last met, so the three of them naturally had a lot to talk about. They chatted as they walked. Yoon Choo-jiu saw that Jinji's spiritual power had already reached the first layer of the spiritual void tier, and Yi Bingyu had also reached the 9th layer of the spiritual void tier. She was very happy for them, and this fellow also felt a sense of urgency. The spiritual power that she had stored now was enough to break through. All she needed was the process of being struck by lightning in her dantian. The last time she refined pills, she had attracted lightning. She would find an opportunity to try it again one day. Yoon Choo-jiu told Jinji and Master Bailey to go back first. She had to at least greet Master Bailey when she came back. This guy came to see Master Bailey. Master Bailey knew how to do things better than Master Shu. He greeted Master Bailey with a warm smile and then changed the topic. "Little Jew, I heard that you helped the Shi Yuan sect a lot a few days ago. I guess you must be tired. In that case, you should rest well in the dormitory and don't run around." Yoon Choo-jiu felt stifled in her heart. This old man Bai Li was like a smiling tiger. The first part of what he said was for the last part. He wanted to lock her up. No way. Yoon Choo-jiu avoided answering. Instead, she handed 2 green jade roots to Master Bailey. "Master Bailey, these 2 green jade roots are my gift to you. At Novelbanatat." Master Bailey didn't refuse. He took them and only nodded. Yoon Choo-jiu gritted her teeth and handed Master Bailey another white egg. "This is also a gift to you." Master Bailey still did not say anything. Yoon Choo-jiu felt stifled in her heart. However, this fellow was stingy. She thought to herself, it doesn't matter if you don't say anything. Anyway, she will still come out and take a stroll. If you have the ability, lock her in the hole of reflection. She was more than happy to do so. Thus, this fellow said with a smile, "Master Bailey, since there's nothing else, then I will take my leave." Master Bailey originally thought that Yoon Choo-jiu would still give him some things, but he did not expect that the little girl would not give it to him. He could only say in disappointment, "All right, go back and rest well. I will send someone to visit you at any time." Pui. Visit my ass. Surveillance is more like it. This fellow wanted to cry but had no tears. She didn't do anything, so how did she become a street rat? Was the matter of the thought cave exposed? Or did she expose the matter of her luring the demonic beasts over and almost razing the Chaos Origin sect to the ground? Chapter 2775 online. All page, novel bin. Yoon Choo-jiu came out from Master Bailey's place and went to the big kitchen to see Old Man Yao. Fatty Song and Fatty Luo saw that the little fiend had returned, and their attitude was very respectful, afraid that Yoon Choo-jiu would find trouble with them. Yoon Choo-jiu ignored them and called Old Man Yao outside. "Old Man Yao, this is my gift to you," Yoon Choo-jiu said and handed 2 green jade lotus roots to Old Man Yao, at Novelban at. Old Man Yao took them and said seriously, "Little girl, I heard that you have tormented the Shi Yuan sect. I'm warning you, the Hun Yuan sect is different from the Shi Yuan sect. No matter if it's the foundation or the bottom line of tolerance, they are not the same. So you better take it easy." Yoon Choo-jiu giggled. "Elder Yao, look at what you're saying. It's as if I've caused some trouble. I'm a good disciple who strictly observes the rules of the Hun Yuan sect." Old Man Yao sneered. Good disciple. A good disciple who had entered the cave of reflection 3 times. Although he didn't know that the demon beast attack last time had something to do with Yoon Choo-jiu, he still felt that it was this little girl who had caused it. Yoon Choo-jiu and Old Man Yao continued to chat for a while before she went to find Jin Ji and Yi Bingyu to catch up. Jin Ji and Yi Bingyu asked about Yoon Choo-jiu's matters in the murderous origin sect. Yoon Choo-jiu told them everything she could. Then, she took out 3 pill furnaces and the 3 of them started to cook the hot pot. If the people of the primordial murder sect saw this, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. Because other than the demon beast meat, there were also green jade prawns and green jade lotus roots that the 3 of them cooked. Moreover, there was an unlimited supply, so they could eat as much as they wanted. "Oh right, tell me quickly. During the time I was away, did our primordial murder sect have any gossip?" Yoon Choo-jiu asked as she ate. "You don't say. There really is one." Yi Bingying finally got her wish and got together with Fan Mingchuan. A few days ago, she even went to the kitchen to show off. "I reckon that when they hear that you're back, they might show off in front of you tomorrow," Yi Bingyu said as she curled her lips. Yoon Choo-jiu felt that this was a good thing. She didn't want to be remembered by that Fan Mingchuan all day long. 2 scumbags together would be good for the people. "Oh right, there's one more thing. You caused a ruckus in the law enforcement hall of Kaiyang Peak. Those inner sect disciples, especially that Wu Shan, hate you to death. You'd better not go to Kaiyang Peak in the future to avoid trouble," Jin Ji advised. Yoon Choo-jiu blinked her eyes and nodded. Speaking of this matter, she hadn't thanked Elder Jing for following Master Bailey to save her the last time. Although they had some grudges, it was better to pay him a visit since Elder Jing had saved her. Therefore, the next day, Hei Shinjiu didn't care about what Master Bailey had said about having a good rest. She hopped outside Elder Jing's courtyard on Kaiyang Peak. Elder Jing, I'm here to visit you." Yoon Choo-jiu stretched her neck and shouted. Elder Jing was drawing a formation leaf in the room. When he heard Yoon Choo-jiu's voice, his hand trembled. Well, this formation leaf was considered useless. Elder Jing was holding his breath. This Yoon Choo-jiu was most likely his nemesis. Nothing good would happen to him if he met her. Elder Jing angrily walked outside and opened the courtyard door. He said coldly, "I heard that the sect master told you not to wander around. Why did you come to see me?" Elder Jing, as the saying goes, a smile is 10 years old. Why do you always have a straight face? Of course I'm here to thank you. If it weren't for you last time, I might have been locked in that self-reflection cave for 500 years. This is a small gift from me. Please accept it, Yoon Choo-jiu said and handed Elder Jing a green jade lotus root. This guy was already tired of eating lotus roots. He thought it was a good gift. Chapter 2776 Online. All page, novel bin. As the saying goes, one should never hit a smiling person, not to mention a smiling person who was giving gifts. Elder Jing's tone softened a little. All right, I'll take the things. You can go now. Well, Elder Jing, I have nothing to do. I think you're quite bored. Let's have a chat, Yun Chujiu said with a smile. Elder Jing glared at her. Humph. I still have something to do. Please excuse me for not seeing you off. After Elder Jing said that, he closed the courtyard door with a bang. A certain Jew touched her nose. Bah, forget it. Who would want to chat with an old man like you? This guy rolled his eyes. He had wanted to ease his relationship with Elder Jing and take the opportunity to learn something about talismans and formations, but now it seemed impossible. Unfortunately, she couldn't enter the second floor of the library as a handyman. Otherwise, she could learn by herself. This fellow turned around and left Elder Jing's courtyard. She saw some inner sect disciples standing not far away, looking at her with unfriendly eyes. This fellow raised her eyebrows. Was she looking for trouble? At Novelban at. When ordinary people saw such a scene, they would definitely think of a way to avoid it. However, a certain Jew was not an ordinary person. She swaggered towards the crowd. Although the crowd glared at her, no one did anything. After all, they all knew that this fellow was very valiant. She was not afraid of being locked up in a hole of thought. They were afraid. When Yun Chujiu saw these inner sect disciples, her heart moved. She actually thought of a good idea. Inner sect disciples would have regular Dharma imparting classes. Other than cultivation techniques, there would also be Dharma imparting classes such as alchemy and talismans. She could totally attend them. Hence, this fellow stopped in his tracks and suddenly turned around to walk towards a disciple. That disciple was shocked and stuttered, "You, what are you going to do? When will you have Dharma imparting classes?" The disciple stuttered, "There will be a Dharma teaching class on the first day of every month." What are you going to do?" Yun Chujiu asked again, "What about the other peaks?" "Each peak is different. Tianji Peak is on the 5th day, and Megrez Peak is on the 10th day." Yun Chujiu silently memorized the dates of the Dharma teaching classes in each peak. When she was about to leave, she saw those people staring at her with unfriendly eyes, and her little temper flared up again. She pointed at those inner sect disciples. "All of you, be careful. If you ever look at me with that kind of unwelcome gaze again, we'll go up the life and death arena and kill you." This fellow was completely conditioned. Because he was used to threatening people on the arena in the murderous element sect, he would pick fights with anyone he disliked. Those inner sect disciples were dumbfounded. Their primordial chaos sect had always valued harmony and solidarity. They despised forcing people onto the life and death arena, and it was also something the sect disliked. Therefore, they had never seen a certain Jew who would pick a fight without a word. Therefore, they did not know how to react for a while. They were all dumbstruck. Yun Chujiu curled her lips and swaggered off. When Yun Chujiu had walked far away, everyone was like they had just woken up from a dream and exploded. F***ck. That Yun Chujiu stayed in the Killing Origin sect for 3 months. Why does she look like a bandit? Exclamation mark quote. Wasn't she the same in the past? She's just more arrogant now. HMPH. Sooner or later, someone will teach her a lesson. Oh right, why do you think she asked about the time for the Dharma impartation class? Could she be up to no good? Anyway, it's not a good thing. Let's inform our fellow disciples from the other peaks about this news so that they will be on guard. Chapter 2777 Online. All page, Novel Bin. Yun Chujiu did not know that because of her words, the inner disciples of the 7 peaks were all jittery. They were afraid that this guy would go to their teaching class and cause trouble. The wind soon reached Master Bailey's ears. Master Bailey felt that there were a few more white hairs. He knew that this Yun Chujiu would cause trouble as soon as she returned. Thus, Master Bailey personally issued a command from the sect leader. He talked about a lot of things. The main idea was that Yun Chujiu was not allowed to leave the foot of Tianshu Peak. If she wanted to go for a walk, she could go to the back of Tianshu Peak. Yun Chujiu was holding her breath. Didn't she just want to go and listen to a lesson? Why was she grounded? F***ck. If she was grounded, she could go to the back of the mountain to refine pills. At that time, she would not be blamed for destroying the back of the mountain. Who asked old man Bailey not to let her run around? However, this guy also knew that she could not let others know that she had the heaven and earth furnace. Anyway, when the time came, she could just say that the heavenly lightning was here to strike her. Therefore, in the dead of night the next day, this guy sneaked to the back of the Tianshu Peak. Yun Chujiu found a hidden place, opened the isolation array, and began to refine pills. This guy mumbled while refining pills, "Heavenly thunder, oh heavenly thunder, I'm refining pills again, hurry up and strike me. Come to little Jew." This guy refined for quite a while, and seeing that the sky was almost bright, there was no movement, not even the spiritual power ball that Jinji told her about last time, let alone heavenly thunder. This fellow rubbed his chin and pondered. It was probably because he was refining pills in the reflection cave last time that he didn't have enough spiritual power to trigger the spiritual power ball. This time, when he was refining pills outside, there was no way to trigger the spiritual power ball. As for heavenly lightning, it was likely that it had learned its lesson and knew that it wouldn't be able to kill her, so it didn't come to assist her. This fellow felt so stifled. Why was it so difficult to get struck by lightning? Did she have to think of a way to enter the meditation cave to absorb the lightning? Perhaps she could try refining pills inside, in case it attracted the heavenly lightning. Thus, this fellow packed up her things, then withdrew from the isolation array and returned to her dormitory in a sullen mood. She had left, but the smell of refining pills didn't spread out because of the isolation array just now. As she left, the rich medicinal fragrance immediately attracted many low-level demon beasts in the back mountain. Those demon beasts rushed over one after another. They greedily breathed in the remaining medicinal fragrance and followed the scent to chase outside Yun Chujiu's courtyard. Yun Chujiu had just returned to the courtyard. Just as she was about to wash up, she felt the earth shaking and the mountains shaking. This fellow was shocked. Did the earth dragon turn over? The moment this fellow left the courtyard, he saw dozens of demon beasts wanting to pounce on her with incomparable enthusiasm. Moreover, there were demon beasts running towards her from afar, at Novelbanatat. This fellow had a dumbfounded look on his face. Could it be that it was Go Weiber's demon again? Guaikao, who was the scapegoat, felt very stifled. This clearly had nothing to do with it. All right. It was all your own fault. Fortunately, Yun Chujiu quickly realized what was going on. She quickly used a few cleaning spells to remove the medicinal pill fragrance from her body. Only then did those low-level demon beasts quieten down a little. However, it was unknown what these low-level demon beasts were thinking. They actually stayed close to Yun Chujiu's courtyard and did not leave. It was easier to deal with the smaller ones. The destructive power of those large-scale demon beasts was astonishing. They broke the frame of the dormitory around Yun Chujiu. Therefore, Yun Chujiu's dormitory became the only dormitory that stood upright at the foot of the mountain. Those odd job workers were simply out of luck. The perfectly fine house had turned into ruins when they woke up. What the hell had happened? Chapter 2778 Online. All page, Novel Bin. The odd job workers found that among the ruins, only one courtyard was intact. At a glance, it turned out to be Yun Chujiu's courtyard. At once, Everyone thought that this was Yun Chuju's fault again. These people did not cook or work anymore. They all went to the miscellaneous office to complain. The manager of the miscellaneous office felt that he could not handle this matter, so he ran to the law enforcement office. Manager Jung's head was buzzing. He knew that once Yun Chujiu returned, his law enforcement department would not have a day of peace. Thus, Manager Jung braced himself and brought a few law enforcement disciples to look for Yun Chujiu. From afar, he could hear the cries of the demon beasts. Well, the original dormitory area of the servants was now completely occupied by the demon beasts. In fact, these low-level demon beasts did not pose any threat to the safety of the servants. It was just that these demon beasts were specially raised in the back mountain by the mixed origin sect, so the servants did not carry out any hunting. The Hunyuan sect would raise these demon beasts in the back mountain because the demon beasts were more sensitive than humans in certain aspects and could be used as a warning. Moreover, the back mountain was very large. Raising some low-level demon beasts was also to maintain the ecological balance. Manager Jung led the law enforcement disciples through the encirclement of the demon beasts with great difficulty and saw Yun Chujiu eating her breakfast. The crowd was furious. She had caused so much trouble, yet she was still eating and drinking there. It was really great. Yun Chujiu, what is going on? Why are these monsters gathering outside your courtyard? Manager Jung shouted sternly. Yun Chujiu spread her hands. I also want to know. I guess they came to relieve my boredom because they saw that I was too bored. This fellow thought to herself that she was also very helpless. She had chased her away, but she couldn't chase her away. What the hell? Didn't she just refine pills for a while? Did she have to stay here and not leave? Nonsense. Nonsense. Manager Jung saw that Yun Chujiu was like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, so he didn't bother to talk nonsense with her. He ordered the law enforcement disciples and servants to drive away the monsters. The beasts had originally planned to wait for Yun Chujiu to continue refining pills, but now that she didn't make any movements, and someone came to chase her away, they had no choice but to return to the back of the mountain reluctantly. Manager Jung also sent people to patrol the edge of the back of the mountain to prevent the beasts from coming out to cause trouble again. Now, a very important question came: how to deal with the culprit. Generally speaking, those who were identified as criminal suspects would have to defend themselves. A certain Jew wished that she could be locked up in a hole of thought, so she completely ignored Manager Jung's question and acted as if she could do nothing to him. Manager Jung had no choice but to report it to Elder Chu of the Law Enforcement Department. Elder Chu then rushed to find Master Bailey and told him about the matter. Master Bailey felt that this was just a coincidence. After all, no matter how evil Yun Chujiu was, she could not command so many demonic beasts. However, this little girl was really a troublemaker. How could she cause trouble wherever she went? Elder Chu said from the side, "Master, I think this little girl's personality is too naughty. We should temper her personality. Otherwise, she will cause trouble again." Master Bailey thought to himself, "Do you think I don't want to?" He had already locked himself in the cave for 3 times, yet he didn't see any progress. At Novelban at. Putting everything else aside, if an ordinary Hunyuan sect disciple had gone to the Killing Yuan sect for 3 months, they would definitely be tortured beyond recognition when they returned. But this person, she had almost turned the Killing Yuan sect upside down. Chapter 2779 Online. All page, Novel Bin. Elder Chu smiled. "Sect Master, I know what you're worried about, but I have a way to temper her character." "What way?" Master Bailey asked impatiently. He really couldn't do anything to Yun Chujiu now. Although that little girl had caused trouble repeatedly, it wasn't to the extent of being expelled from the sect. "Sect Master, Other than the meditation cave, doesn't our primordial chaos sect also have the meditation cave? We can lock her in the meditation cave to temper her temperament. I reckon that when she comes out, she will be much more restrained, Elder Chu said as he stroked his beard. Master Bailey's eyes instantly lit up. How could he have forgotten about the meditation cave? The meditation cave wasn't a place to punish disciples. On the contrary, only disciples who were favored by the sect could enter it. The tranquil heart cave could make people feel calmer. This way, when they cultivated, they could get rid of distracting thoughts and avoid inner demons. Since the tranquil heart cave could only accommodate 3 people at most, the competition among the disciples was very fierce. Generally speaking, only the successor disciples were qualified to enter. Good. Elder Chu, tell Manager Jung to lock Yun Chujiu in the tranquil heart cave. Master Bailey finally let out a sigh of relief. No matter how bad-tempered a person was, after staying in the cave of tranquility for a period of time, they would be much calmer. Therefore, after this Yun Chujiu came out of the cave, she would definitely be able to restrain her mischievous personality. At Novelban at. Elder Chu immediately informed Manager Jung of Master Bailey's intention. Manager Jung immediately read out the punishment decision in front of everyone. Yun Chujiu originally thought that she would be punished to go to the meditation cave, but she didn't expect that she would be brought into some meditation cave now. By the way, what was this meditation cave for? This guy followed the principle of asking if he didn't understand, and asked Manager Jung with a smile, Manager Jung, what is the meditation cave? It's the same as the meditation cave. Is there any spur? Chapter 2780 online. All page, novel bin. After hearing Manager Jung's words, Yun Chujiu finally felt at ease. Alright, this fellow had this kind of mysterious confidence. Didn't he just pass the test? It was a piece of cake. Although the surrounding disciples were somewhat envious of Yun Chujiu being able to enter the tranquil heart cave, but once they thought that this fellow might be locked inside forever, their hearts instantly felt at ease. At Novelban at. It was said that the assessment inside the tranquil heart cave was very patient. This fellow would definitely not be able to come out without a year or so of time. He deserved it. Yun Chujiu waved her hand and said to Jin Shi and Yi Bingyu, before your house is built, stay here with me. This fellow actually felt a little guilty. Those demonic beasts did not wait for him to say anything and attacked him. As a result, Jin Shi and Yi Bingyu's courtyard was also turned into ruins. Jin Shi and Yi Bingyu naturally gave her some instructions, but they were used to this guy being punished every few days, so they weren't too worried. After Yun Chujiu gave her instructions, she was escorted to Jingxin Cave. Yun Chujiu thought that Jingxin Cave was at the back of Tianji Peak, just like Sigyu Cave. She didn't expect it to be at the back of Yaoguang Peak. Since Yaoguang Peak was the furthest away from Tianshu Peak, Disaster 9 hadn't come to Yaoguang Peak yet. The disciples of Yaoguang Peak were almost all out, all flocking to the side of Jingxin Cave to watch the show. Most of them had the mentality of gossiping, while a small number of them were extremely unbalanced. These people were mostly inner disciples and some core disciples. This Jingxin Cave was a place where inner disciples and core disciples had to fight for a spot. Who would have thought that Yun Chujiu would be able to take advantage of it this time? It was really infuriating. Yun Chujiu didn't care what they were thinking. She raised her head and took a look at the so-called Tranquil Heart Cave. Not to mention other things, the words, Tranquil Heart Cave, were written quite well. Cough cough, at least it was better than what she wrote. The disciple guarding Tranquil Heart Cave had already received Master Bailey's notice. Therefore, he only asked a simple question. Then, he let Yun Chujiu stand in the middle of the teleportation array and sent her into the Tranquil Heart Cave. When Yun Chujiu regained her sight, she found that she was already in a large cave. There were 2 disciples who were meditating in the cave. When they saw Yoon Choo-jiu enter, they only glanced at her and then continued to meditate. Yoon Choo-jiu saw that the 2 of them were wearing the clothes of true disciples. She thought to herself that Manager Jung really didn't lie to her. Those who entered this Jingsan cave were all disciples that were favored by the sects. Yoon Choo-jiu looked at the 2 of them a few times and then began to look at this so-called cave of tranquility. There were words carved around the cave. The words written on them were nothing more than proverbs that would allow one to cultivate one's body and character. Yoon Choo-jiu scoffed at this. If one wanted to talk about reason, who could beat her? This fellow walked around and found that other than the words on the wall, there was nothing special. The spiritual energy inside was even denser than outside. Senior brothers, this is the first time we have met. Please take care of me. I am Yoon Choo-jiu, the handyman in the kitchen. How should I address you? These 2 had already been in the Tranquil Heart Cave for almost 2 months. Moreover, they were usually engrossed in cultivation, so they had never heard of Yoon Choo-jiu. Hearing Yoon Choo-jiu's words, they were all stunned. The worst that could enter this Tranquil Heart Cave was an inner sect disciple. How did a handyman like her get in? When the 2 of them saw that Yoon Choo-jiu was actually at the 6th level of the Ling Xuan realm, they were even more puzzled. Could it be that in the 3 months they had been here, the primordial chaos sect had undergone such a great change? Chapter 2781, and Linchuan and Shangguan Hao Online, all page, novel bin. 2781 Chapter 2781, and Linchuan and Shangguan Hao. The 2 of them looked at each other and said, and Linchuan of Alcade Peak. Shangguan Hao of Megrez Peak. Yoon Choo-jiu nodded. So it's senior brother and senior brother Shangguan. Nice to meet you. How long have you 2 been here? Is it fun in here? At Novelban at. And Linchuan and Shangguan Hao's eyes twitched. Fun. Was the Tranquil Heart Cave a fun place? Could it be that this Yoon Choo-jiu was specially sent by the sect to temper their temperaments? However, Shangguan Hao still replied, we've been here for nearly 2 months. This is a place to temper our temperaments. Naturally, there's nothing fun about it. Junior Sister Yoon, we're going to meditate and cultivate. Please go ahead. If an ordinary person heard this, they would immediately shut up. However, Yoon Choo-jiu said, Senior brother Shangguan, what you said is wrong. Didn't you already say that? You are here to temper your minds. Since you are here to temper your minds, why are you all meditating and tempering your minds? If you want to meditate outside, you can meditate at any time. Why do you have to come here to meditate? And Linchuan and Shangguan Hao were confused by this guy's preposterous words. It made sense. It seemed like it was a waste for them to meditate in this cave of tranquility. However, what else could they do without meditation? They had memorized the proverbs on the wall thoroughly. As for the task of the test, it would only start at a fixed time. They really had nothing to do. Senior brothers, let's play cards. We have nothing to do. Let me tell you, this card game is also to temper our minds. Because we want to win without being arrogant or discouraged. If we can't win, we can be smug, and if we can't lose, we can't be impatient, Yoon Choo-jiu said as she took out the self-made cards. What nonsense. And Linchuan and Shangguan Hao were dumbfounded. Why were they talking about how to temper their minds just now, and now they were talking about playing cards? It was the first time they heard that playing cards could temper one's mind. However, the 2 of them thought that Yoon Choo-jiu was most likely sent by the sect to temper them. How about playing a few rounds? In addition, the 2 of them were indeed bored after being locked up here for more than 2 months, so they agreed after some hesitation. Therefore, the 3 of them began to play cards. On the other side, After the news of Yun Chujiu being locked up in the Tranquil Heart Cave spread, a few restless people came to the meeting hall of Dubay Peak to see Master Bailey. Of course, these restless people basically had connections with Yun Chujiu. The first one to bear the brunt was Mountain Master Duo of Tianji Peak. In another 3 months, another snow jade silkworm would be mating. If Yun Chujiu didn't come out by then, what would happen to his snow jade silkworm? Elder Jing was the second to arrive. His thoughts were completely different from Mountain Master Duo's. He wished that he could lock Yun Chujiu up in the Tranquil Heart Cave for a period of time so that she wouldn't come out to cause trouble. As for the other 5 peak masters, they were here to watch the show. Although Yun Chujiu was a troublemaker, it had to be said that it was because she had returned that there would be a show every 2 to 3 days. Seeing that everyone's focus was on Yun Chujiu, Master Bailey explained the matter briefly. Then, he said, "Mountain Master Duo, you don't have to be anxious. If she doesn't come out in 3 months, we can discuss it then. No matter what, let her stay in the Tranquil Heart Cave for a period of time first to temper her temperament. Otherwise, I'm really afraid of repeating the same mistakes as the murderous Yuan sect." Chapter 2782, They were playing cards online, all page, novel bin. Chapter 2782, They were playing cards. When everyone heard Master Bailey's words, they all nodded their heads in agreement. They already knew most of the matters of the Essence Murder sect. Although Yun Chujiu had resolved a disaster for the Essence Murder sect, this fellow had also caused a lot of trouble for the Essence Murder sect. Scamming countless disciples was secondary. It was said that this fellow had almost blown up 20 self-reflection holes in the Essence Murder sect. Moreover, he had stolen more than half of the green jade lotus root. If it wasn't for the matter at the Divine Devil Hall, the green jade prawns would probably have been killed as well. That's right, there was also that thorn of his. After hundreds of thousands of years, it finally bore a black egg, but it was swallowed by this fellow. Fortunately, he still had a conscience and gave a seed to the wood peak. When everyone thought of this, they suddenly felt that Master Bailey was really too wise. He was right. Such a thing should be locked up so that it would not come out to harm others. At Novelbanat. Mountain Master, he had a quick temper. He raised his loud voice and said, "Didn't you say that we can watch the scene inside the Tranquil Cave in real time? Old Jing, hurry up and show it to us. I reckon that little girl must be so bored that she's about to bang her head against the wall, right?" After being reminded by Mountain Master, everyone finally remembered that the meditation cave was an ancient magic formation, but the Tranquil Cave was not. The meditation cave had been built by the disciples of the primordial chaos sect in recent generations. Therefore, Elder Jing was very familiar with the formation of the meditation cave. Therefore, Elder Jing took out a shadow stone. After forming a seal, the situation inside the meditation cave appeared on the shadow stone. When everyone saw the image on it, they almost vomited blood. Inside the meditation cave, 3 people each sat on a small stool with a table in the middle. They were playing cards. Moreover, 2 of the male disciples had a lot of notes stuck on their foreheads. That bad guy was smiling brightly. Did I see wrong? They seem to be playing cards. Mountain Master, he rubbed his eyes and said uncertainly, "What did I see wrong? They're playing cards. I'm so angry. That brat Linchuan, I let him go in to temper his mind, but he actually played cards with that Yun Chujiu. He's really not good." The one who spoke was Mountain Master and of Alcade Peak. And Linchuan was his son, and he had always placed high hopes on him. He originally felt that Linchuan's character was a little unstable, which was why he sent him to the Tranquil Heart Cave. He originally thought that it would have some effect, but now that he saw it, he almost exploded in anger. This bastard brat actually played cards with that bad news bag. It was fine if he played, but it seemed like he had lost miserably. It was really embarrassing. On the other side, Peak Master Shen of Megrez Peak also had a bad look on his face. Shangguan Hao was his disciple, and he was usually quite steady. Why was he also fooling around? Ha ha. Really? You guys are really? Ha ha ha. Sect Master, I see that you locked Yun Chujiu into the tranquil heart cave not to temper her temperament, but to temper the temperament of those two scoundrels. Mountain Master, he said with a wide grin. He thought that Yun Chujiu was really interesting. How could she think of playing cards in the tranquil heart cave? Mountain Master Duo of Tianji Peak said weakly, well, maybe this idea wasn't put forward by Yun Chujiu. Could it be that it was put forward by the other two people? The others couldn't be bothered with him. He asked such a stupid question. Besides that bad guy, who else in the Chaos Origins sect would do something like playing cards in the Tranquil Heart Cave? Mountain Master Duo rubbed his nose. Alright, just pretend that he didn't say anything. Chapter 2783 Online. All page, novel bin. All of a sudden, the meeting hall was eerily quiet. Master Bailey's face turned green and red and white. He had thought that this was a good way to temper the little girl's character, but who would have thought that this fellow would lead the two good children astray as soon as he entered? Suddenly, Elder Jing snorted coldly. Don't worry, let her gloat for a while first. When it's time to complete the mission, she'll know how powerful she is. Everyone thought for a moment. That's right. There was still a mission in the Tranquil Heart Cave. If she couldn't finish the mission, she wouldn't be able to come out. Therefore, she had no choice but to finish the mission. Elder Jing continued, you guys stay here and watch. I'll go to the formation eye to make some changes and increase the difficulty of the mission. Mountain Master Duo wanted to stop her, but he held back when he saw the expressions of Mountain Master and Mountain Master Shen. Little girl, it's not that I don't want to help you, but you're just too unpopular. Inside the Tranquil Heart Cave, the three of them were having a great time. It was the first time that An Linchuan and Shangguan Hao had played the so-called Fight the Landlord. Naturally, they had lost miserably, but the two of them were addicted to it. At this moment, a dignified voice sounded, the Tranquil Heart mission will be activated immediately. At Novelban at. An Linchuan said in annoyance, oh no. I almost forgot about the Tranquil Heart mission. Junior sister Little Jew, you can just learn from us later. Actually, the mission isn't difficult, but it requires patience. After playing cards for a while, Junior Sister Yun had become Junior Sister Xiao Ju. It had to be said that Yun Chuju's ability to win people's hearts was really superb. Yun Chujiu nodded. She was still very curious about the so-called meditation mission, and it seemed to mean that there was more than one mission. Yun Chujiu put the cards and the pony into her storage ring and waited expectantly for the so-called meditation mission 1. A moment later, several colorful bubbles appeared in the stone room and flew in the air like mischievous butterflies. Yun Chujiu was dumbfounded. What was she doing? The person who designed this stage might not be very smart. If it were her, she would get some edible spirit fruits and fly in the air. If she caught them, she could still eat them. At this moment, the voice from before said, the rule of the meditation task is to catch the corresponding color bubbles. You will pass the stage after accumulating 100 of them. Yun Chujiu could not help but wonder, what kind of mission was this? Couldn't he just grab them with a casual grab? What was so difficult about it? And Linchuan seemed to have seen through Yun Chuju's thoughts and said with a bitter face, Junior Sister Xiao Ju, do you think that this mission is very simple? Then you are wrong. Not only were these bubbles very agile, but they also changed color. Look, that one is now red. If you don't seize the opportunity to grab it, it will change into another color in the next moment. Most importantly, these bubbles are very fragile. If you hit them lightly, they will escape. If you hit them hard, they will break. Therefore, senior brother Shangguan and I can only catch 2 or 3 bubbles in a day. Yun Chujiu nodded. It sounded really difficult and torturous. By the way, senior brethren, how do I know what my corresponding color is? Yun Chujiu asked curiously. This is very simple. I will give you a bubble. You can catch whatever color the bubble is, and Lin Chuan explained. Before Yun Chujiu could answer, the voice from before announced, the meditation mission is officially open. As soon as the voice fell, the bubble that was not flying very quickly began to fly rapidly. It was difficult to even find the bubble that she wanted to catch, let alone catch it. Chapter 2784 Online. All page, Novel Bin. The bubbles and Lin Chuan wanted to capture were red, while the bubbles Shangguan Hao wanted to capture were yellow. Seeing that the mission had begun, the two of them quickly began to capture the corresponding color bubbles. Yun Chujiu stretched her neck and waited for a long time, but none of the bubbles flew towards her. This fellow was anxious. She pointed at the bubbles with her hands on her waist and cursed, "Which one is mine? Hurry up and fly over. If you still don't come over, I'll use lightning to chop you all into pieces." Finally, a bubble flew towards Yun Chujiu with a crooked shape. Yun Chujiu saw the color of the bubble and was so angry that she wanted to bang her head against the wall. What happened to the red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple? What the F***ck was wrong with giving her a black one? Exclamation mark. At Novelban at. Was he trying to make her unable to complete the mission forever? In the meeting hall, Mountain Master he laughed unkindly. Ha ha ha. Old Jing is really too wicked. He must be taking revenge for his personal grudge. There is no black in those bubbles at all. Isn't it obvious that he is trying to make the little girl unable to complete the mission? The others also laughed. This elder Jing was really mean. Now, they would see what the little girl would do. She would probably be so angry that she would hit the wall. At this time, the bubble had already flown into Yun Chujiu's hand. It was pitch black, just like Yun Chujiu's current face. This guy threw the 2 bamboo baskets filled with talismans on the ground and snorted coldly. Whether it's the Qiling or the person behind the array formation, listen to me. Either you change the color of the bubbles in my hand to another color, or you add black bubbles into those bubbles, or I'll blow up the Tranquil Heart Cave. If you don't believe me, let's give it a try. And Lin Chuan and Shangguan Hao, who were still trying their best to catch the bubbles, were almost scared to death. What the hell was that? Blow up the Cave of Tranquility. Was this junior sister Jew's brain damaged? Besides, were there really talismans in those 2 big bamboo baskets? Could it be some worthless low-level talismans? The 2 of them couldn't be bothered to catch the bubbles. After all, they didn't need another day or 2. They bent down to take a look. Oh God! They were all flame-burst talismans, and they were all high-grade. Where did this little girl get so many talismans? The 2 of them were shocked, and the people in the meeting hall were even more shocked. It's over. As I said, those who get close to the vermilion bird will be red, while those who get close to the ink will be black. This Yun Chujiu was originally also mischievous, but she didn't need to be so bold. Now, she has stayed in the Killing Yuan sect for 3 months. Now, she is simply a devil of the chaotic world. Mountain Master and said angrily. That's right, this little girl is too bold. No wonder she dared to blow up the self-reflection cave of the Killing Yuan sect. She is simply too bold. Mountain Master Shen echoed with a gloomy face. I think this little girl's character is not bad. If she can't do it, then beat her up. A cultivator must have such a domineering attitude. Mountain Master he said with his mouth wide open. Mountain Master Duo swallowed his saliva. He thought to himself, if this really blew up the tranquil heart cave, he would probably be locked in the meditation cave for a few years. When that time came, what would happen to his snow jade silkworm? Thus, Mountain Master Duo hurriedly said to Master Bailey, Sect Master, hurry up and ask old Jing to calm down. Don't force that little girl into a corner. This old Jing is the same. Even if you did something, don't be so obvious. Isn't this clearly making the little girl explode? Master Bailey only felt his head buzzing. If he had known earlier, he would have locked her up in the cave of reflection. If he let her blow up the cave of meditation, he would simply be a sinner of the primordial chaos sect. Chapter 2785 Online. All page, novel bin. Master Bailey quickly sent a message to Elder Jing, asking him to think of a way to appease Yun Chujiu, so that she wouldn't really blow up the cave of tranquility. Soon, Yun Chujiu discovered that black bubbles began to appear in the bubbles floating in the air. However, compared to other colored bubbles, there were pitifully few black bubbles. However, she also knew that she should stop now. If she continued to cause trouble, it would not end well. Therefore, this guy put away the 2 baskets of talismans and said to the 2 people who were dumbstruck, "Why are you looking at me? Hurry up and catch the bubbles." And Linchuan and Shangguan Hao nodded blankly. They seemed to understand why this guy was locked in the cave of tranquility. Yun Chujiu jumped up. When she saw a black bubble, the bubble flew away with a whoosh. This guy thought that she must have been too careless. So, she jumped up again. This time, the tip of her hand had already touched the black bubble. Unexpectedly, the bubble turned green and failed again. This guy was so tired that he finally caught a bubble. Unexpectedly, he accidentally used too much force and burst. This guy was so busy that his forehead was covered in sweat, but in the end, he didn't catch a single bubble. And Linchuan and Shangguan Hao were in a better condition than her, and each of them caught 2 bubbles. When the mission was over, a mission board appeared. The number under An Linchuan's name was 162, and under Shangguan Hao's name was 168. The 2 of them were almost the same. As for Yun Chujiu's name, there was only the pitiful one after it. Yes, it was a gift. And Linchuan was afraid that Yun Chujiu would get angry. He quickly tried to persuade her, "Junior Sister Ju, the first day is inevitably a little strange. We only caught it after getting used to it for a few days. After you catch it for a few days, you will slowly learn some skills. Don't be anxious." "Yes, Junior Sister Ju. Practice makes perfect. It will be fine slowly." Shangguan Hao also tried to persuade her. Unexpectedly, Yun Chujiu giggled. "You don't have to persuade me. It's just some broken bubbles, right? I just wanted to hide in this cave of tranquility for a few days. When I went out, there was no one to play cards with me, so I deliberately didn't catch them." And Linchuan. Shangguan Hao. Can you die if you don't brag? Just pretend. Who was the one who jumped around and cursed for a long time because he didn't catch the black bubble? Who was the one who was so angry that he burst the blue bubble because the black bubble he was about to catch had turned blue? However, the meeting hall was filled with cheers and laughter, especially Elder Jing, who had returned triumphantly. He was as proud as he could be, and he could finally take revenge for what he had done in the entrance exam. Not only were there the least number of black bubbles, but after the bubbles turned black, their speed was twice as fast as the other bubbles. Did that little girl want to complete the mission? In her dreams. Mountain Master Duo secretly curled his lips. Tui. She's already so old, and she's trying to compete with a little girl. How shameless. Little girl, aren't you full of bad ideas? Hurry up and think of a solution. The snow jade silkworm of Tianji Peak is still waiting for you. At Novelban at. Master Bailey finally let out a sigh of relief and said to the others, "The next mission will take several hours. If you guys are busy." Master Bailey wanted to say, "If you guys have something to do, hurry up and do it. Don't waste time here." He didn't expect everyone to say in unison, "Master, we are not busy. We are all very free." Master Bailey suddenly felt very tired. Why was he so tired? Chapter 2786 online. All page, novel bin. Master Bailey looked at the crowd speechlessly. You guys really have nothing better to do. However, since they all wanted to stay, it wasn't good for him to chase them away. Besides, he also wanted to see what kind of earth-shaking, earth-shattering behavior that Bad News Bag would do next. At this time, inside the Cave of Tranquility, the three of them once again set up a small table to play cards. And Linchuan and Shangguan Hao originally thought that Yun Chujiu was pretending as if nothing had happened. In fact, she was very depressed. However, after a while, they realized that this guy really didn't take the matter of bubbles to heart. He was smiling brilliantly. And Linchuan saw that this guy was smiling without any heart. He couldn't help but remind her, "Junior Sister Ju, are you really not worried about the matter of bubbles? You can only go out when you have accumulated 100 pieces. I heard that there was once a senior brother who was locked up in this Cave of Tranquility for more than a year before he went out. There are always more ways than difficulties. Isn't it useless to worry? If that's the case, what's the point of worrying so much? Let's play cards first. After the game is over, I'll think about it carefully. I'll definitely think of a good way to get twice the result with half the effort." Haha, bombs. You guys lost again. And Linchuan was holding his breath. He kindly reminded her that she actually won again when they were distracted. He didn't believe that she could always lose after playing cards. Again. Shangguan Hao's temperament was more stable than Linchuan's. He asked with a smile, "Junior Sister Ju, why were you locked in the Cave of Tranquility? I think you came in for a different reason than us." Yun Chujiu pouted. "Don't mention it. I don't know what's wrong with the sect master. Ever since I came back from the murderous Yuan sect, he has been targeting me everywhere, grounded and monitored. I don't know what happened last night. The demonic beasts at the back of Tianshu Peak destroyed the yard of the odd job workers. He put the blame on my head. Do you think I'm innocent?" And Linchuan and Shangguan Hao were stunned. The murderous Yuan sect. Why did she go to the murderous Yuan sect all of a sudden? When the two of them asked, Yun Chujiu told them about her heroic deeds. She told them about how she cheated the disciples of the murderous Yuan sect of 300 million spirit stones and almost blew up their self-reflection cave. She also told them about how she saved the murderous Origin sect while stealing the green jade lotus root. The cards in Linchuan and Shangguan Hao's hands fell to the ground. "Oh God, master of the sect, what are you thinking? Are you sure that you are not messing with them by locking such a bad bag with them?" They were still anxious for this little girl, worried that she would get angry because she could not catch the bubbles. With such a bad bag, no one would be willing to let her go out and harm others, right? However, Linchuan was not a person who kept to himself. Otherwise, his father would not have sent him to the Cave of Tranquility. He thought that this little girl was really interesting. Therefore, the two of them had the same taste and began to exchange all kinds of tricks to trick others. Shangguan Hao, who was at the side, felt very tired. With these two people around, how could he calm down? It would be good if he didn't feel troubled. Senior brethren, how often does this calm down mission come out? It can't be that it only comes out once a day, right? And from what I hear, there are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 other missions besides mission 1. How many missions are there in total? Yun Chujiu asked curiously. and Linchuan stretched out a palm. 5. Mission 1 is not the most abnormal. The missions after that are more and more abnormal. There's no pattern to this mission. However, there are basically 2 or 3 missions every day. I reckon that after we play for a while more, there will be missions. At Novelban at. Chapter 2787 online. All page, Novel Bin. After Linchuan finished speaking, he looked at Yun Chuju's expression. He thought that after hearing what he said, Yun Chuju would definitely show a worried expression. Who would have thought that the little girl in front of him would show an eager expression? She seemed to be impatient. Really? That's great. Then I won't be bored anymore. I want to see how perverted the missions in this cave of tranquility are. Will there be another one like me? And Linchuan. Shangguan Hao. Alright, you win. You're crazy. As the 3 of them were talking, they heard the mission notification. The meditation mission will be activated immediately. And Linchuan said in surprise, why is it still mission 1? Normally, the same mission will not appear twice a day. Yun Chujiu blinked her eyes. Maybe this mission was specifically targeted at her. However, there was always a way to solve it. Soon, the mission officially began. 7 colored bubbles appeared in the air again. To be exact, they were 8 colored bubbles because there were a few pitiful black bubbles occasionally. Even though Yun Chujiu tried her best this time, she still couldn't catch a single black bubble. A certain Jew said nonchalantly before Linchuan and Shangguan Hao could comfort her, I'm just warming up. I'll catch at least 10 or 8 black bubbles the next time I start the mission. At Novelban at. And Linchuan and Shangguan Hao didn't say a word. They thought to themselves, just keep bragging. After about 2 hours, the meditation mission started again. This time, Yun Chujiu still ended up so miserable that she didn't catch a single black bubble. The atmosphere in the meeting hall was exceptionally joyous. Everyone felt extremely comfortable in their hearts. So what if the little girl was able to cause trouble? Wasn't she still tormented to the point of losing her temper? As long as she did it a few more times, her short temper would definitely be worn down by quite a bit. After that, she would use the next task to continue polishing her temper. She believed that in the end, she would definitely be able to turn a rotten trick into a miracle and let this bad news bag rest a little in the future. Mountain Master Duo silently cheered for a certain Jew in his heart. Little girl, you have to work hard. You have to live up to your expectations. The snow jade silkworm is still waiting for you. Inside the tranquil heart cave, Linchuan carefully glanced at a certain Jew whose expression was gloomy. He thought to himself, didn't this fellow just say that he didn't take it to heart? Why did his expression change at this moment? Just as he was thinking about it, he heard Yun Chujiu gnashing her teeth and saying, damn it. It's true that I can't tolerate it anymore. It's only the 3rd time. He's just making fun of me. I'm not playing cards anymore. I need to think of a countermeasure. I want to show the people behind me my power. And Linchuan and Shangguan Hao looked at each other, thinking of a countermeasure. Wasn't catching bubbles meant to calm one's mind and speed up? What other countermeasures could there be? Yun Chujiu began to pace back and forth in the cave of tranquility. The images of those bubbles flashed through her mind quickly. The crux of the problem now was that when the bubbles of various colors were mixed together, when catching the black bubbles were mixed within, and it was very difficult to catch them. Moreover, these damn bubbles would change color, and the changes were irregular. They changed color randomly, so there was no way to predict which bubbles would turn black in the next moment. If they were all black bubbles, why would she be worried? She had already caught dozens of them. As she thought about it, her eyes lit up. She had it. She stopped and walked to Linchuan and Shangguan Hao's side. They were puzzled at first, then revealed a look of realization. 2788 online. All page, novel bin. A moment later, the meditation mission was activated once again. Everyone in the meeting hall was stunned to discover that the little girl seemed to have gone mad. They saw that the little girl was holding a treasured sword and began to pop bubbles. In a short while, there were only a few dozen bubbles left and they floated pitifully on top. Everyone was puzzled. Could it be that the little girl had gone mad because she had suffered too much? Besides, why did the two disciples let her destroy them? Did they not want to complete the mission? Mountain Master Duo rolled his eyes. He seemed to understand Yunchuju's intention. TSK, what a smart little girl. Old Jing was going to be slapped in the face again. Just as everyone was puzzled, one of the floating bubbles turned black. Yunchuju jumped up and grabbed at the bubble. The bubble tried its best to dodge. Unfortunately, if there were more bubbles, it could hide in them. There were only a few dozen bubbles in the air. It was too difficult for it to dodge Yunchuju's claws. Yunchuju caught the bubble as she wished and landed lightly on the ground. After a while, another bubble turned black. Yunchuju did the same and caught another bubble. And Linchuan and Shangguan Hao would occasionally jump up, but the goal was obviously not to catch the corresponding color of the bubbles, but to help Yunchuju intercept the black bubbles. By the time the mission ended, Yunchuju had already caught 6 bubbles, and this was because the probability of the black bubbles appearing was relatively small, otherwise 10 would not be a problem. The meeting hall was eerily quiet. They were not stupid, so how could they not understand Yunchuju's intention at this time? This was called not breaking or establishing. She would rather give up more bubbles and only keep the number that she could control. This way, as long as there were black bubbles inside, Yunchuju would definitely be able to catch them. Moreover, there was an Linchuan and Shangguan Hao's help. At this rate, as she became more and more proficient, she could definitely leave more bubbles. She estimated that she would be able to complete the mission in 10 days at most. Mountain Master he grinned and laughed loudly. Old Duo, ha ha ha, I finally understand a sentence today. The devil is stronger than the ruler. It seems that you can't outsmart that little girl. Elder Jing was so angry that he was twitching. He glared fiercely at Mountain Master he sneered and said, don't be too full of yourself. Although that Yunchuju is a little clever, the Tranquil Heart Cave has a total of 5 missions. This is only the first mission. The subsequent missions are more difficult than the previous ones. There will be times when she will cry. Mountain Master he curled his lips. I think you should be the one who cries in the end. Anyway, I think highly of that little girl. Mountain Master he silently cheered for Mountain Master he in his heart. Well said. He also thought highly of that little girl. The final victory would definitely belong to that little girl. Of course, Mountain Master and Mountain Master Shen naturally favored Elder Jing. Especially when they saw that Linchuan and Mountain Master were actually aiding the wicked, they were so angry that they were twitching. These two good-for-nothings, in order to help that little girl, they actually stopped doing their own missions. Just what kind of bewitching soup did she give them? Just as the two of them were thinking about it, they saw that dinner was served in the Tranquil Heart Cave. Mountain Master he roared, you, look. They actually used the pill furnace as a hot pot. This was nothing. Weren't those the extremely precious green jade prawns and green jade lotus roots of the Essence Murder sect? No wonder those two brats helped that little girl. So it was to eat. How useless. At Novelban at. As he spoke, Mountain Master he could not help but swallow his saliva. Actually, he also wanted to eat. He did not know if that little girl still needed help to intercept Bubbles' people. Chapter 2789 online. All page, novel bin. When everyone heard Mountain Master he's words, they all turned to look at the shadow stone. As expected, Yun Chujiu and the other two were using the alchemy furnace to wash the hot pot. The table was filled with dishes, and the most eye-catching dishes were the green jade lotus root and the green jade shrimp. Elder Jing snorted coldly. It's just the desire to eat. I don't think there's anything delicious about the green jade lotus root. It's almost the same as the white radish. Mountain Master, he snorted. HMPH, you make it sound like you've eaten it before. Why haven't I eaten it before? A few days ago, that Yun Chujiu gave me one. Elder Jing regretted immediately after saying that. Why did he blurt out this matter? The meeting hall was suddenly eerily silent. Then, he heard Mountain Master he raise his loud voice and say, Old Jing, I didn't expect that you would take the green jade lotus root that little girl gave you, and now you're still making things difficult for that little girl. You're too mean. Elder Jing's face turned red as he defended himself. That's one thing. She gave me the green jade lotus root to thank me for saving her at the primordial killing sect. I increased the difficulty of the formation to temper her character and for her own good. Tui, you're speaking so grandly. I think you're taking revenge for your own personal grudge. Isn't it just because that little girl said you did something indescribable last time that you bear a grudge in your heart? Mountain Master, he would never admit it. It was because he didn't eat the green jade lotus root that he vented his anger. Elder Jing was hopping mad. You are spouting nonsense. I'm afraid that the bad thing will harm our primordial chaos sect. It's not some personal grudge. All right, the two of you. It seems that the meditation mission has been activated again. Let's pay attention to Yun Chujiu's performance. Master Bailey rubbed his forehead. Sigh. His heart is so tired. The old and the young, why can't they be at ease? Only then did Elder Jing fiercely glare at Mountain Master he and look at the shadow stone. At this time, the three of them had just eaten for a short while in the meditation cave. Before they were full, they heard the voice of the task say, Meditation task number 2, it will be activated immediately. And Linchuan was furious. It wasn't easy for him to eat green jade lotus root and green jade prawns, but now the task came again. Usually, the task wouldn't come so frequently. Today was really unlucky. Yun Chujiu put the items into her storage ring and thought to herself. She did not know what kind of perverse method the second meditation mission was. Just thinking about it made her a little excited. Clearing the level was the most fun. Just as Yun Chujiu was thinking about it, she saw countless arrows floating in the air from all directions. However, these arrows did not seem to be real. Instead, they seemed to be illusory. The mission voice rang out with a notification. This round of mission doesn't allow spiritual attacks, doesn't allow the use of spiritual energy shields, doesn't allow the activation of defensive spiritual artifacts. Continue to hold on for 4 hours without getting hit by the arrows. At Novelban at. What the hell? Doesn't allow spiritual attacks. Doesn't allow the use of spiritual energy shields. Doesn't allow the activation of defensive spiritual artifacts. Could it be that she was waiting to be shot into a porcupine? And Linchuan reminded her from the side, Junior Sister Little Jew, although there are many restrictions, you can use your weapon to hit these arrows. However, these arrows are endless. Senior Brother Shangguan and I have practiced for more than 2 months, but we can only last for an hour and a half. Only then did Yun Chujiu come to a realization. She had said that if she didn't use anything and there were arrows everywhere, she wouldn't be able to dodge them even if she wanted to. Just as she was pondering, she heard the mission announcement. The arrows that were floating suddenly became sharp and shot towards the three of them. If one looked closely, they would find that more than half of the arrows were shot towards Yun Chujiu. Chapter 2790 Online. All page, Novel Bin. Yun Chujiu quickly took out her rolling pin and finally managed to protect herself for the time being. She stole a glance and saw that Shangguan Hao and Linchuan were much more relaxed than her. The swords in their hands flew up and down, protecting their bodies tightly. This guy rolled his eyes. Senior brothers, come here. Come here quickly. Let's form a triangle. This way, we can save more than half of our strength and we can all pass. And Linchuan and Shangguan Hao were stunned. Damn it, compared to this little girl, they were like idiots. It had been more than 2 months, and the two of them had never thought of working together. Even if they were back to back, they could still save a lot of strength. They were so stupid. The two of them didn't have time to think and quickly retreated to Yun Chuju's side. The three of them formed a triangle, and the pressure was greatly reduced, at Novelban at. Moreover, Yun Chuju realized that there were more arrows flying towards her, so she changed her direction after a while. This way, she could take a breather while the arrows did not react. There was a strange silence in the meeting hall again. They had imagined many scenarios, but they had never thought that this so-called perverted mission would be so easily solved by that little girl. They had only guessed the beginning, but not the end. They felt as if they had suffered a 10,000-point critical hit. Mountain Master, he laughed loudly. Old Jing, how was it? You lost again, right? I advise you not to watch here, lest you end up being hit so hard that you want to hit the wall. Elder Jing's face was gloomy. He took out his identity jade token and gave a few instructions to his disciples. Then he said to Mountain Master, Humph. The second mission must be completed independently. They are cheating. I have already instructed them to declare the test invalid. Mountain Master, Good. Very good. This old thing is getting more and more shameless. 4 hours later, just as Linchuan was about to celebrate his victory, he heard the voice of the mission say, this round of the mission must be completed independently. You were cheating just now, so your results will be cancelled. 2 hours later, the meditation mission 2 will be activated again. And Linchuan cursed angrily, damn it. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you wait until we were exhausted to say that you were just playing with us? ! Quote exclamation mark. There's no way to recover my strength in 2 hours. I'll just wait for those arrows to shoot at me later. Anyway, they're just illusions, so they only have a few red dots on my body. Although Shangguan Hao was also quite depressed, he was obviously calmer. Forget it. Anyway, we entered the cave of tranquility to temper ourselves. It's okay to try a few more times. Yun Chujiu blinked her eyes. Come, let's continue eating and replenish our strength. I just found out that more than half of the arrows are aimed at me. You might be able to hold on for 4 hours in one go. And Linchuan and Shangguan Hao did not pay much attention to it just now. Now that they heard what Yun Chujiu said, they realized that it was true. The two of them looked at Yun Chujiu sympathetically. No wonder there were so many missions today. It turned out that they were all aimed at her. She had just entered the sect not long ago, but she had already attracted the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people. Junior sister Little Ju was really a talent. And Linchuan laughed out loud. Junior sister Little Ninth is right. I have to eat more and strive to complete the mission in one go later. Junior sister Little Ninth, you don't have to be anxious. There will always be a way out. Who knows, you might come up with some good ideas later. Chapter 2791 Online. All page, Novel Bin. Yun Chujiu actually had a way. In the past, she could command 8 immortal swords at the same time. With the strengthening of her spiritual sense, it was not a problem for her to command 12 swords at the same time. However, she felt that it was best not to let others know about the abnormality of her spiritual sense, so she did not plan to expose it. Then, the problem came. She could not hold on for 4 hours with only the rolling pin. Moreover, the mission given to her was an enhanced version. Forget it, let's wait and see. There will always be a way. The three of them continued to eat hot pot. And Lin Chuan saw that Yun Chujiu did not eat much green jade prawns and green jade lotus root. He wondered if little ninth junior sister did not have much in total, so she could not bear to eat it and left it for him and senior brother Shangguan to eat. And Lin Chuan was moved and said, "Little ninth junior sister, these green jade lotus root and green jade prawns are rare. Senior brother Shangguan and I can taste them. You eat too, at Novelban at. Yun Chujiu said with disdain, "You guys can eat them. I thought they were quite delicious at the beginning, but I got tired of them after eating too much. Now I feel that they are not as delicious as the beef shabu." And Lin Chuan, "Can I feed the dog the feelings I felt just now?" After the three of them ate, half an hour later, the second meditation task began again. And Lin Chuan and Shangguan Hao started to pull the arrows around them with all their might, intending to complete the task today. As for Yun Chujiu, she sat on the small stool and set up a spiritual energy shield to protect herself. She held her chin and watched Lin Chuan and the others busy themselves. Everyone in the meeting hall was so angry that they were twitching. They were still waiting to see the little girl being shot into a hedgehog, but she was fine. Was she just throwing her life away? Did she not want to pass at all? Not long after, the little girl's spiritual energy barrier turned red. Needless to say, it was the mark of an arrow. Yet, the little girl was still very leisurely. She was holding a spiritual fruit in her hand as she chewed on it and cheered for Lin Chuan and Shangguan Hao. Elder Jing snorted coldly. "See that? Even if she has a belly full of bad water, there's nothing she can do. If she continues to be like this, she won't be able to come out for the rest of her life." Mountain Master he was unconvinced and shouted, "TCH. Maybe the little girl just ate too much and doesn't want to move. If she had no other choice, would she be so carefree? She must have a plan." Elder Jing was naturally unconvinced, so the two of them started arguing again. Master Bailey felt that a few more strands of his hair had turned white. Weren't these two old geezers idle? The little girl didn't do anything, but the two of them started to fight. 4 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Because most of the arrows were desperately shooting at Yun Chujiu's spiritual energy shield, and Lin Chuan and Shangguan Hao successfully completed the mission. Both of them were extremely happy. "Junior sister Little Nine, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, the two of us would still need at least a month to last 4 hours, and Lin Chuan said excitedly. "Yes, thank you, Little Ninth Junior Sister. Actually, this second stage is very difficult for US spirit cultivators, but it's not worth mentioning when we encounter sword cultivators. Unfortunately, most of the people in our primordial chaos sect are spirit cultivators," Shangguan Hao said casually. Yun Chujiu suddenly stood up from the small horse stance. "Senior brother Shangguan, what did you say?" Shangguan Hao was shocked. What was wrong with this little ninth junior sister? However, he still explained, "I mean, if you are a sword cultivator, you can block these arrows with your sword chi." "What if there is no sword chi and sword will?" a certain Jew asked with slight excitement. Chapter 2792 Online. All page, Novel Bin. Before Shangguan Hao could say anything, and Lin Chuan laughed out loud. "Junior Sister Jew, it seems like you don't know anything about sword cultivation. Sword cultivators can only comprehend sword intent after cultivating sword chi. Besides, sword intent isn't like cabbages. Not every sword cultivator can comprehend sword intent. At Novelban at. That might not be the case. There are also those who can comprehend sword intent before cultivating sword chi." Yun Chujiu's eyes flashed as she said. And Lin Chuan smiled and did not argue with Yun Chujiu. He felt that junior sister Ju might have been struck dumb by the arrows just now, so she spoke nonsense. and Lin Chuan did not mention it again, and Yun Chujiu did not continue. She thought that she could try her chicken slaughtering swordsmanship later. Although this swordsmanship did not have any offensive ability, it should not be a problem to use sword intent to block the arrows. And Lin Chuan and Shangguan Hao were afraid that Yun Chujiu would get angry, so they avoided this topic and started chatting. Of course, at the beginning, it was the three of them who talked, but in the end, it was a certain Jew who gave the speech alone. Anyway, the things that this guy had experienced were all strange. One of them was enough to talk for a long time. In addition, she talked vividly, so Lin Chuan and Shangguan Hao listened with great interest. The people in the meeting hall couldn't hear what they were saying. In any case, they could only see Yun Chujiu talking in high spirits, while the two silly boys listened attentively. Mountain Master and Mountain Master Shen simply couldn't bear to look at her. They decided that after Lin Chuan and the others came out, they would definitely cut off their interaction with that bad news bag. Otherwise, if they were sold, they would have to help count the money. However, that little girl was really heartless. Wasn't she worried that the mission wouldn't be completed? Elder Jing snorted coldly. I think she has completely given up. If you don't believe me, look at the next round of the mission. She will definitely use her spiritual energy barrier to protect herself. Although Mountain Master he wasn't too confident in his heart, he still said stubbornly, "TCH. I think that the little girl must have thought of a good idea. If you don't believe me, let's bet. I bet 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones. I bet that the little girl will definitely complete the mission this time. Do you dare to bet?" Elder Jing glanced at him with disdain. "Let's bet then. You're going to lose for sure." These people were also bored to death, so they began to place their bets one after another. The vast majority of them placed their bets on Elder Jing's side. Only Mountain Master Duo weakly expressed his support for Mountain Master He. Mountain Master He grinned and said, "Brother Duo has good eyesight. We're going to win for sure. That little girl can even break out of the Asura prison. Why would she be afraid of those broken arrows? TSK." Mountain Master Duo thought that he didn't have much confidence in himself. However, he knew that that little girl was someone who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. No matter what, this would show her attitude. When she came out, it would also be a show of merit. Master Bailey looked at everyone speechlessly. Of course, he wouldn't get involved. However, in his heart, he felt that Mountain Master He was bound to lose. Although that little girl had a belly full of bad water, these arrows weren't something that bad water could deal with. While everyone was making a racket, the Tranquil Heart Cave had already begun to prompt for the start of the second Calming Heart mission. And Lin Chuan and Shangguan Hao were both dumbfounded when they saw that the little girl took out a large kitchen knife from her storage ring and made a strange pose. Then, she shouted, "The first style of killing chickens." Snap. And Lin Chuan sat down on the ground. It was over. Junior sister Ju had gone mad. Shangguan Hao was slightly stronger than him. He staggered and managed to stabilize himself. He thought to himself, Junior sister Ju's words just now were quite normal. How did she suddenly go mad? Although the people in the meeting hall didn't hear Yun Chuju's first move of killing chickens, everyone still saw Yun Chuju's weird posture. Mountain Master and said disdainfully, "Could that little girl have gone crazy? Mountain Master He, Mountain Master Duo, looks like your spirit stones are going to be lost." Chapter 2793 Online. All page, Novel Bin. Mountain Master He was even more uncertain. However, he didn't want to lose, so he grinned. "TCH. What do you know? This little girl might be using some kind of surprise method to win." Mountain Master and pursed his lips. Surprise method? What kind of surprise? Using a broken kitchen knife to win? What a joke. Mountain Master, his old face turned red from the rebuke, and he said casually, "Humph. What do you know? Maybe this little girl wants to learn sword cultivation and use her sword energy to force back those arrows. At at." Mountain Master and the others were laughing so hard that they fell back. Elder Jing said from the side, "Is there something wrong with your head? Sword energy. She's not a sword cultivator. How can she have sword energy? Besides, can that broken kitchen knife produce sword energy?" Mountain Master, he was rendered speechless. He glared at Mountain Master Duo, meaning, "Why don't you help?" Mountain Master Duo thought to himself, "That's nonsense. How can you ask him to help? Could it be that this little girl can really use her sword aura? That's impossible." While they were arguing, Yun Chujiu had already practiced the chicken slaughtering swordsmanship once. And Lin Chuan and Shangguan Hao didn't dare to disturb her. They thought to themselves, "This junior sister Ju is most likely a demon. It's better to wait and see first." At this moment, the second meditation task was officially activated. Countless arrows shot towards Yun Chujiu, and Lin Chuan closed his eyes. Although it did not cause much damage, the sight of him being shot like a hedgehog was still too horrible to look at. The image of Yun Chujiu being shot like a hedgehog appeared in his mind. He heard Shangguan Hao beside him exclaim, "Sword intent." And Lin Chuan thought to himself, "It's over. Even senior brother Shangguan has become a demon. Sword intent. Unless he saw a ghost, there would be no sword intent." However, he still opened his eyes and saw that although there were many arrows shooting towards Yun Chujiu, they all fell about 3 feet away from Yun Chujiu's body. And Lin Chuan got up and rubbed his eyes. Then, he asked Shangguan Hao, who was dumbstruck, this is really sword intent. Isn't junior sister Ju a spirit cultivator?" Shangguan Hao said with a stiff face, and she doesn't have sword chi, but that is indeed sword intent." The two felt as if they had stayed in this tranquil heart cave for more than 2 months, and the immortal essence continent had become unrecognizable. Oh God, since when could spirit cultivators comprehend sword intent? And it was without sword chi. Besides, what kind of chicken slaughtering sword technique did junior sister Ju use? Why did it look like she was randomly dancing? How could she release sword intent like this? What the hell? The two of them were shocked. It was as quiet as death in the meeting hall. Even Mountain Master who was originally shouting that Yun Chujiu would release sword chi, was dumbfounded. He was really just casually saying it. He did not expect the little girl to give him such a big surprise. What nonsense sword chi. She did not care about it, but she directly released sword intent. What did sword intent represent? Even a sword cultivator who had many years of experience might not be able to comprehend sword intent. He did not expect that this little girl would casually use a broken kitchen knife to make a few gestures, and sword intent would be released. Ha ha ha, it was great. This is so satisfying. After Mountain Master regained his senses, his grin was so wide that it seemed like he was going to fly into the sky. Ha ha, ha ha, how is it? I was afraid of scaring you guys just now, so I only said that she could release her sword chi. Did you see that? Sword intent. Does sword intent know? Not to mention these illusory arrows, even if it were real arrows, they wouldn't be able to hurt her in the slightest. Say, are you guys convinced? 1794 online. All page, novel bin. Mountain Master An's face flushed red. Even in his dreams, he had never thought that Yun Chujiu would actually be able to release her sword intent. The matter was laid out here, and even if he wanted to deny it, he wouldn't be able to deny it. Seeing that they didn't say anything, Mountain Master, he became even more proud. Come. Hurry up and transfer the spirit stones that you lost to me and Mountain Master Duo. If it were up to me, I'd say that Mountain Master Duo has a discerning eye, and shares the same thoughts as my hero, haha. Mountain Master Duo was much more low-key than Mountain Master He. He deliberately changed the topic and said, "Everyone, what kind of sword intent do you think Yun Chujiu released? It seems to be quite different from what I've seen before." Mountain Master and snorted coldly. "That little girl is unreliable. The sword intent she released is naturally unreliable as well. Who cares what kind of sword intent she has? Old Jing, hurry up and get someone to activate the third Calming Heart mission. I'd like to see if she can still pass it." Elder Jing's expression became even uglier. He felt that he had lost all his face. Ever since he met Yun Chujiu, all his glory in the past had vanished into thin air, at Novelban. Thus, he immediately took out his identity jade token and sent a message to his disciples, asking them to activate the third Calming Heart mission immediately after the second Calming Heart mission was completed. And Linchuan and Shangguan Hao, who were inside the cave, only recovered from their shock at this moment. They looked at Yun Chujiu, who was waving her large kitchen knife with admiration. At this moment, the ugly posture and the unrated name of the sword technique were not important anymore. The sword intent was more important. Junior sister Little Ju, a spirit cultivator, could actually comprehend the sword intent. What a magical existence. When Yun Chujiu finished her mission, she saw Linchuan and Shangguan Hao looking at her with admiration. The corner of Yun Chujiu's mouth twitched. What did they mean? "Junior sister Xiao Ju, I didn't expect you to really comprehend sword intent. You are too powerful. Right, what sword intent did you comprehend? Is it the fast sword intent, the slow sword intent, or the water sword intent?" And Linchuan asked with admiration. "My sword intent is special. Cough, cough, it's the chaotic sword intent." Yun Chujiu laughed dryly. And Linchuan. Shangguan Hao. Sword intent of chaos. There was such a sword intent. But that was also true. The moves that junior sister Little Nine made just now seemed really messy. But no matter what, the sword intent was awesome. Who cared about the sword intent? When the two were about to ask in detail, they heard the voice of the mission. "The third meditation mission has been activated. F***CK. Are you trying to exhaust us to death?" And Linchuan said angrily. Yun Chujiu's eyes flickered. "Come on, let's finish these BULLSH*T missions as soon as possible so that she can go out." She still wanted to go to school and find a way to get struck by lightning. She didn't have the time to waste in this meditation cave. Yun Chujiu asked Linchuan curiously, "Senior brother, what is the content of the third mission?" And Linchuan said in a bad mood, "The third mission seems to be the easiest. Damn it, it's very abnormal. It is to walk from one end of the bridge to the other end within 4 hours. As long as you walk there, you will pass. But, senior brother Shangguan and I can only walk to the middle of the bridge. We still can't reach the end. Then what is the reason? Is there an illusion array?" Yun Chujiu asked in confusion. "If there's only an illusory formation, it would be easier. Just keep your mind clear. The main reason is that there's a huge pressure that makes it impossible for you to keep your mind clear. You'll unknowingly fall into the illusory formation," and Linchuan said in annoyance. Chapter 2795 Online. All page, Novel Bin. Yun Chujiu nodded. Humans had all sorts of emotions and desires. Sometimes, even though she knew it was an illusion, it was easy for her to lose herself under the pressure of external forces. Therefore, it was not difficult to understand why Linchuan and Chujiu felt that this mission was abnormal. Of course, to a certain Jew, this mission did not seem to be a mission at all. Pressure. No matter how strong the pressure was, how could it be as strong as the pressure of heavenly thunder? Illusion array. What a joke. Even if the black bead didn't warn her, Yoon Choo-jiu could still keep her consciousness clear, let alone the black bead, at Novelban at. However, she still decided to put on a show and pretend to fail just in case something went wrong. At this time, an arch bridge appeared in front of the three of them. It was just an ordinary stone arch bridge, and there was no difference at all. And Lin Chuan and Shangguan Hao gave Yoon Choo-jiu a few instructions before they went onto the bridge. Yoon Choo-jiu noticed that beads of sweat were starting to drip down from their foreheads. It was obvious that they were already under pressure. The first half of their journey was rather smooth. However, they stopped in the middle and their expressions changed. And Lin Chuan's expression became extremely excited. He did not know what good things had happened in the illusion. Shangguan Hao, on the other hand, had a pained expression. He had probably fallen into some kind of painful illusion. Yoon Choo-jiu felt that she had observed enough, so she stepped onto the stone bridge as well. The people in the meeting hall realized that Yoon Choo-jiu was taking every step with great difficulty, so they immediately switched to self-congratulatory mode. Che, how was it? I told you that Yoon Choo-jiu wouldn't be able to grow a rabbit's tail, right? She has a stomach full of bad ideas, so there are a lot of twists and turns in her head. It's easier for her to fall into an illusory formation than others. In my opinion, she might not be able to reach the other end of the bridge even after 3 years. Mountain Master and felt that he had regained the face he had lost just now. He felt extremely pleased with himself. Elder Jing chimed in from the side, that's right. The first 2 rounds of missions were just a small test, but the third round of missions has truly become more difficult. What do you think? Mountain Master do you still want to bet? Mountain Master saw Yoon Choo-jiu struggling with every step she took, and to be honest, he really didn't have the confidence. However, one couldn't lose when losing, so he gritted his teeth and said, this first attempt doesn't count. We have to let her familiarize herself with it, right? So this time doesn't count. If she still can't pass next time, I'll lose 100,000 spirit stones to you. After saying that, Mountain Master glanced at Mountain Master Duo and Mountain Master Duo with his eyes and forced a smile. He could only say, I still agree with Mountain Master opinion this time, so I'll bet with him. Mountain Master nodded in satisfaction. He had never realized that this Mountain Master duo was so loyal before. It seemed that they could have a good relationship in the future. As for Mountain Master Shen and the others, they naturally followed Elder Jing's bet. They felt that even Lin Chuan and Shangguan Hao, who had practiced for more than 2 months, could not resist the pressure, let alone Yoon Choo-jiu. Then, what kind of illusion had a certain Jew fallen into at this moment? After stepping onto the stone arch bridge, the so-called extremely powerful pressure was basically negligible. What this person was more concerned about was what kind of illusion she would fall into. If she could see Chi-Chi or the gigolo, it wouldn't be too bad. Then, she would stay in the illusion for a while longer. Unfortunately, the illusion she fell into didn't have Chi-Chi or the gigolo. Instead, there was a swaying grass. F***CK. Wasn't that Go Weiber? However, the place where Go Weiber grew was a little strange. Hun Dun was in the surroundings and it was dark. There were only a few rocks on the ground. Gui Kao was swaying in the middle of a pile of rocks. It looked quite comfortable. Yoon Choo-jiu thought to herself that she had no way to deal with that damned Go Weiber in reality. Now that it was an illusion, she could deal with it.